Longevity, starting by creating my own liquor goo. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 101 Long Zhuan's Provocation. Long Yan secretly rejoiced, thankful he wasn't the one checked first, otherwise it would have been a huge problem. No matter where the treasure was hidden, it wouldn't be able to hide from the honesty goo. It was also bad luck that the fat Long Bao stepped on his landmine. Long Yan showed a look of lingering fear, and took the initiative to step forward and hand over all the treasures he had obtained in the tomb. My storage bag was full, so I had one in my mouth, don't mind it. As he spoke, he placed a wet necklace on the table, looking embarrassed. Everyone looked at him with extremely strange eyes. Who was he trying to fool? Did he think they were idiots? Where did these oddballs come from? The Long family produces talents. Long Lai ultimately didn't investigate further. He examined the necklace and found it was a first-grade top-quality spiritual artifact, but it was still not as valuable as 180 spirit-boosting grasses. He shook his head in disappointment. Soon, the two enforcers who had subdued Long Bao finished searching him and ran over, covering their noses, and placed a bead that he had secretly hidden in front of everyone. A strong stench instantly filled the entire area. Ugh! A chorus of retching sounds erupted from the crowd. What is this? Who pooped? Onlookers covered their noses, backing away from the table. Everyone's expressions were extremely strange, as if they already knew what was going on. Take it away. Take it away now. Why put anything on the table like that? What were you thinking? Give him this thing to eat. What is this smell? Long Lai was furious, his face dark. He was closest to the table and was the first to be hit. The smell directly choked him. His eyes rolled back, and he felt so nauseous that he almost vomited up the food he had eaten 3 days ago. Even the honesty goo was suffocating from the stench. The two enforcers immediately took the bead away with a handkerchief and ran far away, only then did the smell dissipate a little. The Long clan really produces talented people. Where did these oddballs come from? Nobody could see what that was just now, but let's just say it's a top-grade spiritual artifact. I want to see if this last one still has any hope of turning the tables on you. Hurry up. Feng Yu looked at the last one, Long Zhuan, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips, as if victory was already in his grasp. He didn't think this most insignificant person could turn the tide. At this moment, Long Lai had completely given up hope. Holding the honesty goo in his palm, he walked up to Long Zhuan and asked, "What did you bring out of the tomb? Tell me, it's not your fault if you lose." Looking at the honesty goo that was staring intently at him, Long Zhuan answered truthfully, "I only brought out one treasure, the spirit-boosting grass." Upon hearing this, Long Lai's eyes immediately lit up, filled with disbelief. He looked down at the honesty goo and found that its eyes weren't glowing, meaning that Long Zhuan wasn't lying. He had indeed only brought out the spirit-boosting grass from the tomb. Long Lai was overjoyed, feeling there might still be a chance, a hope of victory. His face lit up with anticipation as he hurriedly asked, "How many spirit-boosting grasses did you bring out?" Long Zhuan glanced at the honesty goo staring intently at him, pondered for a moment, and blurted out, "Many, over 100. Count them." He then placed 190 spirit-boosting grasses on the table. He added in his mind, 190 is over 100, 300 is also over 100. Is there anything wrong with that? Absolutely not. He wasn't lying at all. The reason he dared to play this word game was because Long Lai's intelligence seemed rather low. He appeared easily fooled. If anyone else were checking him, he would never dare to use such clever tricks. He would simply hand over the required amount. Being naturally cautious, he wouldn't dare take such a risk. But the family had sent such a clever person, giving him an opportunity. At this moment, the honesty goo tilted its head and looked at it. 300 was indeed more than 100, no doubt about it. This person really wasn't lying. Gooworms are simple-minded and not very intelligent. How could they understand the intricacies of human relationships? So, faced with Long Zhuan's blunt truth, it didn't react at all for a long time. 190 plants. 190 plants. It's actually 190 plants. Ha ha ha. I've turned the tables. I really have turned the tables. Long Zhuan, you did a great job. You are truly my lucky star, ha ha ha. I now have 190 spirit-boosting herbs, plus 2 top-grade spiritual artifacts, now the most valuable in the entire place. The 7 high-grade rare goo are mine. I'm so grateful. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Long Lai had completely gone mad. He was waving his arms and legs, laughing wildly, his mouth almost stretched to the back of his ears. He was utterly overjoyed. In contrast, the faces of the others were completely ugly. Especially Feng Yu, whose face was terrifyingly gloomy, so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. It was truly frightening. He had just been in first place, and now being overtaken was unacceptable. Victory was practically guaranteed. The 7 top-grade rare goo were within his grasp. But an unexpected turn of events had robbed him of his prize, driving him to the brink of madness. His gaze towards the goo cultivator who had produced 190 spirit-boosting grasses grew increasingly hostile. Sensing this hostile gaze, Long Zhuan felt a chill. Although he didn't think this person would likely attack him in front of everyone, he had still ruined his plans. He wondered if the man was cunning or ruthless. It would be best to find a way to kill him as quickly as possible. Seeing Long Lai still grinning foolishly, Long Zhuan was furious. He thought Long Lai was incredibly audacious. He quickly transmitted his voice through his soul. What are you waiting for? Quickly hand over the recording goo. You really think you can leave safely by taking 7 high-grade rare goo? Look at Feng Yu's expression. His face is contorted with rage. He's in the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm, while you're only in the early stage. What are the chances he'll ambush you halfway through? Long Zhuan's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, instantly calming Long Lai down. Seeing Feng Yu looking at him with a murderous gaze, Long Lai fell silent. Given Feng Yu's usually despicable nature, the possibility of him being a sore loser was indeed very high. Long Zhuan's worries were not unfounded. Long Lai's heart sank. He finally realized the seriousness of the situation. He was just a newbie who had recently advanced to the Spirit Sea realm, and hadn't even had time to fully refine his rare goo. Who could he possibly defeat here? Although he hadn't had time to check what was recorded inside the recording goo, he didn't have time to think about it. Heeding advice, he took out the recording goo and projected the image recorded by Long Zhuan onto the mountain wall. Seeing Long Lai suddenly take out a recording goo, everyone present was stunned, completely bewildered. They didn't know what he was going to do with it. Was he going to record his glorious moment of defeating 7 top-grade rare goo? Their confusion didn't last long. When the image from the recording goo was projected onto the mountain wall, the entire area instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The content of the image made Feng Yu and the Goo clan's team of Goo cultivators' hearts skip a beat. Their expressions changed instantly, and they realized something was wrong. The image showed the 2 Goo King avatars from the Feng and Goo clans slaughtering Goo cultivators of various races, laughing maniacally as they killed. Their methods were cruel. The herb garden had become a living hell. The scene of the Miao clan's number 1 genius being swallowed whole by the ghost-slaying spider was particularly infuriating, driving the Miao clan's Goo cultivator leader to the brink of madness. That was the Miao clan's number 1 genius, nurtured with the entire clan's resources, those 2 top-grade Goo worms having consumed countless amounts of the clan's wealth. Miao Dongdong's future was destined to be that of a Goo king, the hope for the entire Miao clan's future, yet now he had been cruelly murdered by the shameless Fen clan patriarch, a bully of the weak. He was furious. The Goo and Fen clans dared to openly violate the rules, sending Goo king avatars to slaughter Goo cultivators from various clans. If it weren't for the recording Goo as evidence, he wouldn't have believed that those 2 Goo kings would stoop so low. For a clan patriarch to slaughter a junior like that, they had no shame whatsoever. Weren't they afraid of being ridiculed by all the other clans? Did they have no shame at all? At this moment, everyone present, whether they were spirit gathering stage Goo cultivators or spirit sea stage Goo cultivators, looked at the Goo cultivators of the Goo and Fen clans with strange eyes, their gazes filled with anger and mockery. How? No wonder your Fen clan brought out so many spirit-boosting herbs from the tomb. What a cunning scheme. A truly cunning scheme. Meow, leading the Goo cultivators, laughed angrily, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Feng Yu. Feng, you must give us an explanation. All the clans have already agreed that Goo cultivators above the marrow cleansing stage are prohibited from participating in this tomb raiding. How dare you secretly send your Goo King's avatar in? What do you mean by this? Were all your promises just empty words, Gu? Your Gu clan's ancestor shamelessly slaughtered my clansmen. You must give us an explanation. Do you really think my clan is easy to bully? At this moment, the crowd instantly descended into chaos, filled with shouts and curses. The Gu and Fen clans were now completely condemned by everyone, having aroused public anger, and some even began pushing and shoving each other. Long Yan watched with great interest, seemingly enjoying the spectacle even more. He excitedly exclaimed, "Damn! These two patriarchs actually dared to defy the world and do something like this. Luckily we left early, otherwise we'd be in big trouble. This is going to be good. Do you think they'll start fighting later, triggering a chaotic battle?" Long Zhuan's eyes flickered, a thoughtful expression on his face. He hoped this incident would cause several Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators to fight, thus freeing up anyone to intercept Long Lai, ensuring his complete safety. But this was only in an ideal scenario. Whether they would actually fight was uncertain. This matter was far too significant, and would most likely be decided by the family's higher-ups. It was unlikely they would kill someone in private to vent their anger, since the culprit was already dead in his tomb. Therefore, he needed to add fuel to the fire, to make sure they would definitely fight. Long Zhuan's gaze shifted for a moment before he picked up where Long Yan left off, looking at him with a smile. "Is there even a question? A fight is inevitable. Think about it," he continued. "Feng Yu has 180 spirit-boosting grasses, and all the clans are envious. They had no reason to snatch them before, but now they finally have a legitimate excuse to kill and plunder. How could they let it go? Anyone who doesn't act now is a fool. If Feng Yu takes those 180 spirit-boosting grasses back, and the Fen clan gains 180 more marrow-cleansing stage experts, greatly increasing their strength, how can they get revenge? All the clans will just have to suffer in silence." Long Zhuan seemed to be chatting casually, but his voice was loud enough for all the Gu cultivators present to hear. Long Yan slowly turned his head, staring at him with wide eyes, as if he were seeing him for the first time. "Damn! This kid is really too ruthless." The clans were initially quite restrained, but his words are practically killing Feng Yu. Miao's group of Gu cultivators' ears twitched, and a thought struck them. That's right, they realized. Those are 180 spirit-boosting grasses. Who knows how many marrow-cleansing stage Gu cultivators they'll bring to the family. If they don't seize this opportunity now, when will they? Are they going to sit and wait for them to take the spirit-boosting grasses back? If they gain a large number of marrow-cleansing stage Gu cultivators as a result, it will only harm their family. Miao's group of Gu cultivators immediately made a decision. "You, surnamed Feng. Your clan violated the rules and killed my clan's #1 genius. This is an irreconcilable enmity. Today I will kill you to avenge my clan's genius." With that, Miao's group of Gu cultivators suddenly attacked, releasing all their Gu worms and charging relentlessly towards Feng Yu. Feng Yu felt an urge to vomit blood. Just moments ago, he said he would report to the ancestor for a personal decision, and now he's suddenly turned on him. How fickle. Was all his talk just empty words? But now that the person was charging towards him with murderous intent, he had no choice but to release his Gu worms and be forced to fight. The sudden fight between the two startled everyone present. The Mu clan's Gu cultivator, his face now gleaming with greed, fixed his gaze on the spirit-boosting grass in the Gu clan's hand, shouting, "You Gu clan are going too far. Do you really think my Mu clan has no one left? If I don't avenge my Mu clan's men today, how can my clan have the face to stand here? You'd better give me your life." With that, he charged towards the Gu clan's camp. The entire audience gasped again. The sudden attack had clearly ignited a firestorm. Drawing in experts from various clans at the Spirit Sea stage, even their own spirit gathering and marrow cleansing stages Gu cultivators. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Because of someone's words, bloodshed had broken out, and the place was completely thrown into disarray. The Long clan's side was utterly stunned. At this point, only the Long clan hadn't joined the fight. Long Lai's expression was uncertain. He truly didn't know which side to side with. The Lei clan's Gu cultivators were breaking the rules, and fearing retribution later, they were currently supporting the Gu and Fen clans. The situation was now 3-3, with both sides evenly matched and locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hands in the short term. The fate of the Long clan was now crucial. Whichever side the Long clan joined would likely win. However, Long Lai was uneasy. The Long clan was also breaking the rules, and he didn't know if Long Ziyan's identity had been discovered. What if he had helped the wrong person? If someone did discover Long Zion's identity, they could use that as an excuse to steal his spirit-boosting grass and his 7 high-grade rare goo. Thinking this, Long Lai shuddered, no longer daring to get involved, and prepared to leave immediately. They've all gone mad. Let's go. Startled, Long Lai hurriedly put away the breeding bag containing the 7 high-grade rare goo, placed the dragon boat on the ground, and jumped aboard as fast as he could. The other Long Clan goo cultivators also nimbly jumped onto the dragon boat. They had already sensed the danger and dared not linger. Once everyone was on board, the dragon boat rose at top speed and sped off into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Dragon Clan, completely disregarding the chaotic battlefield below, shamelessly fled first. Those caught in the fray felt an urge to vomit blood. They had started the fight, and now that everyone was battling, they were the ones running away. Was this something a human being would do? Chapter 102 Self-Created Elixir Formula. There were only a few people left on the dragon boat. Including Long Lai and the 2 enforcers, there were only 7 people on board at most, making the boat feel quite empty. Thinking about how the boat was full of people on the way there, and now only 7 left, everyone felt a little heavy-hearted and remained silent. Long Zhuan wasn't familiar with the people on the boat, so he wasn't exactly saddened, just a little wistful. He walked to the bow, to where Long Lai had been standing, and whispered, I helped you win 7 top-grade rare goo, so hurry up and give me the top-grade spirit silkworm. Even now, he was still thinking about that top-grade spirit silkworm. He had risked everything to help Long Lai win the bet, and it could be said that it was entirely because of this top-grade spirit silkworm. He had already decided that his next goo worm would be a silkworm-type goo worm, and the main ingredient for a top-grade goo worm had to be a top-grade spirit silkworm. This top-grade spirit silkworm was extremely important to him. He had to get it. His hopes of researching the legendary soul armor rested entirely on this top-grade spirit silkworm. Hearing this, Long Lai chuckled and said, I knew you were interested in this top-grade spirit silkworm. This is a 10,000-year-old ice silkworm, a famous breed among silkworms, and extremely rare. It's a pity our clan doesn't have the goo formula for this kind of spirit insect, otherwise I would definitely use it to refine a top-grade goo worm. Why would I let you have it so easily? With that, Long Lai took the 10,000-year-old ice silkworm from his breeding bag and secretly handed it to Long Zhuan. Long Zhuan didn't have time to examine it closely, quickly putting it into his own breeding bag, and then handed a storage bag to Long Lai. The spicy wine I prepared for you is enough to refine goo 30 times. Are you sure you can refine goo with just spicy wine? Long Zhuan asked curiously again. He had used wine with 4 flavors, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy, to refine Xiaobai. He didn't know if refining goo with just spicy wine would be successful, but even if it were, the combat power of the top-grade goo worm would definitely be far inferior to Xiaobai's. The wine goo is a universal goo formula. Any single type of wine can be used to refine it, so you can rest assured. I have a feeling that the wine goo refined with your spicy wine will be extraordinary, and might even become my main force. Long Lai glanced at the spicy wine in his storage bag, his eyes lighting up like searchlights, his breathing becoming rapid, and he swallowed repeatedly. He forcibly resisted the urge to take a sip, laboriously averting his gaze and closing the storage bag again. This was wine used to refine wine goo. He absolutely could not drink it. His willpower ultimately triumphed over his craving. For a wine lover who is addicted to alcohol, seeing good wine but not being able to drink it was an absolute test of willpower. After the 2 secretly completed the transaction, the dragon boat fell silent again. Half a day later, the dragon boat finally arrived above the Long family's territory and slowly landed at the training ground. Long Lai put away the dragon boat and hurriedly went to report to the family head. After exchanging glances, the others went back to their respective homes. Long Zhuan greeted his senior sister and then returned to Xiaoqiang Peak, inside a thatched hut on Xiaoqiang Peak. Elder Long quietly looked at Long Zhuan and calmly said, I rode to Ziyan to ask her to look after you, so I'm not surprised you came back alive, but I'm quite surprised that you managed to snatch 190 spirit-boosting grasses from the jaws of death, right in front of 2 Goo King clones. How did you do that? Long Zhuan casually replied, I don't have that kind of skill. What went to the herb garden was just one of my clones. I hid in the herb garden and pretended to be dead to escape. After the 2 Goo King clones left, I went in again to trade with that rabbit and got 190 spirit-boosting grasses. However, the Empress suddenly resurrected and took all the treasures from the tomb. That rabbit was clearly no ordinary creature, and she probably took it with her too. It's probably impossible for you to bring treasures and to trade with that rabbit for spirit-boosting grasses now. This was Long Zhuan's explanation to the family. He would say the same thing to anyone who questioned him. It wasn't like interrogating a criminal, and the family wouldn't really use the integrity goo to interrogate him. However, he ultimately didn't dare tell him what had happened with Long Ziyan, fearing he would be beaten to death. Long Zhuan felt inexplicably guilty. That's a pity, Elder Long sighed. The gradually thinning spiritual energy of heaven and earth has led to the extinction of the spirit cultivation grass. Now, the concentration of spiritual energy is insufficient, and the spirit cultivation grass simply cannot survive transplantation. That rabbit was taken away by the Empress again. The 190 spirit cultivation grasses will probably be the only ones the family has left. No, according to the rules, you will also have to receive 30%, leaving the family with only 133 spirit cultivation grasses. I wonder how many marrow cleansing stage experts this number of spirit cultivation grasses can cultivate for the family. You currently have 57 spirit cultivation grasses. I only know that breaking through with the 10 absolute body is more difficult than with the same level, but I don't know exactly how difficult it is. Quantity changes in the same breakthrough material cannot lead to qualitative changes. Whether 57 spirit cultivation grasses can help you break through is really hard to say. Let's give it a try. You should prepare to try to break through now. I'll lend you this array plate first. With the array plate, you don't have to worry about being disturbed by others. Elder Long took out 3 array flags from his storage bag and handed them to Long Zhuan. After all, Little Poor Pete currently lacks the protection of a mountain guarding array, allowing others to freely enter and exit, and even use their souls to sense the situation inside. Without the protection of an array, there's no way to safely break through here. If that dim-witted Long Ai were to rush in and disturb them, they would suffer a key deviation. Long Zhuan thought to himself, this cheap master is finally somewhat useful. He accepted the 3 array flags with both hands, but after just one glance, his expression froze, and his previous thoughts vanished instantly. This array plate was utterly trash, far inferior to his frost array, incomparable at all. In his eyes, this array plate was like a sieve, full of loopholes. Who could it possibly defend against? There were even several large holes in the array flags. Would the barrier raised by this array plate be blown down by a single sneeze from Long Lai? Indeed, old Master Long was dirt poor, heavily in debt. How could he possibly afford a powerful array plate? He had ultimately been overthinking things. However, something is better than nothing, so he'll make do for now. This kind of formation definitely wouldn't work outside, but here, no one should dare to break their own clan's formation. As for running out to hide in the frost array to break through, Long Zhuan abandoned the idea after thinking about it. He had just offended Feng Yu, how could he dare to run out now? Although there wasn't any deep-seated hatred between them, the possibility of Feng Yu lowering himself to kill him because of a bet was extremely low. He was probably just worrying unnecessarily. But he was always cautious, and he would never take even a 0.1% risk. So he'd better stick to breaking through on Little Poor Peak. Besides, the various clans had just experienced a major battle, and who knew how many people would die, how this incident would escalate, or whether it would trigger a war. It was best not to run out without knowing the situation. Because Elder Long needed to refine pills to pay off his debts, the two didn't talk for long before Long Zhuan took his leave. After leaving, he immediately began preparing for his breakthrough to the marrow cleansing stage. The foundation of the 10 absolute physique is too strong, making breakthroughs more difficult than for ordinary people. Whether the spirit-boosting grass can help him break through is uncertain. To be on the safe side, Long Zhuan plans to use the spirit-boosting grass as the main ingredient to create his own pill formula. Even consuming the spirit-boosting grass raw yields a 20% breakthrough rate. Once refined into pill, its efficacy will likely increase many times over, with a breakthrough rate possibly reaching 60% or even 80%. His self-created spirit-boosting pill formula might then become the most potent of its kind. Consuming such a pill would maximize his chances of breaking through and is the safest approach. As long as one is proficient in pharmacology, creating a pill formula is much easier than creating a goo formula, requiring far less time. Moreover, this is only a low-grade, first-rank pill formula, with relatively simple pharmacology. Therefore, Long Zhuan planted the array flag at his residence on Xiaoqiang Peak and began his great undertaking of creating the spirit-boosting pill formula. Half a month later, a formula for a spirit-refining pill containing 36 ingredients was placed on the table. With a flourish of his brush, he wrote the 3 large characters Long Zhuan written. This formula was quite special. Despite the unusually small number of ingredients, the amount of text was substantial. Each ingredient was precisely marked with its exact weight in grams, the required temperature in Celsius for refining the elixir, and even the time for each step was specified down to the second, extremely rigorous. He even created his own unit of measurement for the amount of soul power, calling it 1 Zhuan power, 2 Zhuan power, and so on. No one else's formula was written with such complexity, but it was precisely because of this meticulousness that his success rate in refining pills was exceptionally high. In his view, pill refining was not a matter of luck at all. Failure in pill refining always had a reason and could not be attributed to luck. As long as every step of the pill refining process was done perfectly, there would be no possibility of failure. Even without the assistance of a cheat code, a 100% success rate was not difficult to achieve. After admiring his intellectual achievement one last time, he smugly put the pill formula into the small box and immediately set off to collect the ingredients. There were only 36 ingredients, all of them first-grade spiritual herbs. He could collect them all in no time. He was extremely satisfied with his self-created spirit-breaking pill. If the success rate of the spirit-gathering pill was 10%, then his spirit-breaking pill had a 90% success rate. Using his spirit-breaking pill to break through a bottleneck was so powerful that even a sow could break through. He truly refused to believe that such a potent pill could break through the solid foundation of the 10 absolute bodies. Among all the spiritual pills that aided in the breakthrough from the peak of the spirit-gathering stage to the marrow-cleansing stage, his spirit-breaking pill deserved the title of number 1, unmatched by any other pill of its kind. Once his spirit-breaking pill was released, it would be enough to shake the entire world and cause a sensation throughout the alchemy world. However, Long Zhuan was always low-key and unwilling to do anything too attention-grabbing, so this heaven-defying pill could only be enjoyed by himself. He had no intention of spreading it around. Perhaps only when he becomes a powerful figure, or when he prepares to spread his legacy, will this pill formula reappear. Although each ingredient in the formula is very expensive, anything can be exchanged for in the Long family's treasure vault with enough contribution. Long Zhuan collected all the ingredients in the formula in just one trip. After collecting the materials, he didn't delay and immediately started refining the pills. With only 36 ingredients, it didn't take him much time. Before Long Zhuan was even satisfied, he had already successfully refined a batch of spirit-boosting pills. He couldn't wait to open the pill refining furnace and, seeing the 3 round, golden pills inside, he showed a slight dissatisfaction. This formula only produced 3 pills when full. It was far too few. You must know that a full batch of 100 flower pills requires a full 81 pills. But it's understandable, since the pill types are different. The spirit-boosting pill formula only has 36 ingredients, and mass is conserved, so the number of pills produced will naturally be small. Possessing the 10 absolute physiques, a breakthrough quite difficult, Long Zhuan felt unsure about the success of refining the 3 spirit-boosting pills. He put away the pills, placed the 3 into a pill bottle, and continued his attempts. He had plenty of spirit-boosting grass. Aside from the 30% returned to him by the family, he still had over 100 more that he had embezzled and hadn't handed over. He'd only used one of those many, so he could squander them as he pleased. Soon, another period passed, and he maintained his incredible 100% success rate, successfully refining another batch of pills. Keep in mind that the spirit-boosting pill was a newly created pill type, and this was his first attempt at refining it. He was neither familiar with it nor skilled at it. Yet, he still maintained a 100% success rate. Such an astonishing success rate would shock anyone who witnessed it. But that wasn't all. After refining the second batch of spirit-boosting pills, Long Zhuan didn't stop. He refined 5 batches before finally giving up. Each batch of spirit-breaking pills yields 3 pills, and his success rate is 100%, meaning he won't waste a single pill. This means he currently has a full 15 spirit-breaking pills. Always cautious, even though the pills are already quite potent, he still chose to prepare 14 more. Breakthroughs require a single, decisive effort. Repeated attempts lead to setbacks, and attempts only result in repeated failures. Long Zhuan planned to either not attempt a breakthrough at all, or succeed on the first try, hence his 15 spirit-breaking pills for safety. He felt that even with his 10 absolute physique, a breakthrough that was considered difficult, his success rate should be 100% with this preparation. He was certain he would succeed in advancing to the marrow-cleansing stage of goo cultivation in one fell swoop. Long Zhuan clenched his fists, his heart pounding with excitement. He quickly adjusted his state and prepared to attempt the breakthrough. Chapter 103 Breakthrough to the marrow-cleansing stage. He popped a spirit-breaking pill into his mouth and quickly circulated his cultivation technique to neutralize its medicinal power. Simultaneously, the 5 elemental energies, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, circulated within his body, using the inexhaustible power of this 5 elemental cycle to challenge the seemingly unbreakable bottleneck. Long Zhuan instantly felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body, making him feel as if he were about to burst, his entire body throbbing with pain. Sweat poured from his body, the intense pain caused him to tremble. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to scream. There was no other way, the breakthrough had to be done by his main body, not his clone. He could only endure this inhuman torment himself. A month passed in a flash. On this day, Long Zhuan finally opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them, as if his eyes were brighter than ever before. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he clenched his fists, sensing the power brought by the new realm. His smile grew even wider. Is this the power of a marrow-cleansing stage goo cultivator? It's more than 10 times stronger than a spirit-gathering stage goo cultivator. No wonder there are geniuses in this world who can fight beyond their level, but I've never heard of any geniuses who can fight across major realms. The difference between major realms is like heaven and earth, an insurmountable chasm. Long Zhuan was shocked by the power of a marrow-cleansing stage goo cultivator, and at the same time, his excitement grew. The breakthrough of the 10 absolute bodies was more difficult than he had imagined, costing him 5 spirit breakthrough pills to succeed in one go. He was also glad that he had prepared well. From now on, he was a minor marrow-cleansing stage goo cultivator. He couldn't be called a minor goo cultivator, he could already be called a minor expert. Even a powerful clan like the Long family only had a little over 100 marrow-cleansing stage goo cultivators, which showed how rare this realm was in this region. Once he crossed this hurdle, he would have basically surpassed 99% of the goo cultivators in this world. Goo kings were rare to encounter, and even spirit C-stage goo cultivators who were a major realm higher than him might not be able to keep up with his star-stepping speed. His current strength was more than enough to protect himself in this place, and he was unlikely to encounter any more danger from others. He could officially declare that he could say goodbye to the beginner village. Long Zhuan stood up, twisted his neck, and stretched his aching muscles before finally stepping out of the formation. As soon as he emerged from the formation, Long Zhuan saw Elder Long sitting on the ground meditating, and his heart warmed slightly. He could easily guess why Elder Long was sitting there. The formation plate was too poor and offered no protection whatsoever. Elder Long must have come to protect him personally out of concern. Hearing the commotion behind him, Elder Long turned around and, seeing the aura of the marrow-cleansing stage emanating from Long Zhuan, showed surprise, clearly astonished that Long Zhuan had broken through. Judging from his expression, Long Zhuan could tell that Elder Long was not optimistic about his breakthrough, otherwise, he would never have shown such shock. It seemed that the possibility of the spirit-boosting herb aiding the 10 absolute bodies breakthrough was extremely slim, and Elder Long lacked confidence in his breakthrough. Long Zhuan was thankful that he had been cautious enough to refine the spirit-boosting grass into a spirit pill. If he hadn't wanted to waste time creating his own spirit-boosting pill formula, he probably wouldn't have been able to break through today. What's with that expression? It's like my breakthrough is something that puzzles you. Do you have that little confidence in me? Long Zhuan glanced at Elder Long and said. It's unbelievable. I never expected you to actually break through. Although you have dozens of spirit-piercing grasses, the key to breaking through is quality, not quantity. I don't believe spirit-piercing grasses have the power to break through the rock that is the 10 absolute bodies. Your breakthrough this time is far beyond my expectations. It's like your ancestors' graves are emitting auspicious smoke. Elder Long suddenly frowned again and said, once your 10 absolute bodies break through, it will be terrifying. Most of the goo cultivators in the marrow-cleansing stage of the family will be no match for you. Your status in the family will rise sharply, and you will be valued at the same level as Long Ziyan. The family will nurture you with all its might. Take some time to report to the family head. Every newly broken marrow-cleansing stage goo cultivator has the qualification to independently open a cave dwelling and will be rewarded by the family with a mountain peak rich in spiritual energy. When you choose a cave dwelling, try to choose a place close to the heart of the Long family. On the one hand, the closer to the center of the Long family, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy. On the other hand, if you encounter any danger, the family can provide timely support. Go and choose a cave dwelling now. Once you've chosen one, go and tell the family head. After speaking, Elder Long finally got up and left, seemingly having important matters to attend to, and stopped chatting. Long Zhuan nodded, also in a good mood, and went to choose his own cave dwelling. Since it was a free gift, why not take it? He left the Long family compound, first finding the highest mountain peak, then the tallest tree on that peak. Using his star-stepping toes, he lightly stepped onto a leaf at the very top of the tree, then activated his heavenly eye, using his extraordinary vision to survey the surrounding area. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. From this vantage point, all the mountains within the Long family compound were clearly visible. The spiritual energy required for marrow-cleansing cultivation was enormous. Basically, each marrow-cleansing cultivator needed to reside on a separate mountain to meet their daily cultivation needs. Therefore, the family rewarded each marrow-cleansing goo cultivator with a mountain. The mountains varied in size, and the concentration of spiritual energy also differed slightly, but first come, first served. Unless the goo cultivator residing on the best mountain died unexpectedly, the mountain would not be reclaimed by the family for redistribution. Otherwise, those who came later could only settle for the next best. Some peaks possess vast medicinal gardens, fish ponds, pastures, and other income-generating industries left by their predecessors. The diverse industries on each peak are a plus, incorporated into the selection criteria. The wealth of each peak varies. Even if one cannot manage all the industries on a mountain, they can be entrusted to ordinary people to manage, which is what most goo cultivators do. Long Zhuan first looked at the peak closest to the family center and the largest in area, finding that they were protected by arrays belonging to those inhabited, and with many ordinary people working diligently inside. All the rich and large peaks had already been claimed, leaving only the poor and small ones on the periphery. Long Zhuan frowned slightly. This was, in a way, the consequence of his own actions. He had previously handed over a large amount of spirit-refining grass to the family, leading to a surge in the number of newly promoted marrow-cleansing stage goo cultivators in the Long family recently. All the good peaks had been divided up, leaving him only small, impoverished peaks. Long Zhuan's mood soured immediately. Helpless, he could only choose the tallest among the barren peaks, but he still couldn't find one that satisfied him. So he kept expanding his search area, gradually moving further and further away from the family's center. No one would choose a location far from the family to build a cave dwelling. The spiritual energy was scarce, and in the event of a demonic raid or war, the area closest to the family's periphery would be the first to be hit, and the family couldn't provide immediate assistance due to the distance. Therefore, everyone would choose the peak closest to the family. Only Long Zhuan, because of his many secrets and his preference for quiet, would consider a location far from the family. After searching for an unknown amount of time, Long Zhuan's gaze finally stopped on a massive mountain. This mountain was enormous, more than 10 times larger than the largest main mountain near the family, its territory seemingly boundless. Although the mountain covered a large area, it was too far from the family. No Long clan goo cultivator had ever built a cave dwelling on it, and there was no trace of human activity. This also meant that there were no medicinal herb gardens, no fish ponds, and no industries on this mountain. The residents would have to spend time setting everything up from scratch. Of course, Long Zhuan hadn't decided to choose this place yet. The reason he stopped looking at this mountain was because he saw a progress of 86.583214% in the center of it. A 6-digit figure after the decimal point. What could that be? Long Zhuan was astonished, overjoyed, and filled with curiosity. Although he didn't know what was hidden in the center of the mountain, it was probably something good. Long Zhuan's heart raced, and he jumped off the leaves and rushed towards the mountain at top speed. The mountain was very, very far away, but at his start traveling speed, he arrived in less than half a day. Without stopping, he ran swiftly towards the location where the progress had appeared. Because the progress was in the center of the mountain, he had to stop somewhere on the mountainside. Of course, He didn't have the ability to burrow into the earth and couldn't directly use earth magic to enter the center of the mountain to see what the 6-digit progress figure meant. But this didn't deter him. He hadn't thrown away the gravedigger he'd cultivated. He didn't have the habit of carelessly discarding his goo worms. He'd placed the gravedigger in his second team, not intending to train it as a main force. He'd only use his second team's goo worms to conceal his true strength when it wasn't convenient to use top-tier goo worms. Currently, his second team consisted of the gravedigger, the little strong goo, and the queen bee Bing Bing. After the gravedigger appeared, it opened its blood-red maw and frantically scooped soil into it. Before long, it had eaten a large hole in the mountain. Although the gravedigger's soil-eating speed was astonishing, and its storage space could temporarily store large amounts of soil, it still dug for a long time before finally reaching the center of the mountain. At the center of the mountain was a huge fissure, creating a vast space within which many luminous plants grew. Therefore, it wasn't dark at all. On the contrary, it was quite beautiful. As soon as he dug through, Long Zhuan felt a dense spiritual energy rush towards him, invigorating him. The concentration of spiritual energy here was far, far greater than outside, causing him to show a look of astonishment. Where exactly is this place? How can there be such a high concentration of spiritual energy? Long Zhuan was startled and immediately looked at the location where the progress had appeared. Soon, his mouth gaped open, revealing a shocked expression. What appeared in his vision was a circular spring that was constantly gushing water. The area wasn't very large, and the water was crystal clear. The surface of the water emitted an astonishingly rich spiritual energy that spread throughout the entire space. Long Zhuan's heart raced, and he hurriedly ran to the spring as fast as he could. He scooped up a mouthful of water and put it in his mouth. Soon, his eyes lit up with excitement. Looking at the constantly gushing spring, his eyes shone, and his breathing became rapid. The water gushing from this spring not only contained a large amount of spiritual energy, but this spiritual energy also diffused into the air. Every bit of water that came out of the spring carried away a large amount of spiritual energy, resulting in an extremely high concentration of spiritual energy in this hidden space, far exceeding that of the outside world. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of something often mentioned in cultivation novels from his previous life: spiritual springs. The concentration of spiritual energy varies from place to place in the world. Some places have a high concentration of spiritual energy, while others have a low concentration. If we're talking about places with the highest concentration of spiritual energy, it's undoubtedly spiritual veins, spiritual mountains, spiritual eyes, and spiritual springs. The concentration of spiritual energy in these places can be 10, 100, or even 1,000 times higher than in other places. Cultivating in these places allows for rapid progress, progressing by leaps and bounds. When choosing a place to settle, a goo cultivation family needs to consider various factors. But if they unexpectedly encounter these places, they don't need to consider any factors anymore. They can simply occupy them without hesitation. The benefits these places bring to the family are enough to allow them to overcome any difficulties. If a family settles at a spiritual spring, the cultivation speed of all goo cultivators in the entire family will be far, far faster than that of goo cultivators outside. Even children born here will generally have higher aptitudes than those outside. It's no exaggeration to say that such a family could become a powerful force in a few hundred years. A single spiritual spring is enough to allow a small clan to grow into a large clan in a very short time. Anyone can imagine the value of a spiritual spring. It can be said that a spiritual spring is something that can definitely trigger war. Once exposed, it will inevitably ignite conflict. Its value is far, far greater than that of a fossil mine. If he could have his 5 clones cultivate here every day, his cultivation level would skyrocket like a rocket. The temptation was simply too great for him. No need to choose any more, this was it. Nowhere was more suitable as a cultivation cave. He immediately decided to make this mountain his new home. Such a sacred cultivation ground, it would be foolish not to seize it. He was already planning to relocate the herb garden from Dashi village here. With a spiritual spring nourishing the herbs, their growth would be much faster. Plus, the high concentration of spiritual energy here would further enhance their growth. Even spirit herbs might survive. The mortal village had low spiritual energy density and too much of a human atmosphere, definitely not a good place for a goo cultivator to settle. Long Zhuan's eyes darted around, and he quickly made his decision. However, before moving, he needed to prepare a protective formation for this place. The spiritual spring was far too important, it couldn't be exposed. While the frost array was good, it wasn't enough to protect this place. Leaving aside the difficulty of blocking spirit C-stage goo cultivators, even those skilled in formations would be unable to defend against it, Dzin could easily break it. The secret of the spirit spring must not be discovered by anyone, otherwise it would surely bring about his death. Therefore, the formation guard in this place must be able to block everyone, including the Goo King. Since setting up a formation does not require a single, continuous effort and can be interrupted at any time, even Goo cultivators with low cultivation levels can set up incredibly powerful formations. It is perfectly normal for a formation set up by a marrow cleansing stage Goo cultivator to be able to block spirit C stage Goo cultivators. A formation that can only block those of the same level is meaningless. Of course, due to the limitations of cultivation level, a formation set up by a marrow cleansing stage Goo cultivator would find it difficult to block the Goo King. However, as long as the element suppressing the formation's core is powerful enough, such as suppressing a spiritual vein or dragon vein, then it is not a pipe dream for the formation to block the Goo King. And Long Zhuan happens to have a spirit spring of the same level as a spiritual vein as the formation's core, so it is not a dream for him to set up a formation that can block the Goo King. Not only him, but under the same conditions, most Goo cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage who were proficient in formations could do the same thing as him. This was perfectly normal in this world, it was just that such a high-level array stabilizing item was very difficult to find. Moreover, Long Zhuan also had a method to shrink the array patterns 100-fold to increase the upper limit of the formation, making his great formation even more ferocious. As long as the array diagram he created was not bad, and he had a spiritual spring as the array eye, he could definitely block a Goo King. Furthermore, he could not only use a spiritual spring as an array stabilizing item, the demonic flower he had just obtained was also quite good. Using it as the array stabilizing item for the illusion array would definitely allow the illusions released by the illusion array to threaten a Goo King. The frost fire divine flame was the strongest man-made fire, its power infinitely close to the legendary heavenly fire. Once used as an array stabilizing item, combined with an even more powerful formation, its power would not be lacking, and it could even threaten a Goo King. Many of his array eyes had the power to threaten a Goo King. Now it was just a matter of seeing how powerful the array diagram he designed would be. Long Zhuan's eyes lit up, revealing an ambitious look. Chapter 104 Self-Created Array Diagram. Originally, his first task after breaking through to the marrow cleansing stage was to deduce the second level of the 10 absolute scriptures, but now it seemed that this would have to be put on hold. He could simply drink the spiritual spring water while cultivating, the cultivation speed wouldn't be slow, and not having a cultivation technique for a short time wouldn't matter. Having made this decision, he immediately filled several large buckets with spiritual spring water, sealed the entrance to prevent the abundant spiritual energy from overflowing, and after a careful inspection, left. His immediate priority was to research the microscopic school's array formation as quickly as possible, completely occupy the location of this spiritual spring, and then move. Nothing was more urgent than this. However, just as he was thinking this, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have something else to do first, something that took precedence over creating his own array formation. But he couldn't remember it for a moment. Long Zhuan frowned and racked his brains. Finally a flash of inspiration struck him, and he realized what he had forgotten. The ancient tomb. He'd completely forgotten about the ancient tomb. He finally remembered. When he left the tomb, fearing his family would discover the rabbit, he'd stuffed it into a breeding bag and hidden it in a secluded corner, planning to return and retrieve it after everyone left. If he had the chance, he intended to pick the demonic flower as well, since he seemed to possess the ability to see through its illusions and might be able to subdue it. But upon returning, he'd been busy with the formula for the spirit-boosting pill, anxiously preparing for his breakthrough, and had completely forgotten about it. That rabbit hadn't eaten or drunk for almost 2 months now. Could it have starved to death? What a sin. What a sin. Thinking of the rabbit, Long Zhuan was frantic, truly afraid it had starved to death, wasting his precious treasure. So, without further delay, he immediately packed his things and set off. Since he wasn't traveling on the Long Clan's top-grade dragon boat this time, arriving within half a day was absolutely impossible. He rode at breakneck speed, traveling at breakneck speed, and it still took him 10 days to reach the ancient tomb. It was already night, the time when the Yaoguang ancient tomb was at its least dangerous. Upon arrival, Long Zhuan was startled by the scene before him. A fierce battle had clearly taken place, the ground was ravaged, trees and grass were scorched, and the bloodstains were still dried, a testament to the carnage and numerous deaths. There were no corpses on the ground, presumably already carried away. Long Zhuan was curious about the outcome of the battle, whether Feng Yu was dead or not. He had been busy with his breakthrough after returning home and hadn't paid attention to this matter, unaware of the battle's result, whether all the spirit-boosting grasses were destroyed in the battle or fell into the hands of some family. He only knew that after the Long clan obtained the 100 or so spirit-boosting grasses from the ancient tomb, the family gained dozens more marrow-cleansing stage experts. The entire family celebrated for 3 days with feasting and drinking. It was quite a spectacle. How could he not know about it? The Long clan's strength surged as a result, with a dramatic increase in the number of experts. Long Zhuan was happy with this situation. He and the Long clan were now in the same boat, sharing both prosperity and ruin. The stronger the Long clan was, the safer he was, and he couldn't be more eager for the family to grow stronger. Perhaps envious of the Long clan's rise in power, some organized another tomb raiding expedition, or perhaps they wanted to trade a large quantity of spirit-boosting herbs with a rabbit, so they entered the tomb again. However, they were destined to be disappointed. The rabbit had already been stuffed into a breeding bag by Long Zhuan, and there were no rabbits left in the herb garden. Moreover, they didn't even have the chance to approach the herb garden, because the dream butterfly goo guarding the herb garden had escaped and its activity range was no longer limited to the herb garden. At this point, the danger level of the ancient tomb increased dramatically. Anyone who entered except Long Zhuan would die. It is estimated that the group that went in suffered a great loss and had to retreat after losing a large number of people. Since the most valuable items in the ancient tomb had already been taken away by the resurrected empress, and there was no possibility of obtaining the spirit-boosting grass again, the tomb was now worthless except for its danger, and had been completely abandoned by the various clans. The entrance to the tomb was no longer guarded by any of the major clans' goo cultivators, meaning anyone could enter to search for treasure at any time. But the others weren't fools. If even the major clans dared not enter, why would the weaker clans' goo cultivators and rogue cultivators dare to go in? Moreover, the tomb was now empty except for its dangers. Anyone going in to raid an empty tomb would be a fool. This was why Long Zhuan hadn't seen a single tomb guard or tomb raider. However, this was also good, making his actions more convenient. The entrance to the tomb that had been blocked by Long Bao had already been reopened, and Long Zhuan didn't hesitate, flying straight in. The ancient tomb was now filled with the incurable dream butterfly goo. Anyone who entered faced a near-death experience. But Long Zhuan was the exception. He could see the location of the dream butterfly goo, and the dream butterfly goo's speed was far inferior to his. The dream butterfly goo here posed no threat to him, so what was a near-death experience for others was like strolling through his own backyard. Once inside, he easily avoided the location of all the dream butterfly goo and found the larvae containing the rabbit. He quickly opened the larvae, pulled out the rabbit, and saw its 4 short legs flailing wildly in the air, gurgling. It seemed alive. He breathed a sigh of relief. He then put it back in, tossed in a handful of carrots, and fed it to prevent it from starving on the way home. The rabbit was alive. He felt relieved. After hanging the larvae on his waist, he let out a heavy sigh and headed towards the sleeping quarters. Reaching the entrance, although he had a way to break the illusion of the demonic flower, out of caution, he didn't personally risk his life. He once again skillfully sent out his clone, Flame, to pick the demonic flower. He was only affected by the illusion from a distance after seeing the demonic flower, while others, lacking farsightedness, were not affected at the distance. Therefore, he could basically conclude that only seeing the demonic flower would trigger the illusion. Not seeing it would prevent it. He then instructed his flame clone to blindfold himself with a black cloth, while he guided his actions using telepathic communication. The plan went unexpectedly smoothly. Following this method, the flame clone indeed escaped the illusion, easily pulling out the demonic flower from the crystal coffin. Overjoyed, Long Zhuan immediately ordered his flame clone to seal the demonic flower in a box. After eliminating the danger posed by the demonic flower, Long Zhuan dared to enter the bedchamber. Seeing the storage bags hanging from the waists of the corpses scattered on the ground, he followed suit, collecting all the storage bags on the ground. With storage bags overflowing, his waist was now swollen with them, making him appear quite bulky. Especially the storage bags left behind by the two Goo Kings who perished together during their first tomb raiding expedition made him beam with joy. He was truly rich. It was obvious what was inside the Goo King's storage bags, incredibly valuable. However, he didn't have time to check the contents of the Goo King's storage bags. After sweeping the entire palace, he finally adopted the style of a young medicine boy and carried away the crystal coffin where the empress resided. He then looked around again to see if there was anything else worth taking, quickly taking the ever-burning lamps and the golden crow statue hanging on the walls. Finally, he also took the complete mural recording the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra before leaving the ancient tomb satisfied. By this time, the palace had been completely ransacked, a scene of utter devastation. After his frenzied looting, apart from the spirit-boosting grass, there was truly nothing of value left in the tomb. He ultimately didn't go back to the herb garden to plunder the spirit-cultivating herbs. They were useless to him now, and handing them over to the family for contribution points wasn't appropriate, since he couldn't explain his ability to see the dream butterfly goo. He spent another 10 days returning to his herb garden in Doshia village. By this time, he had broken through to the marrow cleansing stage and was confident that his star-stepping speed could outrun Spirit C-stage goo cultivators, so he wasn't so afraid of Feng Yu anymore. He could return to the herb garden with peace of mind. Back in the herb garden, he pulled the rabbit, whose little legs were flailing about, from the breeding bag and threw it into his garden. The rabbit leaped into the ground and instantly disappeared. Long Zhuan wasn't worried about it escaping, its ginseng body was still in his hands, and he held its life in his grasp. Where could it run? It could run away as a rabbit, but not as a ginseng body. It couldn't possibly abandon its body entirely. Long Zhuan smiled, then ignored the rabbit and sat back down in the familiar pavilion to begin working on the array diagram project. This was the first time he'd ever created his own array diagram, and it filled him with a sense of novelty and boundless enthusiasm. He was determined to create an unparalleled, deadly array, one that even Emperor Xin couldn't break. The fact that this ice array hadn't been able to withstand Emperor Xin's power made him feel insecure. He took a sip of his iced honey water and began brainstorming ideas about arrays. He had quite a few ideas about arrays, drawing inspiration from countless works from his previous life. Arrays are categorized as trapping arrays, killing arrays, illusion arrays, bewildering arrays, chain arrays, defensive arrays, auxiliary arrays. Due to the limited area of the array base, most arrays are simply killing arrays and illusion arrays, rarely encompassing other functions. Even if they did, there would be a hierarchy, making it impossible to master all types of arrays. Even Long Zhuan's ice array was primarily a defensive array with killing as a secondary function. It had no illusion effect whatsoever. Arrays that could encompass all types of arrays existed, but only with a vast area, a massive array base, and ample space to inscribe array patterns. This already falls into the category of large-scale formations. Grand formations encompassing all types of formations are also known as combined grand formations. Combined grand formations are extremely difficult to deal with. Even formation masters find it hard to break a complex one. However, Long Zhuan can use the Eye of Heaven to draw the formation pattern smaller, enough to inscribe a massive number of patterns, which already represents the rudimentary form of a combined grand formation. If the core of a combined grand formation presses down on treasures like spiritual veins, spiritual mountains, or spiritual springs, then the combined grand formation will be given another name, a fierce formation. Exceptionally powerful fierce formations will even be called peerless fierce formations. If Long Zhuan's conceptual microscopic formation can truly be realized, then his grand formation will become a fierce formation, or even a peerless fierce formation. A peerless fierce formation would be enough to withstand the attack of a Goo King. Chapter 105 The Treacherous Long Zhuan. However, not just anyone can set up a grand array. Don't assume that simply having a lot of arrays constitutes a grand array. There's a much deeper science involved. Different arrays appearing in the same location will conflict, even attacking each other and collapsing instantly. The more arrays combined, the more vulnerabilities will appear. Array patterns can be understood as program code from a previous life. The more code, the more powerful and complex the functionality, but also the more vulnerabilities that will appear due to its complexity. Different arrays combined can achieve a synergistic effect, complementing each other. However, they can also repel and conflict with each other, and the more arrays combined, the more vulnerabilities there will be. Perfectly coordinating various arrays is no easy task. Longzhuan's own power is the 5 elements, so his first thought was to research a 5-element cycle grand array to achieve a synergistic effect where 5 ones plus 1 equals more than 5, named the 5 elements reversal grand array. But how to combine various arrays to achieve this function remained a mystery, even though he couldn't immediately think of a solution. The concept of the 5 elements cycle is not prevalent in this world, so he would probably need to create some of the array diagrams himself to achieve this function. Speaking of creating array diagrams, many ideas immediately flooded Longzhuan's mind. His self-created 5 elements reversal array would include trapping arrays, killing arrays, illusion arrays, bewildering arrays, chain arrays, defensive arrays, auxiliary arrays. This is a complex and massive combination array. Longzhuan's first step was to study the trapping array, which he planned to place on the outermost edge. As the name suggests, the purpose of a trapping array is to trap those who enter it. Once those who enter cannot find a way out, they will be trapped and die inside. It is most suitable for use on the outer edge of the array to avoid accidentally killing friends. Longzhuan had thought a lot about a trapping array. The trapping array is a very interesting type of array. Those who accidentally enter a trapping array are essentially entering a huge maze, making it very difficult to find a way out. The more sophisticated the trapping array, the fewer ways out it leaves, and the fewer ways out a trapping array has, the harder it is to get out. Furthermore, the number of life gates is difficult for the array setter to control, because life gates are the loopholes in the array. Every array has loopholes, which are difficult for the setter to discover themselves and can only be discovered accidentally by those entering the array. Therefore, the number of life gates in a trapping array depends entirely on the setter's skill in array formation. However, there is a premise: every trapping array will have at least one life gate. Even a trapping array set by an array god will have one life gate. At the same time, it can be said that the minimum number of life gates in a trapping array is 1, not 0. Because the setter must leave at least one door for someone to enter the trapping array, this door will naturally become a life gate. A trapping array without doors cannot be entered by others. Therefore, every trapping array will definitely have a life gate. And the primary task of an array master in setting up a trapping array is how to design the life gate and how to hide it to the greatest extent possible. Longzhuan was racking his brains at this moment, thinking about how to design the most hidden life gate, a life gate so hidden that no one could discover it. This was truly a world-class problem. Every array setter had pondered this problem, but so far, no one had been able to design a life-saving gate that was 100% undetectable. Longzhuan's first thought was whether he could set a self-destruct program for the life-saving gates, reducing the number of life-saving gates in the trapping array to 0. But he quickly shook his head, immediately dismissing the idea. Setting a self-destruct program would make the array a one-time use item, which was absolutely unacceptable. He fell into deep thought again, his brow furrowed, racking his brains, killing countless brain cells. After what seemed like an eternity, Longzhuan's eyes suddenly lit up, a flash of inspiration struck him. He had just considered using elements from his previous life to design the trapping array, ensuring that no similar array could be found in this world. An array that couldn't be found in this world meant that no one had ever seen it before, and an unseen array was naturally extremely difficult to break. The most terrifying thing is always the unknown. This applies to everything. Longzhuan's thoughts drifted back to his previous life, and inspiration immediately struck. He suddenly thought of the Rubik's Cube from his past life. The Rubik's Cube has 6 sides and 54 squares. He planned to create a giant 54-square grid using a barrier, and then use illusions to transform these 54 squares into different worlds. These 54 different worlds could be scrambled at will, like the Rubik's Cube, constantly changing positions according to the character's movement. Because of the demonic flower as one of the key elements of the array, these 54 illusory worlds would be extremely realistic. The Rubik's Cube has 6 sides. The first 9 squares are all forest worlds. The second 9 squares are all lava worlds. The third 9 squares are all ice field worlds. The fourth 9 squares are all desert worlds. The fifth 9 squares are all ocean worlds. The sixth 9 squares are all swamp worlds. Longzhuan's imagination ran wild. He planned to hide the gate of life within the restored Rubik's Cube. The scrambled Rubik's Cube would not reveal the gate of life. In other words, the only way out of the Rubik's Cube maze is to merge all 6 worlds of the cube into one face. Unless you can solve the Rubik's Cube and follow its solution, you'll be trapped and die in this maze. Because the core of the maze is a demonic flower, the world created by the Rubik's Cube is indistinguishable from the real world. If you fall into a swamp, you'll suffocate. If you don't get out of the desert for a long time, you'll die of thirst. If you enter the icy world without warm clothes, you'll freeze to death. The only way out of these treacherous worlds is to solve the Rubik's Cube world. However, how can a normal person solve a Rubik's Cube? Unless you're a transmigrator, and one who happens to know how to solve a Rubik's Cube, this trap is essentially unsolvable, and no native can find the way out. Long Zhuan revealed an extremely sinister smile. His own design for the way out was well hidden, wasn't it? He wanted to see who could find it. Anyone who could find such a hidden way out would truly be impressed. His current plan was to create a giant Rubik's Cube centered on the spirit spring. The surface area of the cube would form the outer trapping array, while the core of the cube would be the spirit spring's core area, where all sorts of killing arrays, illusion arrays, defensive arrays, and auxiliary arrays would be concentrated. The immense spiritual power brought by the spirit spring would be trapped within this area, preventing it from escaping to the outer perimeter. All the spiritual herbs in his herb garden that couldn't be exposed would also be concentrated in this area. This area absolutely could not be exposed, and no one could enter it. Its danger level would be 100 times greater than the outer Rubik's Cube array. However, the outer Rubik's Cube array, acting as a buffer zone, would require the creation of 54 enormous worlds, necessitating a vast amount of space. Once the Rubik's Cube array was set up, it would occupy an extremely large area, its coverage area being terrifyingly vast. The wider the coverage area of the array, the more materials would be needed. The two were directly proportional. If you were to actually devise a Rubik's Cube array, the materials required for its setup would be astronomical. Long Zhuan was momentarily at a loss, but to ensure the absolute secrecy of the spirit spring, he decided to proceed anyway. For this spiritual spring, any amount of resources would be worthwhile. He believed that with such an unparalleled trapping array, no one could break through it and see the spring. Long Zhuan held a pen and quickly wrote the outline of the Rubik's Cube array on the paper. First, he needed to clearly state the theme of the Rubik's Cube array. It had only one entrance to survival, and that entrance was restoring the Rubik's Cube world. In this way, his cheat system would automatically check for any flaws. Once he successfully created the array diagram, it would be absolutely flawless, with only one entrance to survival. For others, setting up an array without any flaws was simply impossible. Even the most skilled array master would leave more than one entrance to survival. However, with the power of his cheat system, Long Zhuan could create a completely flawless trapping array with only one entrance to survival, something unimaginable to anyone else. After quickly completing the outline of the trapping formation, Long Zhuan began to conceive of other types of formations, deciding to focus on auxiliary formations. There were simply too many auxiliary formations to list, such as anti-air formations, gravity formations, spirit-gathering formations, and spatial teleportation formations. His first thought was originality. He was afraid of death, and although the 5 elements reversal formation was already quite safe, his first thought was still about escape capabilities, preparing to add another layer of protection for himself. Then his imagination ran wild. He suddenly thought, could he secretly shave off the dragon whiskers of the dragon goo, then use the whiskers as a base to research a formation that could instantly teleport a person to a coordinate location? In this way, if he wanted to go to the market or the Long family, he could simply walk into the teleportation formation and teleport there, saving a lot of time. This was definitely feasible. Since saving time meant he could use that time to cultivate and become stronger. In case he encountered a powerful enemy that even the 5 elements reversal formation couldn't withstand, he could immediately enter the teleportation formation for an emergency escape. This could potentially save his life, so the diagram of the teleportation array had to be researched. It was an essential task. Long Zhuan quickly made his decision and took out another sheet of paper to write the outline of the teleportation array. After completing the outline, he began brainstorming other types of arrays. He didn't know how much time had passed, but after countless sheets of paper appeared on the table, all types of arrays had been designed. He finally began working on the core of the array, which, without a doubt, was the array eye. The array eye was one of the 3 essential elements of an array, and the first thing to address in creating a new array diagram was the array eye. Since it was a 5 elements reversal array, possessing 5 attributes, he needed to design 5 array eyes for this type of array. Having only one array was too dangerous. Once that eye was destroyed, even the strongest array would instantly become paralyzed. Therefore, according to his understanding of arrays, the more arrays an array had, the more stable and safer it was. His self-created 5 elements reversal array should ideally have 5 arrays, each with a different attribute. The spirit spring, being of the water element, naturally needs to be placed in the water element array. This array is of paramount importance, being the most crucial of the 5 arrays, and the highest level of defense must be deployed here. The illusionary abilities of the demon flower are simply too powerful. It would be a real shame not to use it as the array for suppressing illusions. Therefore, it must be one of the 5 arrays, and since the demon flower belongs to the wood element, it will be placed in the wood element array. The frost fire divine flame is arguably the strongest man-made fire, its power terrifying beyond imagination, approaching that of heavenly fire. However, due to limitations in cultivation level, Longzhuan has yet to unleash its full power. Such a terrifying flame naturally needs to be used as an array, and since fire belongs to fire, the frost fire divine flame can only be placed in the fire element array. The metal and earth element arrays haven't been decided yet. Treasures of equal caliber to the previous 3 are not so easy to find, so they can only be studied later. However, even 3 arrays are more than enough, and it doesn't matter if the other 2 element arrays are not found in the short term. Chapter 106. The array diagram is complete. After completing the initial design of the 5 elements reversal array, Longzhuan already had a model in his mind. He quickly began to write based on this model. The above were all his original arrays, far too few in number. True combined arrays typically incorporated thousands upon thousands of arrays, covering a wide range of functions. His self-created arrays fell far short of the standard for combined arrays. Once the arrays reached a microscopic level, they became too simplistic. Therefore, he had to incorporate a large number of existing arrays into his combined array. With thousands upon thousands of arrays, a few original creations would suffice. Creating all of them would be exhausting. His current task was to piece together these thousands upon thousands of arrays. Since he was refining a microscopic array, the number of arrays he needed to assemble far exceeded that of a normal combined array. Of course, the more arrays a combined array had, the stronger it was. This was the advantage of the microscopic school of arrays. However, more arrays also meant more vulnerabilities, requiring immense computational power and considerable time. That cave master was undoubtedly a rare master of formations, leaving behind a powerful legacy and numerous formation diagrams. After learning from his legacy, Longzhuan's formation skills were already quite high, far surpassing his previous mediocre level. With his current skill, and with the help of the error-detecting device, creating a large combination formation with few flaws wouldn't be too difficult. However, priorities were important. Setting up such a large number of combination formations was too time-consuming, and he needed to move in as soon as possible. He didn't have time to wait. Therefore, for now, he would only study the Rubik's Cube formation as his original formation, putting aside less important formations like the teleportation formation. As long as the formation was habitable, that was enough. The remaining time-consuming details could be studied after moving in. Thus, to expedite the process, Longzhuan decided to temporarily postpone many parts, focusing only on the Rubik's Cube formation as his original work. The other tens of thousands of formations were readily available and could be used directly. All he needed to do was piece them together. With the aid of his cheat-like abilities, perfectly piecing these formations together didn't waste much time. Therefore, he completed his 5 elements reversal grand array diagram in just 8 months. The 3 essential elements of the array base, the array, and the array guide, were all successfully completed. Of course, this was only a usable semi-finished product for now. He would need to continuously add more content. The complete 5 elements reversal grand array was far from a 1-year project. As his cultivation level continued to improve, he would need to constantly refine the array. The 5 elements reversal grand array was a massive undertaking, requiring a lifetime of continuous refinement. Because his array patterns were a scaled-down version, the number of arrays he would use in the future could be in the millions or tens of millions, making the upper limit of this 5 elements reversal grand array terrifyingly high. Through repeated experiments in the original world, he confirmed that the microscopic school of arrays was entirely feasible in this world. But only by scaling down the array patterns by about 100 times. Scaling them down to hundreds of millions of times would render them useless. But even scaling them down by 100 times was enough to satisfy Long Zhuan. Let alone shrinking it 100-fold, even shrinking it 10-fold would be enough to crush the mainstream formations of this world. What more could he ask for? His combined formation might not be the most powerful in the world, but because the number of array patterns he inscribed far exceeded that of normal formations, his 5 elements reversal formation, even with its flaws, was still a world-class formation. He wouldn't dare boast of an unparalleled, deadly formation, but Long Zhuan was confident in the level of a deadly formation. His 5 elements reversal formation was definitely at least that level, and it was not something a mere formation practitioner could break. A formation practitioner wanting to break his formation? Sorry, they'd have to find the array patterns first. The 5 elements reversal formation was a massive, interconnected formation, with the 5 elements linked one after another, each affecting the entire formation. Unless someone understood how to break the power of the 5 elements, this deadly formation was unsolvable. If a powerful expert wanted to break the formation by brute force, since the key to the formation was a spiritual spring, that expert would need power capable of shaking heaven and earth, otherwise, it would also be unsolvable. Hidden within this formation, Long Zhuan felt he could finally relax. The only problem that troubled him was the collection of materials. Just thinking about the materials needed for the 5 elements reversal formation gave him a headache. Needless to say, setting up a fierce formation couldn't be cheap. Otherwise, the world would be full of fierce formations, especially the Rubik's Cube formation, which was practically a money-burning machine. Because of the secrecy surrounding the spirit spring, Long Zhuan was extremely meticulous about the materials for this 5 elements reversal formation, using only the best of everything. He didn't intend to cut corners anywhere, and many materials couldn't be directly purchased with spirit stones, making their collection extremely difficult. Therefore, the cost of his 5 elements reversal formation was astronomical. Just thinking about the materials that would fill a book made Long Zhuan's scalp tingle. Especially the main materials needed for the 5 elements reversal formation, which gave him a real headache. The main materials for the 5 elements reversal formation were actually top-grade spirit stones of the 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Those are top-grade spirit stones. You have to understand, finding even one top-grade spirit stone in a small spirit stone mine is already quite good. Top-grade spirit stones contain the purest attribute power, infinitely close to the source, making them priceless. The value of a top-grade spirit stone is on par with 1,000-year-old frost marrow. The difficulty of collecting it is unimaginable. Not only is it difficult to collect, but because of its immense value, collecting it is inevitably accompanied by risk, just like the incident with Master Jin. This kind of danger is unavoidable unless you don't intend to collect it at all. Wanting to collect priceless treasures without any risk is simply impossible. At this moment, Long Zhuan could only think of 2 relatively safe ways to collect it. The first way was to go back to the Long family's mission hall and take advantage of the situation again. In the Long family, anything could be exchanged for as long as you made a contribution. Collecting materials there was incredibly convenient, and he could get it for almost nothing. As for the risks, he was currently a key genius being groomed by his family, highly valued for his 10 absolute physique, and protected beyond measure. He also had the only 3rd-grade alchemy master in the entire clan as his backer, so he felt the possibility of danger was very low. However, nothing is absolute. After all, top-grade spirit stones were useful to Gu cultivators of any level. Therefore, to be on the safe side, he decided that his main body would remain in the 5 elements reversal array and would no longer appear in the Long family. All daily activities within the Long family would be handled by his clone. Since breaking through to the marrow cleansing stage, the Long family's evil dragon Emperor could no longer detect his clone. No matter how much his clone caused trouble within the Long family, if the top-grade spirit stones caused any problems, it would only be the clone that got into trouble. Furthermore, the 5 elements reversal array where he had a spiritual spring as its core, making it difficult even for a Gu King to break. His main body would be 100% safe inside. Even if unexpected variables arose, he could escape using the teleportation array. With these multiple layers of protection, he felt that collecting top-grade spirit stones in this way was entirely feasible. The second, relatively safer way to collect them is to barter with Dizin. She's the wealthiest woman in the entire market, a true little rich woman. Dizin, who frequents the treasuries of various clans, is far wealthier than him. It would be a real shame not to fleece her. He absolutely cannot let her go. Plus, she's an array master, so she must possess a vast amount of array materials. Perhaps she alone could collect most of what's in his thick book of array materials. She might also have top-grade spirit stones, maybe even more than one. He's already traded with her many times and feels unlikely to attack him, so he can confidently show off his treasures in front of her. Most importantly, his 10 absolute physique is unmatched among his peers. After breaking through, he's no longer afraid of goo cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage. Even if Dizin suddenly attacks him, he's confident he has nothing to fear. Therefore, this channel for collecting top-grade spirit stones is also very safe, and he can pursue both simultaneously. However, this Dizin, Emperor Zin, has a particular fondness for high-quality spirit insects. It seems that to win her over, he'll have to scour all the gambling stone shops run by the various clans, another freebie he can get without paying anything. Since the 7 clans spent a fortune to buy the fossil vein from him, they've mobilized enormous manpower and resources to excavate a massive amount of fossils, and each has started its own gambling stone business. But in Longzhuan's eyes, these are all just laborers, working for him for free. They pay him up front, and in return, all the spirit insects they painstakingly excavate end up back in his hands. The fossils they excavate are all for him. He's essentially getting their labor for free. Longzhuan revealed a sinister smile. He could only think of 2 relatively safe ways to collect top-grade spirit stones. However, the ordinary materials needed for the 5 elements reversal array could be collected directly from the market using spirit stones. Don't underestimate the cost of setting up a fierce array. After all, it's a heaven-defying array that can block the Goo King, and the amount of materials alone is enough to fill a book. Longzhuan couldn't estimate how many spirit stones would be needed to successfully set up the 5 elements reversal array. However, once the array was complete, he knew he wouldn't have many spirit stones left, and might even be in debt. He had to find another way to make money. Longzhuan stopped thinking about this headache-inducing matter. After binding all the papers covered in writing on the table into a book, he wrote on the cover, the diagram of the 5 elements reversal array, written by Longzhuan. After placing it in the small box, he took out another blank sheet of paper, preparing to create another low-grade goo formula to continue profiting from the Long family. This time, however, he planned to just use a casual approach and get by. He didn't need to earn 100 million contribution points. He didn't have that obsessive-compulsive disorder. Pursuing the ultimate cost-effectiveness was too taxing on his brain cells, which had just been damaged and needed rest. Top-grade spirit stones were extremely rare. Even the Long family's treasure pavilion only had 2, 1 gold and 1 fire, each worth 30 million contribution points. With over 10 million contribution points remaining, Longzhuan felt that earning 50 million contribution points from this low-grade goo recipe was sufficient. There was no need to strive for perfection. Following his usual method, he planned to use rarely used, uncommon spirit insects to refine goo. After a quick mental search, he set his sights on the bagworm moth. Despite its lack of offensive power, the bagworm moth was a master architect of the insect world, possessing a rich artistic talent. Its hobby was building houses, and the little houses it created were all quite beautiful and aesthetically pleasing. The bagworm moth would collect various materials from nature to use as building materials, constructing houses of different shapes, pyramids, spiral staircases, chimneys. The little houses it built were incredibly diverse, its imagination completely different from humans. The reason he chose the bagworm moth was entirely due to his fondness for this insect. In his previous life, when he was researching insects, he enjoyed placing various materials in front of the bagworm moths, letting them freely unleash their imaginations to build all sorts of bizarre houses, a task he never tired of. Whether the raindrop moths of this world are strong or not is secondary. What he really wants to see is how different the houses they would build if they were refined into goo worms. He wonders if he could have them build larger houses and see if there would be any special effects for people living in them. What if the houses built by the transformed goo worms could double a person's cultivation speed? These are all uncertainties. Longzhuan is very much looking forward to it. Chapter 107 Goo Formation. Longzhuan didn't unleash his imagination to figure out what effects the house built by the propositional goo would have. Propositional goo refining was simply too time-consuming. This time, he planned to use the free-for-all method to refine goo, where the abilities of the resulting goo worms would be completely random. He was no longer fixated on earning 100 million contribution points. He'd be content with getting tens of millions for free. Because he wasn't particularly focused on researching the goo formula this time, he successfully developed it in just 2 days. Using the same 100 materials, he ordered his clone to buy them all from the market and immediately began refining the goo. The propositional goo needed time to mature, and Longzhuan naturally didn't intend to waste that time. During the transition, he planned to work on the 1,000-flower pill formula. The 100-flower pill was ineffective against goo cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage. He could only research an advanced version of the 1,000-flower pill formula based on its principles. Since the 100-flower pill was known as the strongest pill for enhancing the spirit-gathering stage, the upgraded 1,000-flower pill would undoubtedly be the strongest for enhancing the marrow cleansing stage. He needed to drastically increase his cultivation speed by taking pills. Creating his own 1,000-flower pill formula was a must. Combined with the spiritual spring, his cultivation speed would increase many times over. Having the template for the 100-flower pill, the 1,000-flower pill was simply a matter of finding the pattern, so the creation wasn't too difficult. The only problem was the large quantity of materials, which wasted 2 months of his time. Longzhuan wrote Longzhuan's writings on the 1,000-flower pill formula and placed it in the small box. Then he got up, stretched heavily, and finally walked out of the pavilion. His gaze swept over the rabbit in the herb garden. Since arriving, the rabbit had been very excited by the abundance of spiritual herbs and had settled down in the garden, showing no intention of escaping. He gave the rabbit a resounding name, Jade Rabbit Fairy. Before Jade Rabbit Fairy stood a gigantic alchemy furnace, many times taller than itself. Beneath the alchemy furnace burned a divine flame of ice. The Jade Rabbit Fairy was intently refining pills, her expression serious as she focused intently on the flames. Soon, the flames died down, the furnace lid flew off, and several spiritual pills flew out, landing in a pill bottle on the ground. The Jade Rabbit Fairy picked up the bottle and gently sniffed the fragrance emanating from its opening, a look of rapture on her face. Seeing this, Longzhuan was astonished. This rabbit's alchemy skills were quite impressive. Longzhuan was genuinely surprised, giving it a look of astonishment. He hadn't expected this rabbit to possess such excellent alchemy abilities. It was truly beyond his expectations. He then looked at the pill formula on the ground and discovered it was one of his own creations. Well, it couldn't be called a creation. He had simply improved upon many pill formulas from this world, even adding units of measurement like grams and temperatures, units that most people wouldn't understand. He hadn't expected this rabbit to comprehend them, an alchemy prodigy indeed. Longzhuan showed interest in the rabbit. He had initially been considering what kind of pill it could be used to refine, but now he changed his mind. Would refining it into pills be a waste? Such a fine pill refining rabbit shouldn't be wasted. He could make it work for him, refining pills for him every day. Wouldn't that be wonderful? This way, he could save time from refining pills for other things, and he could also exchange the pills the rabbit produced for resources, another way to make money. It was a win-win situation. Such a good worker was hard to find. Longzhuan stroked his chin, a devilish smile spreading across his face, and an idea suddenly formed in his mind. He took out the 1,000-flower pill formula he had just put in the box again, threw it in front of the rabbit, and said kindly, "Jade Rabbit Fairy, I'm giving you a wonderful task. You refine the elixir from this 1,000-flower pill formula, and the resulting elixir will be your tuition for learning this formula." Longzhuan's skill at getting things for free was already unparalleled. He wanted the rabbit to work without paying it. There was probably no more ruthless boss in the world. Seeing a new formula appear before her, the Jade Rabbit Fairy immediately showed interest. After all, this rabbit's hobby was alchemy, so seeing a new formula would naturally pique her interest. However, when she saw that the formula contained a full 1,000 ingredients, her expression immediately fell. 1,000 ingredients. How long would it take to refine this? Seeing the rabbit's surprised expression, Longzhuan smiled slightly. 1,000-flower pill, of course, would require 1,000 kinds of spiritual flowers as ingredients. It was precisely because the recipe for this pill contained so many ingredients, and each refining process consumed a great deal of time, that he was unwilling to refine it himself and planned to delegate this time-consuming task to the rabbit. He was constantly busy with countless affairs of state. Where would he find the time to refine such a lengthy pill formula? Now that he had a working rabbit, he would entrust this arduous task entirely to it. Don't be fooled by the large number of ingredients for the 1,000-flower pill. Having more ingredients has its advantages. Due to the law of conservation of mass, a recipe with more ingredients yields more pills. A single successful refinement of the 1,000-flower pill could produce hundreds of pills, enough to last him a long time. As for the ingredients for the 1,000-flower pill, they were all available in the herb garden. To massively expand the ice bee population, Long Zhuan had been planting flowers like crazy in the herb garden, so it possessed a very complete range of floral and medicinal herbs. It wasn't a coincidence that all the materials needed for the 1,000-flower pill could be found in his herb garden. It was practically inevitable. Therefore, the materials needed for the 1,000-flower pill could be entirely self-sufficient in the herb garden, and the rabbit could simply gather them itself. However, it must learn sustainable development. It absolutely cannot be allowed to repeat the mistakes of the ancient tomb, where only picking was done and no new plants were planted, resulting in all the spiritual herbs in the herb garden being picked clean, leaving only the spirit-boosting grass. Ignoring the still bewildered rabbit, Long Zhuan walked towards the location of the cloaked goo, his eyes filled with anticipation. Speaking of which, the cloaked goo had long since become a goo, but it needed time to build its house, which was why Long Zhuan hadn't yet submitted his research results to the family. Back when the cloaked goo had become a goo, he had placed various materials in front of it: wood, metal, animal hides, all sorts of materials piled up like a mountain. Seeing so many high-quality building materials, this house-loving insect immediately showed excitement, excitedly running over to select building materials. It would pick up a piece of metal, then drop it and pick up a piece of wood, looking at this material for a moment, then at that material, showing a conflicted expression. It was so overwhelmed by the choices that it didn't know which material to choose. It was also because Long Zhuan was so wealthy, his storage bag brimming with all sorts of good things, that the Suogu was momentarily overwhelmed with choices. Long Zhuan watched with great interest, enjoying seeing the Suogu build all sorts of exquisite little houses, and he was also eager to see what shape the Suogu would eventually create. Since this Suogu was created by him using the fate-changing technique, he didn't know its abilities, not even after forming a blood pact with it. Perhaps its secret lay in the little houses it built. So Long Zhuan could only wait patiently. But this Suogu was meticulous in its house building, refusing to cut corners, which made its construction very slow. Long Zhuan finally lost patience and left to work on the 1,000-flower pill recipe. Now that he had completed the 1,000-flower pill recipe, he wondered how the Suogu's house building was progressing after all this time. Long Zhuan's curiosity was piqued, and he prepared to go see its masterpiece immediately. As soon as he arrived, Long Zhuan was stunned by the two exquisite little houses on the ground. He couldn't help but admire the Suogu's artistic talent. It did possess an aesthetic sense, and the houses it built were truly impressive. Its first house was pyramid-shaped, narrow at the bottom and wide at the top, with the apex plunging straight into the ground. It had actually built an inverted pyramid, a truly imaginative creation. The second house it built was more complex, resembling several thick ropes intertwined and tightly knotted. This house was intricately structured, with numerous passageways inside, like a giant maze. Who wouldn't get lost living in such a house? Humans could never build houses of this shape, only insects with their unique thought processes could create such imaginative structures. It was truly fascinating, and Long Zhuan's interest was growing. He saw the Suogu selecting building materials from a pile, preparing to build its third house. It was indeed a diligent and capable construction worker. Was he about to have another laborer? Long Zhuan wondered. However, he was quickly startled. He suddenly remembered that the raincoat moth was indeed a master builder in the insect world, fond of constructing small houses, but it only built one, enough for itself. But after transforming into the raincoat goo, its habits seemed to have changed. It wasn't content with just building one house, it wanted to build a second, a third. Its current habit was no longer just building one house, but building houses all over the world, the more the better. It had become a house-building maniac. There must be a reason for this change in the raincoat goo's interests. Such a personality change wouldn't happen without cause. Long Zhuan wore a thoughtful expression. Could its ability be related to the number of houses it could build? He wondered. To verify his guess, he walked up to the raincoat goo, who was happily selecting building materials, snatched the materials from its hands, picked it up, and carried it to the small house with its tangled ropes, stuffing it inside. However, the raincoat goo only wanted to build a third house and didn't want to sleep, so it ran out of the house again. Long Zhuan caught it and stuffed it back inside. The goo escaped again, only to be pushed back in by Long Zhuan. The two were locked in a stalemate, going back and forth for countless rounds before the goo finally gave in and stopped coming out. However, Long Zhuan suddenly caught a glimpse of the goo emerging from the pyramid-shaped house and diving into the pile of materials to continue selecting building materials. Long Zhuan's pupils constricted instantly, and he stood up abruptly, his expression one of utter shock. He was completely stunned. The goo had actually emerged from the other small houses. He couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of incredible ability was this? He was dumbfounded. Did this mean that the small houses the goo built were all interconnected, allowing it to move freely between them? If two small houses were extremely far apart, wouldn't it mean the goo could instantly appear in another distant region through the small houses? Such an ability was terrifying. A goo with this ability would undoubtedly have top-notch escape skills. If it encounters any danger, it can easily slip into its little house and instantly appear in another distant region. Who could catch it? No wonder it builds so many houses. It's like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. If it has such an ability, then its change of habits makes sense. Chapter 108 In-depth development of the Suo-goo. How could this ability be further developed? What if we could use it to transmit intelligence over long distances by attaching nodes to the Suo-goo? If it could be used for intelligence transmission, could it also be used for escorting goods, delivering messages, and logistics? If the houses it builds are large enough, could humans climb into its small houses and teleport long distances? Could we put enemies into the small houses and teleport them directly to a dangerous place? With Long Zhuan's boundless imagination, he instantly came up with several ideas for developing this ability without much thought. His eyes gleamed with excitement. To test his ideas, he again interfered with the Suo-goo's house-building process, conducting various experiments on its abilities. After 3 days, Long Zhuan roughly grasped the limits of the Suo-goo's abilities. Through his research, he discovered that all the small houses the Suo-goo built were connected to a space called the Void Realm. The Suo-goo could enter the Void Realm and travel to small houses located far apart in the real world. This Void Realm already existed in reality, not created by the Suo-goo. All the Suo-goo share a single virtual realm, where they can encounter each other. This virtual realm is vast, a hazy, gray world. Once a living creature enters this small house built by Suo-goo, it becomes lost within, unlikely to ever escape. Therefore, the idea of goo cultivators using these small houses for long-distance teleportation is currently impractical. However, inanimate objects can be carried by the Suo-goo, enabling them to transport items and messages over long distances. Utilizing this ability, Suo-goo could easily develop escort services, messenger services, logistics services, and even food delivery services, all highly profitable ventures. Furthermore, this ability is excellent for transmitting information and intelligence, making it ideal for intelligence gathering. Compared to the Suo-goo's instantaneous teleportation, methods like pigeon or insect relay are essentially obsolete. Long Zhuan took a deep breath. He knew all too well the value of this ability, and how much wealth his family could amass through it. It could be said that the Suo-goo was worth 100 million contribution points, or even more, but unfortunately, the family's contribution point cap was only 100 million. It wasn't a loss, really. Since the family had offered him free training in their various secret techniques, he figured he was just returning the favor. Besides, a stronger family would only benefit him. It was truly an unexpected windfall. He hadn't wanted to earn 100 million contribution points, otherwise, he'd have to embroider a dragon on his body, which would have been painful, but now he couldn't avoid it. He gave a wry smile. After putting away the goo cloak and its 2 small houses, Long Zhuan finally set off towards the Long family. Having become a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage, his speed using the star-stepping technique was much faster. What used to take half a day at full speed to reach the Long family now took only an hour. As soon as he entered the Long family's residence, Long Zhuan found it bustling with activity, filled with noise. He'd arrived at the perfect time. Today happened to be the day of the Earth God competition. However, the competition was already more than halfway through, nearing its end. He had missed a registration deadline. And it was too late to participate now. Intrigued, Long Zhuan wasn't in a hurry to hand over the goo formula to the family. He immediately headed towards the competition venue to watch the excitement. The competition was held in an open area on the edge of the family's territory. When Long Zhuan arrived, he found that the next match hadn't started yet. So he found Long Killen and went to ask him about the previous matches. Seeing Long Killen's worried expression, Long Zhuan knew that the previous matches hadn't gone well and he probably hadn't won. Otherwise, his mood, which was usually written all over his face, wouldn't be like this. Really? Did I already give you the spiritual soil from the Empress's tomb? That's mid-grade spiritual soil. After your goo master transformed into a spirit goo, you still couldn't win, Long Zhuan asked in surprise as he walked over. Long Killen glanced at him and said helplessly, the clan holds this competition to encourage more people to refine earthworms. How could we allow spirit goo to participate and disrupt the game's balance? Otherwise, if spirit goo could participate, wouldn't those clan elders who have already transformed into extraordinary goo earthworms also be able to participate? Then there would be no chance for us. The competition rules only allow mortal goo earthworms to participate, so I haven't had my earthworm undergo its transformation yet. The strongman cup and the bulldozing contest are over, and the championships were all won by that Long Ziyan. I've been outdone by her again. Long Zhuan looked at him with pity. He hadn't expected that he would be second to none again. He would never be able to get rid of this curse, and he wondered if it would leave him with psychological trauma. He patted Long Killen on the shoulder, comforting him. It's alright, winning and losing are common in war. Isn't there still a tug-of-war competition? You'll definitely win the tug-of-war with the Tomb Raiders. Everyone you know is a male goo cultivator, while everyone she knows is a female goo cultivator. She's invincible in individual strength, but tug-of-war isn't a one-man game. Individual strength doesn't determine the victory of a team event. You'll definitely win this round. Long Killen smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said with a wry smile, you probably don't know yet, but there was an accident during the tug-of-war. The force generated by 10 Tomb Raiders pulling together is simply too immense. The family doesn't have ropes that can withstand the power. Just now, all the ropes snapped. Even chains are useless. The tug-of-war is completely unsustainable now, and the family's higher-ups still haven't reached a conclusion. This competition might be cancelled. How can I possibly have any hope of winning against her? Hearing this, Long Zhuan was stunned. It seemed he had come to see nothing but disappointment. He hadn't even caught a single competition. It's alright, isn't this competition going to be held again next year? We can win it back next year. By the way, I've been in seclusion breaking through to the marrow cleansing stage, so I'm out of touch. How did the various races resolve what happened in the ancient tomb last time? Long Zhuan changed the subject at the right moment, asking the question that concerned him most. He absolutely had to find out the answer to this question. After handing over the SUOGU formula and receiving the 100 million contribution points, he would immediately begin setting up the 5 elements reversal array. If things were chaotic outside right now, with a possibility of war or even an invasion from other races, he absolutely couldn't be running around outside during this period, and the setting up of the 5 elements reversal array would have to be postponed. Long Killen shook his head and said, I'm not too sure either. The intelligence transmission is just too slow. I only know that the families who sent Goo King clones into the ancient tomb, even with conclusive evidence, chose to renege on their debts, refusing to admit, apologize, or compensate, because there are 3 parties violating the rules, and they've united to form a 3-on-3 situation. They have nothing to fear, while my clan only sent in a clone of a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage. Strictly speaking, it's still a violation, so we don't dare to take sides and maintain a neutral stance. Because my clan is neutral, the situation outside is currently 3-on-3. The Miao clan's patriarch has lost his grandson, and he will never let this go easily, so the outside is very chaotic, with constant small-scale conflicts, but my clan is currently a neutral force, so our territory is peaceful, with no battles taking place, allowing us to hold various competitions in peace. Long Killen suddenly revealed a sinister smile. The other 6 clans are constantly clashing and depleting their strength, while my clan can preserve its strength and develop steadily. After this, our clan can further close the gap with the strongest clans, and perhaps even surpass them. Hearing this, Long Zhuan couldn't help but sigh at how cunning the Long clan was. While the various clans outside were almost in chaos, the Long clan was watching from the sidelines, even having the leisure to hold various competitions. And this interclan war was instigated by their own clan. However, this put Long Zhuan at ease. Since the flames of war hadn't reached a Long family's territory, he didn't need to worry about encountering any accidents while setting up the 5 elements reversal array. Since the tug-of-war competition was likely to fail, Long Zhuan lost interest in watching the spectacle. After chatting casually with Long Qilan for a few more minutes, he made an excuse to leave and, while everyone was watching the competition, immediately headed towards the Long clan's mission hall. At this time, the mission hall was practically deserted. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Long Zhuan threw the breeding bag containing the SYNOPSIS and its formula into the box under the long-term mission area, then casually left. Now he only needed to wait patiently. Half a month later, in the council hall, the atmosphere inside was strange. A group of old men were intently watching an insect build a house, all looking on with great interest and fascination. It was unclear what was so fascinating about an insect building a house that captivated them so much, making them forget to eat and sleep. They had been in the council hall for days, watching the insect build its house. The eldest elder was the most engrossed, his eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly, he used his aged hand to take a branch radiating life from his storage bag and smiled as he presented it to the insect. Upon seeing the branch, the insect's eyes lit up with extreme excitement. It quickly snatched the branch, which was brimming with life, and then pondered where to place it in its new home. Everyone was astonished by the scene. Long Wanli exclaimed, "This is a branch from the earth-grade spiritual herb, the ancient tree of life. You actually used it to build a house? Are you out of your mind?" Everyone gasped at his insane act, looking at him in bewilderment. Had he become obsessed with building houses from insects? The second elder sighed, "Are you still not giving up? After countless experiments, we've shown that the house built by the goo insect cannot transport living beings. The idea of using it to replace a teleportation array is difficult to realize. The house building technique is related to the stability of entering the void realm, while the building materials are related to the teleportation distance. No matter how high the grade of the building materials, it's impossible for it to have the ability to carry living beings. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 The Dragon Kirin has gone mad. The elder clansman said calmly, "How could I not understand what you're saying? But how can I give up if I don't try it myself? The most profitable business in this world is controlling a teleportation array, especially an interdomain teleportation array. Just collecting tolls is enough to amass inexhaustible wealth. Building teleportation arrays is extremely difficult. There are very few in the entire world. If our clan can master the technology to replace teleportation arrays, our clan will soar to new heights, and becoming the strongest clan in the world is not impossible." The elder clansman's eyes gleamed with fervor, his expression filled with ambition. The second elder sighed, "Alice, you really dare to dream. The benefits brought by the teleportation array are simply too great. Even if the SYNOPSIS truly has the ability to teleport people over long distances, we still can't hold on to such a vast fortune." The first elder turned to look at him and said earnestly, "How could I not understand such a simple truth? Our clan truly cannot hold on to such a huge business, even if our clan's strength were to expand 100-fold now, but we can share this business with those powerful relatives. Although those relatives haven't been in contact for 800 years, the enormous profits are enough to bring those long-lost relatives back together. At that time, it will be the great revival of our clan." The first elder was extremely excited, appearing fanatical. The elders exchanged glances, and Long Wanli, deep in thought, turned to the only female elder, the fourth elder, and said, "Long Lin, you are the most knowledgeable in the clan. In your opinion, if we continue to study the SYNOPSIS in depth, exploring its different transformation paths, is it possible for it to possess the ability to carry people over long distances?" Long Lin quickly replied, "Through different transformation paths, it's entirely possible for the SYNOPSIS to undergo any change, including evolving the ability to carry living beings. I can only say that the ability to carry people over long distances is possible, but I can't estimate the probability. It might be 1%, or it might be 1/10,000th. It might be successful in a year, or it might not be successful even in 100 years. The third elder nodded, saying, "As long as it's possible, no matter how low the probability, it's enough for our clan to dedicate all its resources to in-depth research." The fifth elder also nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly, "That's right. Once we discover the ability to teleport living beings over long distances, the benefits will be enormous. It's absolutely worth the gamble, even if it means mobilizing all the clan's resources for research." The sixth elder laughed, Leaving aside whether the straw goo can be developed to carry people on teleportation, even its current ability is enough to warrant widespread adoption throughout the clan. It's no exaggeration to say that although the straw goo doesn't have much combat ability, its value far surpasses that of the Tomb Raiders, making it far more worthy of cultivation. Once every goo cultivator in our clan possesses a straw goo, just the delivery and escort services alone will bring in a huge income for our clan. The income generated by the straw goo for our clan will far exceed that of the fossil mine. Therefore, I suggest we promote the straw goo throughout the clan as quickly as possible. Let's use the old method. Hold a competition with amazing rewards to stimulate the clan members' enthusiasm for refining straw goo. This competition will be called the house building contest. There are two types of competitions. The first type will be based on whose straw goo builds the most beautiful house. This is for those who are poor, since they don't have many expensive building materials. The second type of competition will incorporate the practicality of the house into the standards, requiring a large investment in expensive building materials. Only wealthy goo cultivators can afford to participate. To rapidly increase the number of SUO goo, I suggest increasing the reward system. The champion will receive 20 million contribution points, and the top 50 will all receive contribution rewards. I refuse to believe that such a large reward wouldn't motivate everyone in the clan to refine the SUO goo. Hearing this, all the clan elders nodded in agreement, clearly indicating their approval. Let's do it this way. We messed up the last two Fuzi tug-of-war competition. This time, we must make sure this house building competition is a success, striving to make it the most exciting event of the year. The seventh elder nodded. You've said so much, but don't forget the important matter. We've come here collectively to rate the new unique goo formulas. We need to use the scoring to determine the most appropriate contribution points to award to the creators. I think you've all forgotten about that. The eighth elder chuckled, stroking his beard. What's the point of rating? Give them 100 million contribution points directly. I don't think there will be any controversy, the ninth elder said, glancing at him with a smile. At this moment, all the elders nodded in unison. There was indeed no need to proceed with the scoring. Doing so would be a waste of time. The value of the SUO goo far exceeded 100 million contribution points, let alone 100 million. It was only because the long-term quest was capped at 100 million contribution points that such a powerful goo formula could be offered for 200 million. The wealthy SUO goo would create for the clan was unimaginable. The Long clan's annual income would at least double, perhaps even more, from now on, and this was before they even developed the ability to teleport people. This was an enormous profit, and the contribution to the clan was immense. No reward, however high, would be excessive. The Long clan could use this to soar to new heights. Becoming the #1 clan in the far west was just around the corner. All the elders were flushed with excitement, their faces beaming. The next day, a house building competition with an astonishingly high reward was officially announced at the Long clan. The news spread throughout the clan at an astonishing speed, and everyone was in an uproar, their eyes red with excitement. The champion's reward was a staggering 20 million contribution points, a sum most people couldn't earn even after decades of hard work. Faced with such a massive reward, everyone went crazy, rushing towards the treasure pavilion at breakneck speed to replace their old, unique goo formula. Long Killen, in particular, was the most eager, the first to rush into the treasure pavilion and grab the SUO goo formula immediately. He was forgetful of his past mistakes, still harboring ambitions to defeat Long Zion and even dreaming of the champion's throne. Truly a case of the more setbacks, the more determined he became. The SUO goo formula spread like wildfire to every member of the Long clan that day. Everyone who received the new formula showed great interest in this house-building insect. Soon, house building became a craze within the Long family, and watching the insect build houses became a favorite pastime for all Long clan goo cultivators. Everyone contributed their rare and precious materials to the insect as building materials, witnessing it construct one unique little house after another, their faces beaming with excitement. Just like the addiction to watching insects build houses, many people have gone mad, even offering extremely precious materials to insects as building materials, like the Great Elder did. It's utterly insane. At this moment, in a courtyard, "You're insane. This is outrageous," came Long Zhuan's exclamation. What appeared before his eyes was a small house built entirely of high-grade spirit stones. The house was crafted entirely from high-grade spirit stones of various colors, reflecting a kaleidoscope of light under the sunlight. It was incredibly beautiful. This exquisite little house was already more than half built, and Asuogu was excitedly using high-grade spirit stones of various attributes to fill in the gaps. Clearly, it was very satisfied with such excellent building materials, even wearing a smile on its face. Long Zhuan was stunned. Had Long Qilin gone mad? Daring to use high-grade spirit stones as building materials for Asuogu. High-grade spirit stones were incredibly rare, even he didn't have many. Long Qilin dared to use them so extravagantly to build a house for Asuogu. It was utterly insane. This tiny house, barely any big, must have cost tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, maybe even hundreds of millions. Long Zhuan felt a chill run down his spine. He'd gone mad. They'd all gone insane. Long Qilin's eyes were bloodshot, as if he hadn't slept for several nights, probably from watching the Suogu build its house with such fervor that he'd stayed up all night. He licked his lips excitedly, his expression crazed. A house built entirely of high-grade spirit stones. Let's see who can compete with me in this house building contest. I want to see what that Long Ziyan has to offer me. My creation is guaranteed to win first place. Long Zhuan quickly took a few steps back, distancing himself from this madman. He was no longer normal. Looking at Long Qilin's somewhat delusional state, Long Zhuan sighed. Could a small house made of high-grade spirit stones really win first place? As far as he knew, his senior sister had also gone mad. She had excitedly found a pile of century-old ice marrow from who knows where, and used it to build a house for the Suogu, resulting in an astonishingly expensive ice house. She was utterly insane. Even the most precious high-grade spirit stones couldn't possibly be more valuable than century-old ice marrow, could they? Long Zhuan silently mourned for him. In just these past few days, he had discovered that many people had gone mad. Under his heavenly eye, he saw people building houses with fourth-tier spirit cores, with earth-grade spirit tree branches, and even with Zhuan iron essence. They were all insane, each one of them was out of control. Compared to them, Long Qilin's high-grade spirit stone hut was nothing. Wasn't it? He was still dreaming of taking first place. Even getting into the top 3 would be a struggle. He should stick to the poor man's path. There was no chance in the high-end game. This family had just too many lunatics. Long Zhuan dared not tell him the cruel reality and finally stepped towards an ancient pavilion in the courtyard. This pavilion was the residence of the family head, Long Wanli, which was why he could see the crazed Long Qilin here. He had been summoned by the family head today, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, his long-delayed contribution points should have been collected. Long Zhuan was somewhat excited and immediately came over. Knock knock. Long Zhuan knocked on the door, and a dignified voice immediately came from inside. Come in. That idiot is indeed insane, ignore him. It seemed the family had overheard their conversation in the courtyard. Long Zhuan took a deep breath and boldly pushed open the door and went inside. Chapter 110 The Patriarch's Conversation. Long Wanli looked at Long Zhuan as he entered, a look of appreciation on his face. He smiled and said, "Sit down, this is home, no need to be so formal." Long Zhuan sat down opposite him casually and first asked with concern, "Patriarch, should we do something about Long Qilin? He'll go bankrupt if he keeps going like this." Don't worry about him. Winning the championship is definitely out of the question, but building an expensive house might not be a loss. The better the building materials of the house built by the Suogu, the farther the teleportation distance. His high-grade spirit stone huts will make a fortune in the future. Long Wanli laughed. Long Zhuan understood. It seemed the family had accepted his proposal and was preparing to start a mail delivery and escort business. To start these businesses, they needed a lot of high-quality houses. Don't think that the Suogu is just a low-grade goo worm with a very high cost-performance ratio and cheap construction. Only the Suogu itself is cheap. The houses it builds are not cheap at all, and may even be more expensive than those built by top-grade goo worms. No wonder so many lunatics have appeared in the family recently. Long Zhuan had found the reason. So, the better the house is built, the more money it could make. At this moment, a crazy thought arose in his mind. Why not cut down the dragon fruit tree and use it to build houses for the goo worms? He'd be content with that. Long Wanli looked at Long Zhuan and sighed. You've already reached the marrow cleansing stage, haven't you? Breaking through to the marrow cleansing stage with a 10 absolute physique is truly no easy feat. Once your physique breaks through to the marrow cleansing stage, at least half of the marrow cleansing goo cultivators in our clan won't be a match for you. Our clan has gained another minor expert, Long Wanli smiled with satisfaction and then said, "The goo worms you've researched are quite good, worth at least 100 million contribution points. Here's a contribution token worth 100 million, keep it safe." Long Wanli placed the contribution token on the table and slowly pushed it towards Long Zhuan. Long Zhuan calmly put away the contribution token. At present, 100 million was just a small goal for him. This number no longer excited him. "Now that you've broken through to the marrow cleansing stage, the family should reward you with a cave dwelling. Unfortunately, there have been too many geniuses breaking through to the marrow cleansing stage recently, and all the good cave dwellings have been taken. You'll just have to make do for now. You can move in when a good cave dwelling becomes available. Don't worry, the family will definitely reserve one for you first." Long Wanli smiled and spread a huge map on the table, slowly unfolding it. He added, "The places marked with an X are all occupied. You can only choose from the ones on the edge." Long Zhuan nodded. He had already chosen his cave dwelling. Except for the mountain with the spiritual spring, he had no interest in the other mountains. Without hesitation, he decisively drew a large X on the largest mountain on the map. Seeing Long Zhuan make his choice so quickly, Long Wanli's expression faltered slightly. After seeing his choice, he frowned. Although he had just said to choose a location on the edge, this location was far too far out. That location was purely for show. If the paper weren't so large and it looked empty without something drawn on it, that piece of land wouldn't even be included on the map. Almost no one in the family would choose that location, partly because the spiritual energy was too thin, and partly because it was far too far from the family's territory, almost outside the Long family's borders. Even at the fastest speed of a marrow cleansing stage cultivator, it would probably take several days to travel there and back. If this place were attacked by demonic cultivators, the family wouldn't have time to send reinforcements. Long Zhuan was now the family's most promising gu, a key protected individual, and he genuinely didn't want Long Zhuan to choose such a dangerous location. "You didn't choose that place just because it's the biggest, did you? That's completely unnecessary. Your array can't possibly cover that much area. Even if it's large, it's not yours to defend," Long Zhuan said. "Choosing a distant peak makes little difference. I'd rather choose the largest one so I can plant more spiritual herbs." "Patriarch, please don't try to persuade me, my mind is made up." Long Wanli didn't try to dissuade him further. After putting away the map on the table, he said, "Taking care of such a large herb garden will probably take up a lot of your cultivation time. Should the family assign you some menial laborers, the secret of the spiritual spring was of great importance." Long Zhuan dared not bring anyone else up the mountain. Besides, his clones were more than enough for the hard work, so he quickly refused, "Not for now. No one has ever lived there before. I'll need to spend a lot of time rearranging the array. Even if I had some menial laborers during this time, it would be just for show. I can choose more when I really need manpower." Long Wanli nodded. Long Zhuan's explanation was reasonable, and he finally had no doubts. The two then discussed the formula for the Suogu. Long Wanli had summoned Long Zhuan today purely to learn from him. The one who tied the knot must untie it. Since the family wanted to research how the Suogu carried people, they naturally needed to consult the creator of the formula first. Long Zhuan readily shared his knowledge. His self-created formulas were no longer based on guesswork. He had accumulated rich experience and knowledge. It was no exaggeration to say that in terms of experience in creating self-created formulas, no one in the entire Far West could compare to him. He possessed a wealth of practical knowledge in the study of gu insects, and Long Wanli benefited greatly from his explanation, secretly labeling Long Zhuan a prodigy skilled in creating his own gu formulas. The two talked for an unknown amount of time, until nightfall, when Long Zhuan finally emerged from the pavilion. Seeing Long Qilin still staring wide-eyed at the Suogu building its house, he shook his head helplessly. This child was hopeless. Long Zhuan ultimately didn't disturb him and left as quickly as possible. He was completely obsessed. Was watching the moths build houses really that addictive? How utterly pointless. Long Zhuan thought to himself, utterly forgetting that in his past life, when he was researching moths, he was even more obsessed with watching them build houses than Long Qilin. After leaving the patriarch's residence, Long Zhuan headed straight for the treasure pavilion. To avoid any unforeseen complications and the possibility of someone swapping the top-grade gold and fire spirit stones, he decided to exchange them that very day. Not only top-grade spirit stones, but the precious materials needed to set up the 5 elements reversal array were far too numerous. Since he had enough contribution points, he decided to collect the remaining materials as well. However, this meant that nearly half of the treasure pavilion would be empty. Don't underestimate the immense wealth 100 million contribution points represent to the Long family. This was a difficult situation for him. Meanwhile, Long Xuan's main body, after spending half a month sweeping through the market, finally headed straight for Dizin's residence. That's right, the Long Xuan currently loading the Long family's treasure pavilion was naturally his avatar, Yan. Even the family hadn't noticed anything amiss. After all, emptying the Long family's treasure pavilion was far too high profile. He decided to leave it to his avatar and never appear in the Long family again. For the past half-month, his main body had been frantically buying materials to refine the 5 elements reversal array in the market, browsing stalls, attending auctions and trade fairs, spending money like water. His mountain of spirit stones was visibly shrinking. Yet, even after half a month, he hadn't found a single top-grade spirit stone. The entire market was completely devoid of top-grade spirit stones. Even the Jin Clan Merchant Guild couldn't find a single one, highlighting their extreme rarity. At this point, Long Xuan could only place his hopes on Dizin, and to that end, he frantically searched through the gambling stone shops of various families. Remembering his first transaction with Dizin, during which she was very interested in spirit pills that could enhance spiritual power, he had his rabbit and clone refine a large quantity of spirit pills before confidently heading towards Dizin's residence. It's worth mentioning that his clone had copied everything about him, including his 5 elements, so all his clones could refine pills and use the Frost Fire Divine Flame, controlling flames even without fire spiritual power. Having copied the original's pill refining experience, each clone had a very high success rate. Therefore, Long Xuan was a veritable pill-producing giant. As soon as he arrived at Dizin's residence, Dizin proactively came out to greet him. "Are you really not afraid of death? You dare to run into my formation? Or are you so arrogant that you don't even take my formation seriously?" Dizin said bluntly as soon as they met. "This is my affirmation of your character. I believe you would never do anything to kill and steal treasure. Let's go inside and talk." Long Xuan didn't treat himself as an outsider at all, walking straight inside as if the ominous formation didn't exist. After finding a table and chairs, he sat down directly. Dizin was stunned when she saw the powerful aura of the marrow cleansing stage emanating from him. She hadn't expected him to break through as well. With the formidable combat power of the 10 absolute bodies, it was no wonder he wasn't afraid of her. She slowly walked over and sat down opposite Long Xuan. However, when she saw Long Xuan's thieving eyes darting around her herb garden, she immediately frowned. Was this guy going to wreak havoc on her herb garden again? Last time, he had completely plundered it. And it took a long time to repair it. Dizin felt like she was facing a formidable enemy. "Speak. What do you want this time?" "I don't do business for less than 1 billion, Dizin asked directly. Long Xuan reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Dizin had actually restocked again. He saw many rare spiritual herbs that made his mouth water, and he couldn't resist wanting to possess them. These spiritual herbs were so rare that they were almost extinct. They were simply not available on the market. "Then I'll get straight to the point. I want top-grade spirit stones." "Do you have any?" Long Xuan asked, looking into her eyes. Dizin was now his last hope. If even she didn't have top-grade spirit stones, then his task of setting up the 5 elements reversal array would be indefinitely suspended, and the 5 elements reversal array would not be completed in the short term. Without the protection of this fierce array, he had no sense of security guarding the spiritual spring. This matter absolutely could not be delayed. Long Xuan looked at her expectantly. After taking a sip of tea, Dizin said, "I have a top-grade earth attribute spirit stone and a top-grade water attribute spirit stone. Which one do you want?" Hearing this, Long Xuan's eyes lit up. As expected of a wealthy woman, she possessed 2 top-grade spirit stones that were unavailable throughout the entire market. Dizin hadn't disappointed him. "I want them both," Long Xuan said impatiently. At the same time, he placed a book in front of Dizin and asked again, "How much of the materials in this book can you provide?" Although he had been frantically searching the market for the past 2 weeks, spending almost all his spirit stones, he still hadn't collected a considerable amount of materials. He could trade some with contribution points at the Long Clan's treasure pavilion, but he could only obtain the rest from Dizin. Chapter 111 The Wise Emperor Xin. Dizin took the book and casually flipped through a few pages, but soon her expression turned serious, and she read it more and more intently. Although there were no array diagrams or patterns inside, with her expertise in array formations, just looking at the types of materials required was enough for her to tell that the array was no ordinary formation. In fact, she didn't even need to look at the book. An array that could be set up with top-grade spirit stones couldn't be simple, and she already had a guess in her mind. After a long while, when Dizin saw the last page of materials, her expression changed drastically, and she stared wide-eyed at Long Zhuan, revealing a rare look of disbelief. This last page actually recorded the various rare spiritual herbs that had been newly planted in her herb garden. When did this little thief write that down? His hands were too fast. Setting up an array required a bunch of spiritual herbs as materials? Was he trying to fool someone? Dizin took a deep breath, her chest heaving as she suppressed the urge to break down. She slowly put down the book, looked up at Long Zhuan, and said meaningfully, "Your formation is quite extraordinary, it's at least a dangerous one. The terrifying nature of this formation is unparalleled in my life. It easily ranks among the top 3 formations I know. Give me the diagram of this formation, and I'll buy you 2 top-grade spirit stones plus 1/3 of the materials in this book." Long Zhuan, of course, could agree to her request. If he really gave her the diagram of the 5 elements reversal formation, wouldn't she be able to enter his 5 elements reversal formation at will? Absolutely not. Long Zhuan looked at her with some surprise and said, "This only shows the materials, and not even all of them. How can you tell that this formation is not simple? And you dare to pay such a high price to exchange for it? Aren't you afraid of losing money? Let me tell you the truth, this formation is very weak." Dizin's lips curled up, with an expression that said, "Please don't insult my professional level. Your formation requires the most precious materials of the 5 elements. The effect after the formation is completed should be that it has 5 array eyes and can circulate the 5 elements. It would be strange if this kind of formation was simple. A barrier made by the circulation of the 5 elements can be endless and can repair itself. It is basically very difficult for people to break, and your formation actually requires setting up so many barriers. You are not so afraid of death that you want to set up 99 barriers in your own home, are you? That's a bit exaggerated. Doing so is very energy-consuming. You are not planning to use it to defend against the Gu King, are you?" Dizin looked at him with a strange look, his eyes flashing. Long Zhuan was utterly astonished by Dizin's mastery of formations. He realized he had greatly underestimated her. This woman was a true formation prodigy, no, a formation monster. Nothing in the realm of formations could escape her notice. "To be honest," he said, "I can't possibly hand over the formation diagram to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel safe in front of someone like you, a formation expert. If you're very interested in the diagram of a deadly formation," Long Zhuan continued, "I have another one. I guarantee its power is no less than mine, perhaps even surpassing it. It will absolutely meet your requirements." He placed a book with an unwritten cover on the table, a confident smile on his face. This peerless deadly formation was naturally the tomb-protecting formation in the Empress's tomb. That formation was absolutely top tier, especially considering it utilized advanced solar energy technology. Under the eye of heaven, this formation held no secrets for him. To learn the solar energy technology of this formation, he ordered his clone to memorize the diagram. It's no exaggeration to say that this formation is on par with his own 5 elements reversal formation. His 5 elements reversal formation excels in its ability to shrink the array patterns 100-fold. But due to limitations in his cultivation level and knowledge of formations, many aspects are still quite rough. Without microscopic technology, his 5 elements reversal formation doesn't actually have an advantage over the world's top formations. Only the Rubik's Cube formation has some merit. Dizin curiously picked up the book on the table, casually flipping through a few pages. There's an unwritten rule in the knowledge inheritance of trading. You can only randomly look at a few pages, not the whole thing. So, after just a few casual glances, she tactfully put the book down. A smile played on her lips as she said, "The formation from the Empress's tomb? This formation is indeed formidable. I never expected her to place the protective formation diagram inside the tomb. I wonder what she was thinking. I am indeed very interested in the diagram of this formidable formation. I'm willing to trade it for a top-grade spirit stone." Hearing this, Long Zhuan's smile froze on his face. He hurriedly said, "Are you so sure that a top-grade spirit stone is equivalent to the formation diagram from the Empress's tomb? Do you even know how powerful that formation is?" That formation utilizes extremely advanced solar energy technology. I dare say there are very few people in the world who understand this technology. You just wanted to exchange 2 top-grade spirit stones and half the materials in the book for my 5 elements reversal formation diagram. The power of this diagram is definitely no less than the 5 elements reversal formation. How can you treat me unfairly? Dizin smiled and shook her head, looking at Long Zhuan with a slight smile. The problem is, I already have more than half of the formation diagram for this formation, without my guidance. Do you really think those useless fools could break this ominous formation? Without my guidance, each race would only suffer continuous losses in this ancient tomb, without bringing out a single treasure. Otherwise, how do you think I suddenly broke through to the marrow cleansing stage? Without the abundant spirit-boosting grass in the tomb, could my aptitude have broken through? When I was breaking through this ominous formation, I had already figured out most of the principles, except for the solar energy part, which I still couldn't crack. That's why each race could only enter the tomb at night. Since I already know the general outline of this formation, its value will naturally be greatly reduced. If you want to trade the formation diagram with me, then I can only give you a top-grade spirit stone. Hearing this, Long Zhuan didn't say anything more. He placed a breeding bag in a storage bag on the table and said, I learned it from you. After I understood the formation breaking technique, I also frantically visited the treasure vaults of each race. Knowing that you like high-quality spirit insects and spirit pills, I picked out those things and exchanged them for the remaining materials. Dizin opened the insect breeding bag and storage bag, glanced inside casually, roughly estimated the quantity, and then closed them. He chuckled, these things of yours are nowhere near as valuable as my top-grade spirit stones. They can barely be exchanged for the materials in that book. Although Long Zhuan frequently raided the Jin family's jade gambling shops and the gambling shops of the 7 major clans, and had countless high-quality spirit insects in his insect breeding bag, exchanging them for even a third of the materials and top-grade spirit stones in the book would indeed be significantly less valuable. Long Zhuan was already mentally prepared and said directly, just tell me what you want, I'll take it. Dizin suddenly revealed a strange smile, leaned forward, and looked at Long Zhuan with a playful smile, saying, bring out the tree you stole from the cave and I'll exchange it. I won't exchange it for anything else, no matter what you bring out. Hearing this, Long Zhuan was startled, but his expression was blank as he looked at her in confusion, saying, tree? What tree? I don't understand what you're saying, you're talking strangely. Dizin laughed playfully, pretend. Keep pretending, only a few of us knew about that cave. After we left, I returned to the cave not long after, and in such a short time, the treasure of the cave was stolen. The one who went out was clearly an avatar. No one else had the time to commit the crime but you. Who else could it be but you? Dizin looked at him through gritted teeth, saying, you're so cunning. You stole the treasure of the cave, but you're making me take the blame. Now everyone thinks I stole the treasure of the cave. That old Taoist Li is always nagging me. He brings it up every time I go to the trade fair. I'm speechless. You're the only one in all these years who's managed to cheat me, Dizin. Dizin glared at him fiercely. Long Zhuan rubbed his nose, knowing that even if he denied it to the death, Dizin wouldn't believe him. After all, he was the only one with the opportunity to commit the crime, so it was unlikely he could deny it. So he could only helplessly say, you know, that kind of tree can't be transplanted. I was selfish at the time, fantasizing that it would be successful if transplanted to my own herb garden, but it still died in the end. Since he couldn't deny it, Long Zhuan could only think of another way and say that the tree was dead. This explanation was reasonable, and Dizin would believe it without a doubt. Dizin nodded and said, of course I know you couldn't have successfully transplanted that tree, but you must have picked all the fruit from it. You couldn't have eaten all the fruit by yourself, and given your personality, you wouldn't dare sell such things, so you must have some left. You don't need to tell me how much you have, I won't believe you. 2 fruits for 1 top-grade spirit stone, no bargaining. Just tell me if you're willing to trade. If you insist you don't have any, then this top-grade spirit stone is out of your reach. Seeing her expression, Long Zhuan knew that if he didn't take out the dragon fruit today, he definitely wouldn't get the top-grade spirit stone. Helpless, he could only place the 2 jade boxes on the table and said with a wry smile, whether you believe it or not, I really only have these 2 left. He didn't really feel bad about giving away the dragon fruit. He had already developed a resistance to it, and it was useless to him now. Even if he kept it, it would slowly rot. Perhaps disposing of the nearly rotten dragon fruit today was a good choice. Upon seeing the 2 jade boxes, Dizin finally showed joy. Opening them, she saw 2 fruits inside that looked like they were burning with fire, and her delight deepened. To prevent excessive medicinal power from evaporating, she quickly closed the boxes. 2 top-grade spirit stones, keep them safe. I'll go prepare the rest of the materials from that book now. Dizin stood up, tossed the 2 glowing stones to Long Zhuan, then gathered everything on the table and turned to walk towards her small house. Soon after, Dizin emerged from her house, tossing a pile of storage bags at Long Zhuan. The bags were almost overflowing the table. At the same time, a giant beetle emerged from Dizin's herb garden, placing several storage bags on the table. Dizin subconsciously glanced at her herb garden and discovered that her paradise had been boiled again, looking like it had been chewed by a dog. Her mood instantly soured. Take your things and get out of here. Don't let me see you again. Chapter 112, Deducing the second level of the cultivation technique. After leaving Dizin's residence, Long Zhuan returned laden with spoils. Following this transaction, he had almost collected all the materials needed to set up the 5 elements reversal array, with only less than 100 types remaining. However, he had finally collected all the most difficult to obtain top-grade spirit stones. The Long Clan's treasure vault contained 2 fire metal attribute stones, and he had just obtained 2 water earth attribute stones from Dizin. This last top-grade wood spirit stone was found unexpectedly in the storage bags of the 2 Gu Kings, a coincidence, to say the least. Shortly after, the special ring hanging around his neck vibrated twice, and he immediately took out a communication talisman to check. This talisman was a message from his Yan clone to the Long Clan. Long Zhuan had just sent him the remaining materials via the talisman, instructing him to post them in the Long Clan's mission hall and issue a bounty. Because he was anxious to set up the 5 elements reversal array and wanted to collect all the materials as quickly as possible, he had his Yan clone offer a higher contribution reward, even using the completely unused spirit-boosting grass as a bounty reward. He refused to believe that the spirit-boosting grass couldn't tempt them. Unexpectedly, his communication talisman, sent to his clone, received a reply almost immediately. Long Zhuan quickly took out the talisman and read the message. It essentially said that because the rewards were so generous, everyone was scrambling to accept his missions, and all the missions were taken very quickly. Many people, while lacking the materials, knew where to find them, whether through barter or by collecting them in the wild, so he didn't care. However, since the missions were already taken, collecting the materials was only a matter of time. He just needed to wait patiently. Seeing the message on the talisman, Long Zhuan smiled with satisfaction. With that, the 5 elements reversal array could now begin. He handed all the collected materials to his clone and then returned to his herb garden. That's right, he didn't plan to go back to the Long family. He would leave all the array setting tasks to his clone, his main body not participating. Setting up such a formidable and deadly array would require an immense amount of time. His main body was busy with countless important matters and couldn't possibly do such physical labor. He had to delegate it all to his clone. Undoubtedly, the clone had replicated everything about him. Since it could refine pills, it could naturally set up arrays, and was quite adept at it. Under the power of the frost fire divine flame, any metal would be melted by them. There was no need to worry about their abilities being insufficient. After returning to his herb garden, Long Zhuan sat back in his familiar pavilion, took out paper and pen, and finally prepared to begin deduce the second level of the 10 absolute scriptures. This was also the main reason he hadn't participated in setting up the array. He was simply too busy. After advancing to the marrow cleansing stage, the original first level of the 10 absolute scriptures was no longer useful. He had to deduce the second level, suitable for the marrow cleansing stage, as quickly as possible. This matter couldn't be delayed. The cultivation technique was crucial to his cultivation speed, and the faster it proceeded, the better. After deducing the 10 absolute scriptures, he still needed to deduce the second level of the Purgatory true demon art, otherwise his body refinement progress would stagnate. He was going to be very busy and would need to go into seclusion for a long time. By the time he finished his seclusion, the 5 elements reversal array would probably have been successfully set up by his 5 clones. Then he could move his herb garden and move all the spiritual herbs into the spiritual springs range. With the 5 elements reversal array as protection, he could truly rest easy. Long Zhuan smiled and began to write the first character on the white paper. Time flew by, and half a year passed in a flash. Long Zhuan sat cross-legged on the ground, making various complex hand gestures. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. Fire power. Condense for me. With a roar, the fire spiritual power within his body instantly boiled. Fire power is a mutated spiritual power formed by the fusion of wood and fire attributes. Water nourishes wood, and wood gives rise to fire. When the three attributes of water, wood, and fire merge, they generate a fire attribute even more terrifying than flame. Long Zhuan named this fire attribute Yan, or the power of Yan, or the spiritual power of Yan. He already understood the principle, but putting it into practice was fraught with difficulties, encountering all sorts of problems. The issue of the attribute fusion ratio alone caused him a long-term headache. Finally, through his tireless efforts and repeated trials in the original realm, he successfully researched the powerful spiritual power of Yan. After a period of violent fluctuations in the spiritual power within his body, the spiritual power of Yan began to transform into the spiritual power of Yan, and soon the transformation was complete. Long Zhuan had no time to rejoice. Because the spiritual power of Yan had suddenly transformed into the even stronger spiritual power of Yan, the fire attribute spiritual power within his body was now far stronger than the other attribute spiritual power. This would inevitably lead to an excess of one element, an imbalance of the 5 elements, and the 5 elements would no longer circulate. Therefore, he had to quickly balance the 5 elements, and the simplest way to do this was to balance the power of the other 4 attributes with the spiritual power of Yan. Fortunately, the beginning is always the hardest. Once he researched and developed the fusion of 3 attributes of the flame spiritual power, the research on the other attribute mutated spiritual powers born from the fusion of the 3 attributes became much easier. The research process was exactly the same, and the required proportions of spiritual power were exactly the same, only the attributes differed. Using the template from the flame spiritual power research, Long Zhuan simply changed the attributes, and in just a few months, 4 powerful mutated spiritual powers, forest, water, fiery, and flood, were born in his hands. The forest power was formed by fusing the attributes of metal, water, and wood. The water power was formed by fusing the attributes of earth, metal, and water. The fiery power was formed by fusing the attributes of fire, earth, and metal. The flood power was formed by fusing the attributes of wood, fire, and earth. With the 5 mutated spiritual powers, fiery, forest, water, flame, and flood, formed, the quality of Long Zhuan's spiritual power would rise to another level, resulting in a dramatic change in his combat power, doubling his attack power. He was already invincible among those of the same level. Now that his combat power had doubled, he could completely crush those of the same level. Long Zhuan opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, clenched his fists, and felt the increased power. His eyes gleamed with ecstatic joy. Even though he hadn't advanced, he now felt as if he had his power unprecedented. He couldn't resist the urge to go out and test his strength. But he stopped himself. His current power wasn't enough. He hadn't successfully deduced the 2nd level of his Purgatory true demon art, and his body refinement wasn't perfect. He decided to strike while the iron was hot and work his way up to the 2nd level of the Purgatory true demon art. He quickly went to the pavilion, took out paper and pen, and without resting, began deducing the 2nd level of the Purgatory true demon art. When he was still in the spirit gathering stage, deducing the 2nd level of 2 different techniques was incredibly difficult. He was constantly stuck and couldn't proceed. Unexpectedly, after advancing to the marrow cleansing stage, he gained insights into that realm, and deducing techniques for that level became effortless. Following the pattern described earlier, he could almost complete the process in one go, without encountering any difficulties or experiencing writer's block for months. Then, 6 months later, 2 phantom images, a golden crow and a divine dragon, suddenly appeared in the sky. These 2 divine beast phantoms materialized out of thin air, radiating an incomparably terrifying aura. The phantoms were enormous, though inanimate. Their eyes were majestic and sharp, making them seem alive. Long Zhuan could feel the boundless pressure emanating from the 2 divine beasts beneath them, leaving him deeply shaken. Is this a Dharma image? Its power is terrifying. It's truly unimaginable that a mere body refining technique could produce such a terrifying phenomenon. Gazing at the 2 Dharma images in the sky, Long Zhuan was both surprised and delighted, muttering to himself with immense excitement. These 2 Dharma images were incredibly powerful. Although they were merely phantoms and couldn't be used for attack, they could still transfer a portion of the divine beast's power onto him. Although the power wasn't immense, it was the power of a divine beast. Even a tiny fraction of that power would be terrifying for a human. Humans are physically weak, and that meager divine beast power would drastically increase their fighting strength. Moreover, Long Zhuan's Dharma form was different from ordinary people. While others had only one, he possessed two. With the power of two Dharma forms simultaneously superimposed on his body, he was now incredibly strong, his physical strength so great that even he felt a tremor in his heart. And this was only with two Dharma forms. Keep in mind that his self-created Purgatory true demon art allowed him to gain an additional Dharma form with each level of cultivation. As his realm continued to rise, when he fought, a multitude of Dharma forms would appear behind him. What a terrifying sight that would be. Leaving aside the sheer power, the mere sight of it would be enough to terrify any enemy, weakening their morale considerably. And what immense power would the combined strength of all his Dharma forms possess? Long Zhuan dared not imagine any further, it was simply too terrifying. He was terrified by the cultivation technique he had created. Was this really a technique that a human could create? It was absolutely frightening. He couldn't fathom whether a body-refining technique more heaven-defying than this existed in this world. Even if his Purgatory true demon art wasn't the world's #1 body-refining technique, it would probably still be among the top 10. Long Zhuan's heart pounded. After sensing the power of the second level of the Purgatory true demon art, he finally withdrew his two Dharma forms. The second level of the body-refining technique had been successfully deduced, sufficient for his cultivation during the marrow cleansing stage. However, while the technique was created, someone still needed to refine it. The first level of the Purgatory true demon art involved swimming in lava, while the second level involved swimming in icy rivers. Swimming wasn't strictly necessary, but it required cultivation in an extremely cold environment. Long Zhuan frowned slightly. Such an environment wouldn't be easy to find. The Great Snow Mountain was naturally cold, but not cold enough. The Frost Fire Divine Flame has already recognized me as its master, and fire doesn't harm its master. Both I and my clone have developed extremely high resistance to the Frost Fire Divine Flame, so cultivating with it might not be very effective. However, I can't find a suitable extremely cold environment right now, so I'll have to make do with the Frost Fire Divine Flame for now. I need to arrange for my clone to swim in the icy river as soon as possible. Chapter 113 Dragon Fierce Refining Goo. Just as Long Zhuan was about to hand over the second level of the Purgatory true demon art to his clone for cultivation, he suddenly sensed something and used his star-stepping technique to run down the mountain. The half-finished 5 elements reversal array had been successfully set up by his clone over the course of a year, and he had moved in several months ago. However, there were too many things in the herb garden, so the move would take some time. He had just noticed someone had accidentally entered the outer magic cube array and didn't know who it was, so he decided to go check it out immediately. Soon after, Long Zhuan dragged the listless Long Lai away from the magic cube array, put him on the ground, and looked at him helplessly. Long Lai was panting heavily, looking utterly shaken, his eyes filled with terror. What kind of array was that? I was in a lava environment 1 minute, an iceberg environment the next, and then an ocean environment the next. I was exhausted from swimming in the sea and almost drowned, Long Lai gasped, his mind on the verge of collapse. He had almost been driven mad by that maze. Different worlds kept switching between each other, and no matter which way he went, he would end up in a world he had already been to before. Each world seemed to appear randomly in different locations, without any pattern. Even if he left marks on each path, the path would be rearranged and pieced back together every so often, leaving him completely lost. He could only wander around like a headless fly, and he was almost driven insane by this bizarre formation. It wasn't just mental torture, but also physical torture. Each world was incredibly realistic, and each one was more cruel than the last, with extremely harsh environments, making survival extremely difficult. One moment it was unbearably hot, the next unbearably cold. He could truly feel that this was not just a simple illusion. If he jumped into the lava, he would really die. Trapped in this enormous maze, he wouldn't even survive until he starved to death. He would soon be tortured to death by the various cruel environments. He had just been driven to the brink of collapse and hadn't recovered yet. This is a hastily cobbled together array that startled you. Why didn't you let me know you were coming? If I hadn't been home, and you had wandered into this trap and couldn't get out, no one would have been there to save you. Long Zhuan gave him a disgruntled look. He was also glad that he had successfully deduced the second level of the Purgatory true demon art and emerged from seclusion. Otherwise, Long Lai might have been trapped for much longer, possibly even dying from it. This is a formation you just cobbled together. Long Lai's eyes widened, staring at him in utter shock. Do you know how much land area so many worlds would require? This array covers an enormous area. The number of array bases needed is unimaginable. Where did you get so many materials? Even if the entire clan gathered all its resources, it would be impossible to set up an array covering such a vast area. You couldn't possibly have so many resources. How did you do it? Of course, Long Zhuan wouldn't tell him that he could draw small array patterns, using one piece of material as 100 pieces, which was why he could set up such a large array with such a small cost. This was revolutionary technology, something he absolutely couldn't reveal, not even to his closest confidants. So he could only spout nonsense. It's nothing, I just discovered an extremely cheap material, which I call cement. Cement mixed with spirit stone powder can create array bases with enormous areas. The larger the array base, the more array patterns can be inscribed, and the more array patterns, the larger the array's range naturally becomes. So don't be fooled by the vast area my array covers. The cost is actually quite low. Array bases made of cement are extremely flimsy, utterly unacceptable, garbage technology, not worth mentioning. Of course, Long Zhuan was lying to him. Using cement mixed with spirit stone powder from his previous life could indeed create array bases. It was a sudden flash of inspiration. But he quickly abandoned the idea. Cement couldn't replace his heavenly eye, because cement was far too brittle. Its hardness didn't even rank in the top 10,000 in this world. If cement is used as the base of the array will be extremely fragile and can be broken by brute force. Therefore, although cement technology can be used to inscribe a vast number of array patterns and achieve the same effect as a Rubik's Cube array, the base is far too weak. It is impossible to defend against a Goo King, and it might not even be able to defend against a Spirit C-stage Goo cultivator. Using cement to build a mountain-protecting array would be suicidal. Therefore, cement technology is simply not worthwhile in this world. It belongs to the evil path and has no value for development. It is also useless as building material for the SUO goo. The material grade is too low. Insects are willing to use goo cultivators, so they would never use it. Goo cultivators use spirit wood as building material, and the best spirit wood is far superior to cement and much harder. Ordinary people cannot even cut it with an axe. But cement is not entirely useless. The 5 elements reversal array was right next to the Long family's residence. Everyone could see it and recognize its extraordinary nature. Therefore, if anyone asked, he planned to use cement as an excuse, making them think the array was only superficially impressive and ultimately just a paper tiger, not worth paying attention to. Long Zhuan didn't want Long Lai to continue this topic, so before he could ask, he immediately changed the subject, asking, "What brings you here? Just say what you need." Remembering his business, Long Lai suddenly sighed, "Don't mention it. Bad luck. I tried to refine the wine goo 30 times, and failed every single time. So I came here to trade some more spicy wine with you. I'm really unwilling to give up so easily." Hearing this, Long Zhuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. 30 attempts at refining the wine goo, and all of them failed. How unlucky was he? Was his ancestral grave's feng shui bad? Why was his face so dark? You failed all 30 attempts at refining the goo? Are you kidding me? Are you sure you didn't drink the wine yourself and then blame it on the wine bug? Long Zhuan looked at him with suspicion, expressing deep doubt. Hearing this, Long Lai was so angry that he puffed up his beard. "You brat. How dare you talk about me like that? Do you think I'm that kind of person? It's true I love to drink, but I've never neglected my duties. How dare you look at me like that?" Long Zhuan's words broke his defenses. He swore that he had only drunk 3 jars. All right. I misunderstood you. I'll give you 20 more sets of materials. Collect everything on these. Long Zhuan threw a piece of paper at Long Lai. After so much research, he had figured out a transformation path for the dragon goo. This transformation path was very regular. The dragon's horns resembled a deer's, its head a camel's, its eyes a rabbit's, its neck a snake's, its belly a clam's, its scales a fish's, its claws an eagle's, its paws a tiger's, and its ears a cow's. The dragon goo's first molting requires 9 kinds of second-tier beast king materials from these 9 spirit beasts. The dragon goo's second molting requires 9 kinds of third-tier beast king materials from these 9 spirit beasts. The dragon goo's third molting requires 9 kinds of 4th-tier beast king materials from these 9 spirit beasts. And so on. The dragon goo needs these 9 materials for each molting. The 10,000 mountains have just experienced a beast tide, and 2nd-tier spirit beasts were not particularly rare. Long Lai, a goo cultivator at the spirit sea stage, should be able to collect these 9 materials. Long Zhuan was too lazy to run errands to collect these materials. Since Long Lai had come to trade spirit wine, he simply handed over the task of collecting these materials to him. Long Lai took the slip of paper, looked at the materials on it, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. 9 kinds of Beast King materials were required at once. Those things were not cheap. To be honest, in his opinion, these 9 kinds of Beast King materials were more valuable, and he had lost a little money in this transaction. But thinking that his overnight wealth was all thanks to Long Zhuan, he didn't plan to care too much. Alright. Leave it all to me. I participated in the beast tide and know where all 9 materials are. As long as I pay a certain price, collecting them all won't be difficult. However, you need to pay half the deposit first. My wine worms urgently need spirit wine and can't wait much longer, Long Lai said after putting away the note. Long Zhuan nodded, took out jars of wine from his storage bag and placed them on the ground. Little White drank this stuff to increase its growth rate, so he always kept some in his storage bag. Seeing the wine jars on the ground, Long Lai's eyes lit up. He sniffed the air, swallowed hard, and resisted the urge to drink 3 more jars. He took a huge wine vat from his worm-breeding bag and placed it on the ground. Long Zhuan looked into the vat and saw a small red snake curled up at the bottom. There was only a little wine left in the vat, and it would probably drink it all soon. Once the wine worms drank all the wine in the vat, the wine supply would stop, but if they hadn't turned into wine goo, then all their efforts would be in vain. The method for refining a wine goo is different from the conventional method. Under normal circumstances, once other top-grade spirit insects fail to be refined into goo, they are completely ruined, and at most they can be refined 3 more times. But refining a wine goo is different. The process is a completely different system. Because the wine worm can drink continuously, as long as there is still wine in the jar, you can keep refilling it until it becomes a goo worm. So as long as there is enough wine, the wine worm will eventually become a goo. This is why Long Lai still came to him even though he had failed to refine a goo 30 times. At this moment, the wine in the jar was completely empty. Long Lai didn't dare to delay and hurriedly picked up a jar of wine, opened the lid, and poured all the wine into the jar. After 1 jar of wine was emptied, a 2nd jar, a 3rd jar. Buddha bless. Buddha bless. I am willing to shrink my dragon pride by 1 inch in exchange for becoming a goo once. Long Lai clasped his hands together, looking devout, and bowed to the sky in prayer. Long Zhuan was stunned. Good heavens, this is too ruthless. He actually used Long Ao as a sacrifice to the heavens, causing him to shrink inward by 1 inch. Wouldn't he just disappear? Long Zhuan turned to look at him, bewildered. Is this how you usually refine goo? Long Zhuan asked. This is my own self-created friend sacrifice technique. It never fails. As long as you use a close friend as a sacrifice, the success rate will definitely increase by several times. If one fails, use a second. Sacrifice all your friends, and you're bound to succeed at least once. Long Lai revealed a sinister smile. Long Zhuan shuddered. Anyone who was Long Lai's friend was truly unlucky. He wondered what they would think if they knew that Long Lai used them as sacrifices every time he refined goo. Of course, he didn't believe in this so-called friend sacrifice technique. Otherwise, Long Lai would have succeeded in refining the wine goo long ago, instead of failing 30 times. The reason he was able to succeed before was probably because he had too many friends. Sacrificing 50 friends should have resulted in at least 1 success. He subconsciously used his cheat ability to check the wine jar. Well, no progress was shown. Long Lai's face was as dark as ever. This kind of metaphysics was completely unreliable. Chapter 114 Goo Formation. Long Zhuan ignored Long Lai and returned to the mountain top. He sat in a newly built pavilion, skillfully took out paper and pen, and resumed his work on the goo formula. What he needed to research now was the silkworm goo he had already envisioned. If the silkworm silk produced by this goo was in energy form, it could be made into soul armor that could defend against physical attacks, soul attacks, mental attacks, sonic attacks. In short, it could defend against everything, and when integrated into the body's surface, it could provide complete protection. The soul armor he conceived was ridiculously exaggerated, like a wild fantasy, something only possible in dreams. It was truly a case of giving him a pen and writing whatever he wanted. But anything is possible. How could you know that such a soul armor didn't exist in this world if you didn't try it yourself? Longzhuan began to create his own formula, first writing his description of the soul armor on the goo formula, defining the goo worm's abilities, and then writing down the first ingredient, a 10,000-year-old ice silkworm. Seeing the progress appear on the goo formula, his smile widened. Indeed, any ability could exist in this world. There was nothing that didn't exist, only things you couldn't imagine. It all depended on the size of your imagination. This was the first goo worm he had refined after advancing to the marrow cleansing stage of goo cultivation, and he was incredibly enthusiastic and energetic. He wanted to create the soul armor he had envisioned as quickly as possible. With the water bear goo and the soul armor providing double defense, he would truly be invincible. A year passed in the blink of an eye. He had already worked on the goo formula to 50% completion, half the project was finished. This kind of self-created, problem-solving approach was incredibly time-consuming, requiring a huge amount of time for exhaustive research. Even though his knowledge of goo cultivation was now quite extensive, and he was no longer the novice he was when he first transmigrated, he still couldn't shorten the time considerably. He couldn't help but stand up and stretch his aching muscles, preparing to rest before continuing his work. Suddenly noticing that Longlai hadn't left the outer area, he paused for a moment and immediately walked in that direction. "Why haven't you left yet? Want to spend the new year here?" Longzhuan asked immediately upon seeing Longlai. Longlai glanced at him, then looked back at the wine vat. "How would I know when it'll emerge? What if it becomes a goo and escapes while I'm not around? I have to stay here and watch over it." "Everyone who refines goo has to stay here and watch over it, don't you?" Longlai turned to him again, asking in surprise. "How could I? I have to stay here and watch over it the whole time. How could I dare to run around?" Longzhuan naturally denied it outright, quickly shaking his head. His eyes could see the progress, and he could accurately calculate when it would become a goo. He really didn't need to waste time watching over it, and he dared not go anywhere. "What I mean is, why don't you take the vat home and watch over it?" "I don't provide food here," Longzhuan asked. Longlai shook his head and said, "There's no need. What if I run out of wine when I get back? I'll have to go through all that trouble again, and then I might accidentally fall into one of your evil formations. It's better to stay here and just ask for more wine when I run out, saving me the trouble of running back and forth." "My decision was right. I really don't have enough wine. I only have one last portion left, and I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you again." Hearing this, Longzhuan's lips twitched involuntarily. He was going to run out of wine again. Just how dark was his face? He had given him 20 portions of materials at once, a full 20 chances to refine goo, and yet all of them had failed. His tried and true method of sacrificing friends didn't seem to work. Seeing that Longlai had poured the last portion of spirit wine into the vat, Longzhuan couldn't help but say, "Your friend's sacrifice technique isn't working either. Does it stop working if you sacrifice too many friends? Why don't you sacrifice one yourself and try it? I used up all my good luck winning 7 top-grade rare goo last time. Now, sacrificing anyone won't help." Longlai slowly closed the vat lid, took a few steps back, and casually said, "Heaven help me, I, Longlai, am willing to exchange my lifelong celibacy for a chance to become a goo." So ruthless, Longzhuan was startled by his wish and subconsciously used his cheat ability to look into the vat. Seeing that progress had appeared, his lips twitched involuntarily. Could it be such a coincidence? Could heaven really exchange his lifelong celibacy for a chance to become a goo? His wish came true? Longzhuan looked at him with pity, shook his head helplessly, and finally left. This Longlai should just pray for good fortune. After relaxing for a moment, he returned to the pavilion and continued working on the goo formula. There were no secrets in the outer area, and he wasn't worried about Longlai wandering around. He let Longlai stay as he pleased. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. The number displayed on the goo formula was now 70%, and the completion of the goo formula was imminent. Longzhuan nodded in satisfaction, put down his pen, and, seemingly remembering something, suddenly ran towards Longlai's location. He could see the goo refining progress. He didn't know when Longlai would become a goo, but he knew that, according to his calculations, the wine goo would become a goo today. He was also curious about what abilities a wine goo refined with a single type of spicy wine would unlock, so he decided to go and see immediately. As soon as he arrived, he heard Long Lai's maniacal laughter. It seemed he was a step too late. The wine goo had already been formed before he arrived. But it wasn't too late. Long Lai's laughter suggested he had only recently become a goo himself. Finally a goo? I told you so, didn't I? Sacrificing a friend is useless. You have to sacrifice yourself. See, after listening to my advice, you became a goo immediately, didn't you? Long Zhuan walked to his side and said teasingly. Upon hearing this, Long Lai's smile froze on his face. He finally realized that he had previously wished to remain single for life in exchange for a single successful goo worm creation. He had only said it casually, but unexpectedly, after all his previous failures, it happened by chance the moment he said it. Was this some kind of joke? He looked fearfully towards the sky. Could it really have come true? He had only been joking. Long Zhuan patted his shoulders sympathetically and laughed. All right. Let's see the goo worm's abilities first. You said you used a top-grade wine worm to refine the goo. So it must be a top-grade goo worm. I wonder how heaven-defying its abilities will be. Long Zhuan looked at the small red snake coiled on his arm, his face showing anticipation. This snake was red, entirely red, with fierce and menacing features. It was clear that it had a very volatile temper and would ignite at the slightest provocation. It wasn't cute at all, far inferior to his little white. Speaking of the abilities of this top-grade goo worm, Long Lai smiled again, no longer dwelling on what had just happened. He quickly ran away, found an open space, and began experimenting with the abilities of the top-grade wine goo. Long Zhuan watched with interest and followed. Soon, under Long Lai's control, a sea of fire spewed from the small snake's mouth. This was no ordinary sea of fire. Long Zhuan discovered that this little red snake could breathe fire and wine simultaneously. It's known that fire ignites upon contact with wine and burns continuously. Fire becomes more powerful with wine, and the combination of fire and wine could indeed inflict considerable damage. The attack range created by the mixture of fire and wine was extremely wide, and soon the entire open space was engulfed in flames. The scorching heat baked the two of them, and the raging fire burned fiercely and relentlessly in front of them. At this moment, Long Lai was completely ecstatic, laughing wildly and dancing excitedly in front of the sea of fire, as if he had taken the wrong medicine. Only Long Zhuan frowned slightly, showing disappointment. This is all the ability of a top-grade goo worm? Isn't this just his fiery palm? It's just a little wine added. This ability is practically ordinary, far inferior to Xiao Bei's abilities, and they're hardly even in the same league as the same type of goo worm. Hey! What's with that expression? You really think fire breathing is weak? You're so ignorant. This isn't some common fireball, it's a forbidden move. Don't you see how wide its attack range was? This is an extremely rare, area of effect clearing attack. If I had this ability during the beast tide, I could have wiped out entire hordes of beasts. What would I be afraid of then? Even if a horde of several thousand came, I could have wiped them all out in one move. That's an incredibly powerful ability. And you're complaining about it? You know, most people don't have powerful moves. With this one, I won't have to fear any human wave tactics anymore. I'm extremely satisfied with this ability. This goo worm can definitely become my main force. It's the strongest goo worm I have. With this goo worm, my combat power will increase several times over, enough to make me invincible in the Long family. From now on, I'm someone with a top-grade goo worm. Ha ha ha! Long Lai couldn't help but kiss the wine worm twice, his eyes brimming with excitement, clearly very satisfied with this ability. Seeing his excited expression, Long Zhuan felt somewhat helpless. Well, to each their own. What seemed weak to him was a divine skill in someone else's eyes. Was it a matter of perspective, or was his goo worm simply too powerful to be judged by ordinary standards? Perhaps even among top-grade goo worms, there was a world of difference. Their combat power was completely different. This wine is my own creation, never before seen in this world. The goo refined with this wine must also be a new species, appearing for the first time in this world, since it's a new goo species. It naturally needs a name. Will you name it, or will I? Long Zhuan asked again. Long Lai glanced at him and said, of course I'll name the goo worm I refine. How could I let you get away with it for nothing? My name is Long Lai, so let's call it Lai Goo, Fierce Goo. That way, when this Lai Goo establishes its fearsome reputation in the goo world, anyone who mentions its name will think of me, Long lie. I'll be remembered in history, ha ha ha. Long Lai burst into another maniacal laugh. Long Zhuan looked at the lagu again. The lagu was refined using the strongest liquor in the world, and its temperament was clearly fierce. It could even breathe fire. Long Lai named it lagu after himself, a surprisingly fitting name, quite a coincidence. Chapter 115 The Tomb Raider's Mobile Array. After his outburst, Long Lai left, laughing maniacally. With him gone, Xiaoqiang Peak finally fell silent. Since Elder Long's peak was called Hongyao Peak, he could only adopt the name Xiaoqiang Peak for this one. The outer perimeter of this peak was indeed very poor, barren and desolate. To outsiders, it truly was Xiaoqiang Peak. Returning to the highest point of Xiaoqiang Peak, Long Zhuan, feeling the chill of the height, sat in the pavilion and continued working on his Gu formula. His life had always been simple and unpretentious, monotonous, but he found joy in it. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On a stormy night, Long Zhuan wrote Long Zhuan author on a piece of paper. He had finally completed the Gu formula he named Xianmeng Longkan. The progress displayed on the formula was 100%. Seeing this number filled him with uncontrollable excitement. It was truly no easy feat. He had toiled for an unknown amount of time, and the number of ingredients for this Gu formula was a staggering 7,000. It was terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that a significant portion of the ingredients were duplicates, he might have continued working on it for even longer. But after countless days and nights of relentless effort, he finally completed this lengthy Gu formula, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. As a newly born Gu species, he, as its creator, had the right to name it, so he named it Heavenly Dream Dragon Silkworm. There were two reasons for the name Heavenly Dream Dragon Silkworm. Firstly, the Gu formula was inspired by the Dragon Silkworm Gu, and it borrowed a great deal from the Dragon Silkworm Gu formula, including similar refining methods, hence the addition of the character dragon. Secondly, because such an extravagant idea could only be conceived in a daydream, and could only be realized in a dream, he added the character dream. Thus, this new Gu species was named Heavenly Dream Dragon Silkworm. As for just how powerful the Heavenly Dream Dragon Silkworm was, he didn't know since he hadn't started refining the Gu yet. However, this was a Gu formula he had created on a specific premise. The abilities the Gu worm would possess weren't already fixed in the formula, so the abilities the Heavenly Dream Dragon Silkworm would have after becoming a Gu would definitely be the exaggerated abilities he had written in the formula. The Heavenly Dream Dragon Silkworm's abilities weren't already known, the only question was their strength. Long Zhuan was now impatient to refine the Heavenly Dream Dragon Silkworm. He was extremely anxious, and even waiting one more day was agonizing. Now, all he needed to do was collect the materials. A Gu formula containing a full 7,000 materials would naturally be incredibly expensive once gathered, and normally, collecting them all would be extremely difficult. But Long Zhuan was no ordinary person. He didn't have to worry about the materials needed for the Heavenly Dream Dragon Silkworm. Speaking of which, it's worth mentioning that anyone who wasn't blind could see that the magic cube array he had set up was extraordinary. Its enormous size alone was enough to demonstrate its exceptional nature. The flame clone always managed to fool him with the excuse of using cheap cement. Upon hearing about the limitations of using cement as the array base, many showed little interest, concluding that Long Zhuan's Rubik's Cube array was a paper tiger, easily defeated by a direct assault. Therefore, many dismissed such a large-scale array, causing little stir. However, the patriarch, upon learning of this, took it very seriously, immediately offering 100 million contribution points in exchange for his cement technology. Thus, to Long Zhuan's bewildered expression, another dragon appeared on his body. This dragon signified that his invention was enough to benefit a Long clan for generations. Only those with truly immense contributions to the family would be bestowed with a hidden dragon tattoo as a reward, an honor even the Long clan's patriarch had not received. Therefore, Long Zhuan no longer needed to worry about collecting materials for the Heavenly Dream Dragon Silkworm. With such a large contribution, what top-grade Gu worm couldn't he refine? But he remained completely bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend that cement technology could be worth so many contribution points. In his view, cement technology was utterly insignificant in this world. You want to use it to build a house? Sorry, this world has countless spirit woods as building materials, 100 times better than cement. Can you really expect cultivators to live in concrete buildings? You want to use it as a base for an array? Sorry, cement is far too brittle. An array made of cement wouldn't be able to stop a Goo King, let alone a Goo cultivator at the Spirit Sea stage. In his view, anyone who dared to use cement to set up an array was courting death. If a clan dared to use cement to build a mountain-protecting array, it would become a sieve, impossible for anyone to defend against, and even thieves would be laughing all the way to the bank. So Long Zhuan was truly curious. Could cement, which he considered beneath contempt, really have such a great use? Out of curiosity, he immediately ran to the Long family, partly to see how they used cement, and partly to spend his 100 million contribution points. He not only wanted to collect all the materials needed to refine the heavenly dream dragon silkworm in one go, but also to gather other resources that would be useful to him. As soon as he arrived at the Long family and saw how they used cement, Long Zhuan was stunned. He finally admitted that he hadn't thought things through thoroughly enough. What he saw was a group of Dragon Clan Goo cultivators cheerfully constructing armor for the Tomb Raiders using reinforced concrete. The armor was intricately engraved with array patterns, and everyone was working with great enthusiasm, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Good heavens, they were going to make the Tomb Raiders carry an array base, creating a mobile array. Wasn't this exactly the incredibly expensive idea he'd come up with for the Tomb Raiders? He hadn't expected his clan to actually adopt it. At this moment, he finally realized that for a clan, what they needed most was always the most cost-effective thing, not necessarily the most powerful one. Cement was far too cost-effective. Developing the idea of Tomb Raiders carrying arrays while moving was incredibly expensive. Without money, it was impossible to implement, and most people would have to abandon the idea. But now, with cheap materials like cement, the tactic of having Tomb Raiders carry arrays in battle could be used on a large scale. Arrays made of cement were unremarkable and unlikely to stop experts above the Spirit Sea stage, but who told you that setting up an array necessarily meant stopping experts above the Spirit Sea stage? In a large-scale melee, possessing power sufficient to threaten a Goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage is enough. Cement may be useless against him, but that doesn't mean it's useless against others. Originally, Tomb Raiders only possessed brute strength, being mediocre in other aspects. Now, however, each Tomb Raider carries a formation on their back. If it's a killing formation, then that Tomb Raider will have the ability to unleash fire and lightning. Good heavens, a bunch of mobile artillery turrets. How many artillery regiments could this form? Once deployed on the battlefield, they would be a nightmare for any enemy. If the Tomb Raider carries an illusion formation, then that Tomb Raider will also have the ability to cast illusions. Isn't this cheating? It's too cheating. How can those high-grade goo worms compete now? Keep in mind that Tomb Raiders are merely cheap, low-grade goo worms. This is just an increase in individual combat power. What if there were enough Tomb Raiders, collectively carrying an unparalleled, deadly formation and moving around? Just imagining this scene made Long Zhuan shudder. Which freak could invent such terrifying goo worms? This is seriously exceeding the limits. He finally understood why his cement technology was worth 100 million contribution points. It was no exaggeration to say that with the advent of cement technology, the overall combat power of the Long family more than doubled instantly, and the Long clan's strength was rising at a visible rate. Was 100 million contribution points a lot? Not at all, Long Zhuan thought to himself, clicking his tongue in amazement. At this moment, all members of the Long family were making cement armor. Many were designing the armor style, then donning the finished armor onto their earth-hunting laborers. Everyone was working with great enthusiasm. The atmosphere in the entire Long family was completely different now, as if they had entered a state of war, the air filled with a chilling aura. The Long family had tens of thousands of goo cultivators, each with an earth-hunting laborer. Imagine the scene. The Long family simply didn't have enough array masters to care for such a large number of earth-hunting laborers, so they spent spirit stones to hire many array masters to help. Long Zhuan casually glanced at the group of array masters, then suddenly his pupils contracted. He saw a very familiar face. Who else could it be but Dizan? Although this woman was disguised, she couldn't fool his eyes. She had actually infiltrated as well? Long Zhuan was taken aback. He was quite wary of this woman. She was currently stroking a massive Tomb Raider's armor, her eyes sparkling with interest. Was she also interested in cement technology? Long Zhuan's eyes darted around, unsure of her purpose in infiltrating the Long family. But Long Zhuan didn't care about such trivial matters. He only wanted to gather the materials as quickly as possible and run back to refine the heavenly dream dragon silkworm. Nothing was more important than this. After understanding the family's intention in wanting cement technology, Longzhuan satisfied his curiosity. He gave his Yan clone 100 million contribution tokens, ordering him to collect the materials from the Gu formula within the Long family, and then headed towards the market. The treasures in the Long family's treasury were limited. It was impossible for them to possess every type of treasure, or coincidentally, all the materials from the Gu formula. Although the Long family was wealthy, he could only collect most of the materials there. He would need to find the remaining half at the market. The Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce alone could provide him with most of the materials. However, building a powerful array to block the Gu King was incredibly expensive, and he was running low on spirit stones. Besides, not every treasure could be bought with spirit stones. After some thought, he decided to impersonate a mysterious alchemist who had already appeared at the Jin Clan Merchant Guild. He had successfully created this mysterious alchemist persona. The Jin Clan Merchant Guild members now believed he had an extremely powerful master behind him, someone they absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Over the years, that working rabbit had refined mountains of spirit pills for him for free, all of them high grade. Spirit pills were also incredibly valuable, and this should be enough to replace the remaining materials. Therefore, Longzhuan decided to split up with his Yan clone. The Yan clone would use his massive contribution to empty the treasure pavilion, while he himself would head to the Jin Clan Merchant Guild to collect the remaining materials. If he couldn't collect all the remaining materials at the Jin Clan Merchant Guild, he would have to stay in the market for a few more days. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Working Rabbit. Unbeknownst to Longzhuan, shortly after he left, two uninvited guests appeared on his small, impoverished peak, a man and a woman, who were examining the array on the mountain with strange looks. A trapping array with such a large coverage area. Interesting. Interesting. Dizin, would you be interested in coming in with me to explore it? The rather handsome man suggested to the woman beside him. Dizin scrutinized the large array before him with a strange gaze, his brows furrowing deeper and his expression growing increasingly grave. After a long pause, she shook her head and said seriously, "No. This formation is quite strange. It's the first time I've ever seen such a bizarre formation. It's unheard of. I can't see through it, and I definitely won't enter a formation that I can't see through." The man beside her chuckled. "You know what? This is the first time you've said something like this. This is the first formation that you can't see through." Dizin shook his head and said, "Believe me, this formation isn't as simple as you think. Before you understand its intricacies, I advise you not to act rashly." The man showed disdain and said contemptuously, "Are you exaggerating? It's just that they used cement as the base to create such a large area. Such a formation is utterly vulnerable. We already know the secret of cement. Besides being used to arm tomb raiders, it's practically useless. Anyone who uses that stuff to create a formation will die. This kind of technology is completely useless. We've come here for nothing. How strong can a formation made of this garbage be? Watch me break it quickly." The man laughed confidently, then flew into the formation. Dizin's expression changed, but she ultimately didn't stop him. Having a scout to probe the formation's secrets was always good. 7 days later, when Dizin saw that the man still hadn't emerged from the formation, her expression finally changed. Oh no, if he hadn't come out in 7 days, he was probably in grave danger. This formation was indeed powerful. Dizin was startled, a look of apprehension appearing in her eyes. She glanced around and finally left. Not long after she left, Longzhuan finally returned, laden with spoils. In 7 days, he had not only collected all the materials for the heavenly dream dragon silkworm Gu formula, but also many other useful treasures, such as the spiritual herbs that hadn't been collected yet in the herb garden, and materials related to the 5 elements reversal formation. The current 5 elements reversal array is incomplete, only a semi-finished product. Furthermore, it's a fixed location 5 elements reversal array. He also wants to refine a portable array plate. This will be another considerable expense, but he's not in a hurry and can take his time. As soon as he entered his array, he saw a corpse lying on the ground, eyes wide open, showing despair, dying with unfinished business. It seemed the person had fallen into a swamp and suffocated, suffering extreme pain before death. Seeing this person, Long Zhuan was momentarily stunned. Who is this? It doesn't seem to be a Gu cultivator from the Long clan. Since it's not a Gu cultivator from the Long clan, it doesn't matter. Trespassing and dying is deserved, no sympathy is warranted. Long Zhuan tore off the special ring on the man's hand, checked its contents, and immediately grinned. Good heavens, this person is actually an array master. It contains a massive amount of array materials, and a considerable portion of them are what he needs. This is incredibly lucrative. Long Zhuan accepted the special ring with a smile, then burned the corpse to ashes before finally heading towards the mountain top. Reaching the summit, in the chilly, high place, Long Zhuan took out a large cauldron and tossed various silkworm-like spirit insects from his breeding bag into it. Besides spirit insects, there were also non-spirit insect materials, such as a certain type of leaf that silkworms love to eat. These leaves could indeed be used as materials for refining silkworm-like goo worms. This time, Long Zhuan's luck was good. As soon as he put all the materials in, progress appeared above the cauldron. Good heavens, it formed a goo worm on the first try. This was the first time he had succeeded on his first attempt in all his goo refining efforts. His luck was truly extraordinary. Long Zhuan smiled, closed the cauldron lid, and left. The formation of top-grade goo worms takes a very long time. He didn't need to wait here. In a good mood, he entered the herb garden. Thanks to the spiritual spring, the spiritual energy concentration in the core area of the formation was greatly increased, and even the air was fresh. The spiritual herbs grew exceptionally well in this environment, maturing at a rapid pace. Countless superior spiritual insects spawned from various high-grade spiritual herbs. His clone collected the better quality insects, but ultimately, none could outrun Brother Chicken, who stole a significant portion. As a result, Brother Chicken became plump and strong. With so many nourishing foods consumed, how could it not undergo some changes? Having eaten so much good stuff, Brother Chicken had long since advanced to a second-tier spiritual beast, growing majestic and imposing, with bright, piercing eyes. Even when Long Zhuan tried to steal its eggs, it wasn't easy. If it weren't for Stepping Star's incredible speed, he might not have been able to outrun this second-tier spiritual beast. Given that its eggs were already second-tier spiritual eggs, which would be even more nutritious when made into tea eggs, Long Zhuan turned a blind eye to its stealing of spiritual insects. Anyway, the herb garden was large enough that even if it worked itself to death, it couldn't finish eating them all. But the ancient spiritual herbs and dragon fruit tree must be protected well. If these treasures become infested with insects, they absolutely cannot be allowed to eat them. The insects that hatch from these herbs are all top-grade spiritual insects. What would happen if it ate them? Especially the dragon fruit tree, which is a low-grade spiritual herb, at an infinity level. If it becomes infested, even a fool could guess that the resulting insects would be extraordinary. It must be carefully protected. It cannot be allowed to be eaten by the fast-talking chicken. Above the vast expanse of spiritual herbs, swarms of ice bees come into view, flitting merrily among the flowers. There are simply too many floral spiritual herbs in the dragon profound herb garden. Even the fruit trees can bloom. The nectar is so plentiful that the bees can't possibly consume it all, so they reproduce wildly, and their numbers have now exceeded 10,000. At this scale, they have already formed a preliminary fighting force and can become his combat allies. Long Zhuan nodded with satisfaction. The more households he had, the more taxes he could collect. Now he had more honey than he could drink, and he began to think about how to use the surplus. Speaking of which, Queen Bee Bing Bing had also undergone a transformation. Like goo worms, spirit insects could only transform with the help of humans. They couldn't transform on their own, probably due to their low intelligence. Goo cultivators would only feed all their resources to goo worms, so why would they invest too many resources in weak spirit insects? Therefore, spirit insects that underwent transformation in this world were extremely rare. Unless there were wealthy individuals willing to use surplus resources to cultivate spirit insects, such people existed but were few and far between. Long Zhuan planned to raise Bing Bing as a pet, so he intended to let her continue to transform. In this way, the quality of the honey would continuously improve, and he would enjoy even more delicious honey. After thinking for a while, Long Zhuan felt that the nectar from the dragon fruit tree might cause her to transform, so he favorably placed Bing Bing in the area where the dragon fruit tree grew. Upon seeing the enormous dragon fruit tree, Bing Bing was overjoyed, its eyes sparkling. It pounced on it like a madman, frantically collecting the nectar. After painstakingly gathering all the nectar, it immediately processed it into honey, then feasted on it, finally letting out a satisfied burp. As expected, Bingbin didn't disappoint. After a nap, it transformed, becoming even stronger. Its stinger evolved a new kind of fire poison, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The royal jelly it produced was even more delicious and its effects even more miraculous. Other ice bees that consumed its royal jelly could undergo a transformation. However, Bingbing was ultimately just one insect and couldn't produce enough royal jelly to meet the needs of the entire colony. It could only select a small group of the strongest ice bees, bestowing royal jelly upon them to form its queen bee guard. Therefore, Longzhuan currently possessed a batch of second-tier spirit honey. And there was just as much honey as he could possibly drink. He couldn't possibly drink honey water every day. He also needed tea and wine, and he already couldn't keep up. After much thought, he decided to brew wine with second-tier spiritual honey. The wine goo, Little White, loved drinking, so it wasn't hard to guess that one of its transformation paths was related to drinking. It might undergo a transformation every time it drank a peerless wine. But it had to be extremely high-quality wine. Ordinary wine would definitely not work. In other words, Little White needed to create its own wine recipe for each transformation. Longzhuan felt this was highly likely, so he immediately decided to create a recipe for a peerless wine. Since he had more honey than he could eat, he'd create a honey wine himself and let Little White help him digest it. With this glutton, no amount of honey wine would be enough for it. Once the honey wine was researched, he might be able to save a considerable amount of money. Longzhuan's eyes lit up. It would take a considerable amount of time for the heavenly dream dragon silkworm to become a goo, a type of goo, so he decided to use that time to research the wine recipe. The day the recipe was completed might be the day the heavenly dream dragon silkworm goo was fully formed. Thinking this, Longzhuan was about to leave the herb garden and return to the pavilion to study the recipe when he suddenly stopped, his gaze falling on something furry. A cute white rabbit was diligently throwing spiritual herbs into a huge alchemy furnace, its eyes filled with seriousness and its expression extremely focused. Longzhuan slowly walked over and stroked its head. Do a good job. He took out a pill recipe and placed it in its hand, smiling. Refine the elixir from this recipe, and consider the result your tuition for learning the recipe. Longzhuan grinned mischievously, rubbed its furry head again, and finally left. This pill recipe was for the spirit-boosting pill. Originally, he intended to seal the spirit-boosting pill recipe away permanently, but the unexpected discovery of the spiritual spring allowed him to cultivate the spirit-boosting grass on a large scale. It would be a real waste not to cultivate this spiritual herb, which had long been extinct in this world, but he wouldn't need it himself. After much deliberation, Longzhuan decided to refine it into spirit-boosting pills and then sell them under the guise of that mysterious alchemist. That mysterious alchemist had created a very successful image for himself, so no one would dare to mess with him. Most importantly, he had run out of spirit stones and desperately needed a way to make money, so he could only let this working rabbit earn money for him. Spirit-boosting pills were more valuable than most second-grade spiritual pills. Refining them would be incredibly profitable, enough to make him a fortune every day. Chapter 117 The Heavenly Dream Dragon Silkworm is complete. Back in the pavilion on the mountain, Longzhuan took a sip of second-tier honey water and officially began researching the honey wine recipe. Having previously researched 4 different spirit wine recipes in one go, he already had experience creating his own recipes. Like creating pill recipes, there were certain patterns to creating wine recipes, so he didn't have to guess on every ingredient. Longzhuan was quite adept at it, and he successfully researched this honey wine recipe in just 4 months. He wrote the words returning spirit wine in large characters on the recipe, and below the title, he wrote, written by Longzhuan, this recipe, with honey as the main ingredient, was successfully researched. Longzhuan stopped writing, a satisfied smile on his face. He named the newly created spirit wine, returning spirit wine, because the honey produced by ice bees has a restorative effect. Wine brewed primarily from ice bee honey naturally also has a restorative effect, even better than the restorative pills on the market, twice as strong. Therefore, this recipe naturally deserved to be named returning spirit wine. Something that can restore spiritual power during battle is extremely important. It's practically a lifesaver. Medicines that can restore spiritual energy are essential in battle. Everyone needs them. Longzhuan was naturally very satisfied with such a practical ability. He was currently considering whether to hang a gourd of wine on his waist, carrying the spirit-restoring wine with him at all times, as an essential item for his monastic journeys. After all, he had plenty of honey, and more spirit-restoring wine than he could possibly finish. Most importantly, the spirit-restoring wine was delicious, sweet, and rich in different flavors depending on the flowers used, so he would never get tired of it. He smiled and handed the recipe to his young clone, ordering him to brew the spirit-restoring wine immediately, distill it, fill a vat, and then throw a little wine in. Whether it could transform was entirely up to its own fate. The dragon goo had already successfully transformed after consuming the things Long Lai had given it. It couldn't fall behind for too long. 2 more months passed in anxious waiting, and on this day, the heavenly dream dragon silkworm finally became a Gu Long Zhuan. Having already calculated the time based on the progress notifications, got up early that day and waited by the cauldron. Soon after, the heavenly dream dragon silkworm broke free of the cauldron. As soon as it flew out, Long Zhuan, with lightning speed, caught it and quickly formed a blood pact with it. The heavenly dream dragon silkworm's main material was refined from a 10,000-year-old ice silkworm, so its appearance was very similar to that of a 10,000-year-old ice silkworm, chubby, entirely ice blue, and exceptionally cute. Long Zhuan instantly fell in love with this adorable little creature, lovingly stroking its chubby body, grinning from ear to ear, and giving it a cute name, Little Dream. Little Dream's abilities are self-evident. It can spit out silk in the form of energy, which can be used to weave the legendary soul armor. Soul armor can defend against not only physical attacks, but also soul attacks, mental attacks, sonic attacks. In short, it can defend against anything. Incredibly powerful, far exceeding its limits. Most importantly, the energy form soul armor has no physical form and can directly fuse with the body's surface, even creating a protective layer for areas like the eyeballs that are otherwise impossible to defend against. Once he donned this soul armor, Long Zhuan would have no weaknesses, every part of his body would be protected. It was simply outrageous. Although Long Zhuan was eager to create the soul armor he had envisioned, he ultimately didn't rush. It wasn't time for the heavenly dream dragon silkworm to spin silk yet. Its stomach was empty, so how much silk could it produce? The silk it spun wasn't created out of thin air. It needed to eat a large amount of spirit leaves to produce various exquisite silks. In short, the better its diet, the higher the quality of its silk. Therefore, Long Zhuan didn't dare to be stingy and generously offered the heavenly dream dragon silkworm a large amount of spirit herb leaves, preparing to let it eat its fill. The heavenly dream dragon silkworm's diet consisted of leaves from various spirit trees. The higher the grade of the spirit tree, the better, as this would ensure the stronger and more resilient the silk it produced. Upon seeing the table full of spirit leaves, the heavenly dream dragon silkworm's small eyes lit up with delight. It quickly pounced into the pile of leaves, biting a semicircular notch into one leaf in a few bites, and then devoured it in a few more. After finishing one leaf, it lunged at another, stuffing it into its mouth. Soon, another leaf was gone. However, despite consuming so many leaves, its small belly didn't bulge. It then greedily eyed the remaining spirit leaves. Then, something astonishing happened. The spirit leaves on the table dwindled at a visible rate, and in a short time, it had eaten half of them. The heavenly dream dragon silkworm's belly seemed like a bottomless pit, never swelling. Despite its small size, it could consume food 100 times its own volume. It was terrifying. Seeing this, Long Zhuan was completely astonished. Could this be another glutton? Could he even raise it? This little guy's appetite rivals that of Little White. Is he going to raise 2 gluttons? Just as Long Zhuan was still reeling from the shock, the heavenly dream dragon silkworm devoured all the spiritual leaves on the table, then stared at him with longing eyes, seemingly still not full. Long Zhuan was completely dumbfounded. There was nothing he could do. Even if the creature he'd refined was incredibly voracious, he had to feed it. Long Zhuan rummaged through his storage bag and found that everything with leaves had been eaten by the little guy. After searching for a long time, he finally retrieved 3 falling dragon fruit leaves and placed them on the table. He thought that the energy of low-grade spiritual herbs leaves was immense. Perhaps they could fill it up? Upon seeing these 3 leaves, the heavenly dream dragon silkworm's eyes immediately blazed with fury, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Its excitement far surpassed its earlier reaction upon seeing the table full of spiritual herbs, demonstrating its immense fondness for these leaves. It pounced like a hungry wolf, devouring the 3 fiery red leaves with gusto. In no time, it had swallowed them whole, finally letting out a satisfied burp, seemingly content. Long Zhuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was full. Now that it was full, it was time to get to work. A greedy glint appeared in Long Zhuan's eyes as he smiled at it, saying, "Little man, now that you're full, shouldn't you get to work? Your master needs a new set of clothes, so I'll have to ask you for help." But no sooner had he finished speaking than the heavenly dream dragon silkworm curled up into a ball, closed its eyes, and fell fast asleep, not even glancing at him. Long Zhuan's face darkened instantly. Was it planning to just eat and not work? Just as he was about to grab it, his arm suddenly stopped in midair, his expression strange, realizing something was wrong. The spiritual energy within the heavenly dream dragon silkworm had suddenly become violent, a massive surge of energy flowing throughout its body, causing a cataclysmic change. It felt to him like a breakthrough. Yes, like a breakthrough. He had personally experienced this feeling. At this moment, Long Zhuan suddenly stood up, completely unsettled. Good heavens, he had accidentally fed it the very thing that would cause it to transform. The leaves of a great earth spiritual herb were actually the material for the heavenly dream dragon silkworm's transformation. According to this pattern, one of the heavenly dream dragon silkworm's transformation roots was that it would undergo a transformation every time it ate the leaves of a great earth spiritual herb. He had actually stumbled upon a transformation route for the heavenly dream dragon silkworm. However, this transformation route was quite difficult. Great earth spiritual herbs were not so easy to find. Finding even one fire dragon fruit tree was already considered incredibly lucky. How could he possibly have the luck to find a second great earth spiritual herb? Moreover, to keep the heavenly dream dragon silkworm transforming, finding only a few great earth spiritual herbs wouldn't be enough. He needed to find a whole bunch. He was at his wit's end. At this moment, Long Zhuan was both surprised and delighted. What a coincidence. Unexpected events happen everywhere. The heavenly dream dragon silkworm unexpectedly underwent a metamorphosis right after its birth. Surprisingly, it overtook Little White, completing its metamorphosis before it could. Little White's second-place position was now in jeopardy, forced to fight for third. Long Zhuan took a deep breath, suppressing his joy, and placed it in the breeding pouch, allowing it to slowly metamorphose. The heavenly dream dragon silkworm's immediate metamorphosis was a good thing. It meant he could immediately don second-tier soul armor without having to transition from first tier. Excited, he ran towards the large wine vat. Beside the pavilion stood another huge vat, currently steeping snake wine, with a small white snake soaking inside. Long Zhuan, wanting to check on Little White, curiously peeked into the vat and discovered the spirit-restoring wine was quite potent. Little White had drunk itself to death again, floating on the surface with its eyes tightly closed, completely still. Drinking leads to trouble, it seems he's destined to be the third oldest. Long Zhuan shook his head helplessly and finally turned to leave. Now that 3 top-grade goo worms have successfully transformed, it's time to consider the transformation of the Eye of Heavenly Secrets. He has absolutely no clue how the Eye of Heavenly Secrets can transform. This is a goo worm he created himself, and he needs to figure out how to transform it himself. There's no ready-made solution to copy. After much thought, he decided to seek advice from his senior sister. He planned to see how the Long Clan's evil dragon Emperor Eye transformed. They are both pupil goo, with many similarities, so perhaps he could learn something from it. Of course, this was only one aspect. His main purpose in seeing Long Ziyan was to also reconnect with her. Only through frequent contact can they become familiar, otherwise, they'll grow distant if they don't speak for a long time. Long Zhuan decided to frequently bother her under the pretext of asking about cultivation questions, and they'd gradually become familiar. Couples always start from getting to know each other. Anyway, he was acting on Elder Long's orders, so his reason was perfectly reasonable. Long Zhuan, harboring ambitions beyond his true intentions, smiled and ran towards Long Ziyan's cave. At his speed, the distance between their caves wasn't far. Long Zhuan arrived in about an hour. Chapter 118 Reunion with Long Ziyan. The mountain before them was covered with various trees, and every now and then, a plump spirit silkworm could be seen perched on the leaves, nibbling on the spiritual foliage. Long Ziyan's business was silkworm farming, earning cultivation resources by selling various kinds of silk. Therefore, she needed a mountain suitable for planting many trees as her cave dwelling, and the area had to be large enough. Such a mountain was not easy to find. So the mountain she chose to open her cultivation cave dwelling was not the one closest to her family. After looking at the plump little worms, Long Zhuan shouted loudly towards the mountain, "Senior sister. Long Zhuan has some questions, and has come to ask for your guidance on master's orders." Not long after he finished speaking, a small door opened in the barrier in front of them, and Long Zhuan happily walked in. Although Ziwei Peak covered a large area, Long Zhuan's location was not difficult to find. Long Zhuan went directly to the highest point of the mountain and saw a purple pavilion, where the beautiful woman was sitting. Long Zhuan couldn't help but sigh, realizing they were truly alike, even sharing the same hobbies. They both loved staying at the highest peak, and even had a favorite spot to build a sheltered pavilion, where they could sit, enjoy the breeze, and sip tea, pure bliss. At this moment, she held a cup of tea, but unusually, she wasn't reading any ancient books on theology. Instead, her attention was focused on a gu, a type of insect, on the table, watching it intently. That's right, this senior sister was actually observing the gu building a small house, watching with great interest, a smile even playing at the corners of her eyes. Long Zhuan was stunned. When had a senior sister developed this peculiar hobby? Was she really that free? What was so interesting about an insect building a house? Long Zhuan looked at the small house again and discovered it was constructed entirely of dragon silkworm silk. This was incredibly wasteful. This was second-tier dragon silkworm silk, so much of it would fetch an astronomical price outside. And she was using it all to build a house for an insect? What a waste. Could she have used all the second-tier dragon silkworm silk she's produced these past few years to build a house? Seemingly sensing Long Zhuan's thoughts, Long Zhuan glanced at him and said, "It's not a complete loss. As long as I win first place, it's like using the prize money to build a house." Long Zhuan sat down opposite her and couldn't help but ask, "Is the clan holding another house building competition?" So frequent, he knew that in the first Suogu house building competition, unsurprisingly, Long Zhuan's work won first place. Her exquisite little house, made from century-old ice marrow, stood out from the crowd, dazzling everyone's eyes, including those of all the Suogu, and is still talked about today. That Suogu house building competition was practically a battle of gods. Even the elders of the major clans participated. The cost of each house was astonishing, and the various houses built by the Suogu were incredibly imaginative and exquisitely beautiful. Long Killen's confidently built superior grade spirit stone cottage didn't even make it into the top 10, leaving him utterly devastated. However, each small house built by the Suogu can only be used for the competition once, and Long Zhuan's 100-year-old frost marrow hut cannot be used for the next competition. This time, the hut she built with second-tier dragon silkworm silk is ultimately inferior to the one built with a 100-year-old frost marrow. Will it be stable this time? Long Zhuan seemed to have read his thoughts again, and slowly said, "The first house building competition is unsurpassable. Everyone went bankrupt after that competition. How could anyone possibly produce a work that surpasses the first one? My hut built with second-tier dragon silkworm silk is already quite good. Although it may not be the most beautiful, it is undoubtedly the most practical. A hut built with second-tier dragon silkworm silk is not easily broken." Seeing that Long Zhuan had seen through his thoughts again, Long Zhuan was slightly taken aback. He couldn't help but admire their marital understanding. How could she always see through his thoughts? Furthermore, this is no longer considered a competition. Because the Suogu's contribution to the clan's fortune is so immense, the clan has designated the Suogu's birthday as a traditional festival to commemorate its contributions. Suogu Day is held annually on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month and will be a permanent tradition. The Suogu House exhibition is just one custom within this festival. "Have you prepared any works?" Long Zhuan asked Long Zhuan curiously. Long Zhuan rubbed his nose. After refining the Suogu, he simply threw it into the second team to raise, neglecting it completely, so naturally, he wouldn't have any good works. However, he had already decided that when he returned, he would cut down a few branches from the fire dragon fruit tree to build houses for the Suogu. He certainly didn't want to participate in any house exhibition. Since the Suogu was promoted throughout the clan and began to appear on a large scale, more and more Suogu were entering the Void Realm. Once in the Void Realm, the Suogu would not only encounter its own kind but also visit the houses of other Suogu, exchanging visits. In other words, the Suogu can travel long distances to the houses of its kind, but there is a hierarchy of contempt within the Suogu race. Suogu with poorly built houses are looked down upon, while Suogu with well-built houses will not grant them access. Suogu in the virtual world are divided into many circles. Suogu with luxurious villas can visit each other, while Suogu with simple houses can only visit each other. For example, Long Lao's Suogu was heavily in debt and penniless, lacking any building materials, so his Suogu could only build a dilapidated thatched hut. Therefore, this Suogu was despised by the entire race. It couldn't enter anyone's house and could only stay alone in its dilapidated hut, looking on with envy at the luxurious villas of its kind, utterly pitiful. Therefore, if Long Zhuan wanted his Suogu to enter Long Ziyan's Suogu's house, he had to spend a lot of money to build a luxurious villa for his Suogu. In this way, he could communicate with Long Ziyan, which was another way to bring them closer. Didn't you have a question to ask? Ask it now. After saying that, Long Ziyan looked at the Suogu that was building its house. Long Zhuan finally remembered his business and said directly, I want to know the secret of the evil dragon Emperor's eye, and how the evil dragon Emperor's eye transforms. Long Zhuan and Long Ziyan were both geniuses who could unconditionally learn various secrets of their families. So they naturally answered this question without reservation. She immediately replied, the evil dragon Emperor's eye is our clan's strongest unique goo worm, unparalleled in the most ancient times. If the Phoenix clan's evil Phoenix true eye is the ability to learn all techniques, instantly mastering an opponent's various abilities, then the evil dragon Emperor's eye is the ability to break all techniques, instantly finding the weaknesses in an opponent's abilities and defeating them in one strike. The two are mutually restraining, however, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has become increasingly scarce, far too many materials have been extinct, causing these two divine eyes to have to continuously reduce their materials and weaken their abilities. Nowadays, these two divine eyes are only effective against very weak abilities, having long lost their deterrent power from ancient times, and are no longer the strongest top-grade goo worms. However, reducing materials also has its advantages. After reducing materials, goo formulas are divided into 4 qualities based on the amount of materials used: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Therefore, goo formulas are no longer expensive, and everyone in the clan can afford to refine them. Although the evil dragon Emperor's eye is not strong now, it can be widely available throughout the clan, with everyone possessing one. Besides possessing the basic ability to break through all laws, the evil dragon Emperor's eye also seals 108 abilities, but each person can only randomly draw one. The method for the evil dragon Emperor's eye to transform is by applying eye drops. That is to say, each time the evil dragon Emperor's eye transforms, it requires a different eye drop formula, and the higher the level of the formula, the better. This method is applicable to most pupil-type goo worms, and your pupil goo is very likely to be suitable for this method as well. Long Ziyan glanced at Long Zhuan's brow, handed him an eye drop formula, and said, this is the formula for dragon's tears. Applying this eye drop to the eyes will grant dynamic vision, easily capturing the enemy's speed. In your eyes, the enemy's speed will be slowed down, making it difficult for you to lose. Furthermore, dragon's tears not only works on pupil goo but also has a slight effect on human eyes. The more you use, the stronger your dynamic vision becomes. Dragon's tears only have a 1-day shelf life. The main ingredient requires the sap of the family's sacred tree, the divine dragon wood. The sap under the bark of the divine dragon wood also only has a 1-day shelf life. Therefore, the dragon's tears are always prepared on site by the family in front of the sacred tree. Those preparing for the eye cleansing must also be present to cleanse their eyes on the spot. Eye cleansing day is also a traditional family festival, only 3 days later than the goo cleansing day. The first custom of eye cleansing day is to hold a grand goo battle tournament. Only the top 20 in the goo battle tournament are qualified to participate in the eye cleansing activity. The higher the ranking, the more dragon's tears one receives. The goo battle tournament involves both sides placing their goo worms into a large pit. Neither side's goo cultivators can participate directly. Victory depends entirely on the strength and quantity of the goo worms, as well as the goo cultivator's strategy. Goo cultivators can also defeat stronger opponents by directing from the sidelines and using various tactics. This is also a game for the wise, precisely because neither side's goo cultivators can participate. Their cultivation level doesn't provide a significant advantage in this game. In previous goo battle tournaments, there have been many who won despite being several cultivation levels higher, so even though you are only at the early stage of marrow cleansing, as long as your goo worms are strong enough, you can still be carried and achieve a good ranking. I suggest you participate in this goo battle tournament. Upon hearing this, Long Zhuan frowned slightly. He gleaned a piece of information from Long Ziyan's words. The more times the dragon's tear was used, the stronger the dynamic vision gained. However, there was only one divine dragon tree, resulting in a situation where there were far more monks than porridge, and the divine dragon milk produced was completely insufficient to share. Each person could only receive a small amount, far from achieving the drug resistance required for the dragon's tear. Furthermore, if the pupil goo was allowed to transform before drug resistance was achieved, the resulting effect would certainly be imperfect. Long Zidane seemed to have read his mind and said tacitly, "There's nothing we can do about it. With so many people in the clan, we can't possibly care for just one person. Besides, even if we supplied one person with all the divine dragon milk from the entire clan, it still wouldn't be enough, so each person can only allow the evil dragon emperor's eye to transform in an imperfect state. I can only suppress the transformation of the evil dragon emperor's eye and accumulate the number of dragon tears. My only way is to participate in the goo battle tournament every year and win first place, obtaining the largest quantity of divine dragon milk each year, striving to transform the evil dragon emperor's eye in a near-perfect state. My evil dragon emperor's eye is a top-grade goo worm. I absolutely cannot compromise on it." Long Zhuan's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. Using only a small amount of dragon tears to allow the heavenly eye to transform in an imperfect state was certainly not enough for him. With his ambition, he would definitely want to find other methods. Moreover, he didn't want to rely on others to prepare the eye drops. He wanted to improve the dragon tears formula to make the dynamic vision effect of the dragon tears stronger. The only way is to have a divine dragon tree in his herb garden. Then he can do whatever he wants with it, concoct as many dragon tears as he desires. This is the only way to allow his heavenly eye to transform in its perfect state. Long Zhuan's eyes darted around, wondering if he could secretly break off a thick branch from the divine dragon tree and use his previous life's cutting techniques to make it grow into a tree. Chapter 119 Spitting Silk. He didn't know if the cutting propagation techniques from his previous life would be effective for the spiritual herbs of this world, but he felt it was worth a try. His superior spiritual soil and spring water were things plants loved most, which should increase the success rate. Not to mention he had his cheat system and the assistance of the original world. The chances of success were really high. If this technique truly worked, it would be incredibly powerful in this world, and Long Zhuan's heart skipped a beat. Many rare spiritual herbs in this world were difficult to propagate, such as the Long clan's divine dragon wood. The divine dragon wood was so important to the family, yet the entire clan only had one tree, demonstrating how difficult it was to reproduce and propagate. If he could truly develop a cutting propagation technique suitable for spiritual herbs, wouldn't he be able to grow a whole field of divine dragon wood, using as much eye drops as he wanted, even on all his goo worms, bee colonies, and chickens? This scene was simply terrifying, Long Zhuan thought to himself, clicking his tongue in amazement. He finally decided to give it a try. Even if he failed, it wouldn't matter, since there was more than one path to transformation for all goo worms. He could always find another one. In any case, he would never use an imperfect transformation method. Therefore, he knew he had to attend the goo battle tournament on the eye cleansing day. Long Zhuan's eyes flickered slightly. Then I wonder what kind of illusion technique senior sister's evil dragon emperor eye carries. Remembering what Long Zidane had just said about the evil dragon emperor eye's illusion ability being one of 108 randomly selected abilities, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Long Zidane didn't intend to hide anything, casually saying, "It's a soul seed. My evil dragon emperor eye is of top quality, carrying a very strong illusion technique called soul seed. A soul seed is an illusion that can recur, imprinted on a person's soul for life. Even if the person who planted the illusion breaks it and is far away from the caster, the illusion will still recur from time to time, causing them to be in an illusion without realizing it. The illusion will appear and disappear intermittently, and gradually the person will no longer be able to distinguish between illusion and reality. One day they will doubt everything, possibly mistaking their relatives and friends for enemies and killing them, and eventually they will go insane." Among the 108 abilities of the evil dragon emperor eye, the soul seed ability is enough to rank in the top 10 without the complete goo formula. It's very difficult for the evil dragon emperor eye to awaken any of the top 10 abilities. Currently, only Long Zhao and I and the entire clan possess the soul seed ability. Long Zhao inherited it from his grandfather, while I only cultivated it myself through incredible luck. At this moment, Long Zidane surprisingly revealed a smug expression. Upon hearing this, Long Zhuan couldn't help but stare in disbelief, completely terrified by this unbelievable illusion. It was the first time he had ever heard of such an illusion that could be carried for life, causing the victim to suffer repeated attacks, gradually blurring the lines between illusion and reality, until they eventually collapsed. This illusion could practically kill people. It was truly terrifying. Even he felt fear in the face of such an illusion, and couldn't help but show a look of apprehension. At the same time, he also memorized the name Long Zhao, listing him as someone to keep an eye on. After the two chatted for a while about the evil dragon Emperor's Eye, Long Zhuan, seeing that it was getting late, took his leave. Upon returning home, he immediately cut down a large section of branches from the fire dragon fruit tree. Since the fruit on the tree was useless to him anyway, so be it if he was severely weakened, the dragon fruit goo would remember him forever. Afterward, he dumped a full storage bag of fire dragon fruit tree branches in front of his dragon fruit goo. The suogu was initially stunned, but after seeing the quality of the mountain of branches piled on the ground, its eyes lit up, almost frighteningly so. It quickly dropped what it was doing and rushed over like a madman, grabbing the largest branch and beaming with joy. Currently, the Suogu clan is highly competitive. A house determines one's status within the clan. All Suogu strive to build the best houses, garnering envious glances from countless fellow clansmen. The finest building materials are naturally what excites them most. Clearly, it was very satisfied with the materials Long Zhuan had prepared for it, and then enthusiastically threw itself into building its grand villa. It obviously didn't intend to keep the half-finished house under construction. The Suogu's house-building skills were truly impressive. In no time, the framework of the house was complete. Long Zhuan watched with great interest. He had to admit, watching this thing build a house was quite addictive. He now understood those demonically possessed Long clan Gu cultivators. But building a house is no easy task. After observing for a while, Long Zhuan left and returned to the chilly pavilion high up. Enjoying the breeze, he brewed some tea and began his research to improve dragon's tears. He wanted to maximize the effects of dragon's tears in enhancing dynamic vision, and he wanted to develop the most suitable eye drop formula for the Eye of Heaven. Improving a formula was much easier than creating one. Although the preparation process for dragon's tears eye drops was complex, he successfully improved it in just 1 month. He put away the formula, which he renamed Dragon's Eye, and left the pavilion. This research on the eye drop formula had been far too easy, excessively simple, so even after successfully developing his new achievement, he showed no joy. After successfully developing the Dragon's Eye drop formula, he immediately went to the location of Suogu, curious to see how Suogu's large villa was progressing. Soon, he saw a luxurious wooden villa appear before him. This villa was definitely not the kind of villa humans live in. It gave him a dreamlike feeling, like he was in a painting. Because his dragon fruit tree had mutated under the influence of the frost fire, its branches had two forms, half ice and half fire. Although they were on the same tree, they were definitely not the same type of branches. So this goo creature, with its boundless imagination, built a villa that was half ice and half fire, half ice blue and half fiery red, with particle effects on both sides, like snow falling on one side and flames on the other, simply beautiful. The middle of the villa was a place where hot and cold alternated, the high and low temperatures neutralized each other, creating a comfortable living temperature. In summer, you could go to the icy half of the villa to escape the heat. In winter, you could go to the fiery half to keep warm. It was simply a villa that was warm in winter and cool in summer, the kind of villa lazy people dream of. This design was so ingenious, he fell in love with it at first sight. Unfortunately, the house was still too small, he couldn't stretch his legs inside. Otherwise, he would have definitely taken over the villa. He couldn't help but admire the raincoat goo, truly a master architect of the insect world, brimming with artistic talent. Its creativity was simply amazing. He immediately rushed over with great enthusiasm, arriving at the ice and fire villa, excitedly examining it from every angle. Before long, he saw two small figures inside the villa. One figure was leading the other on a tour of its grand villa, its face beaming with pride and smugness. The other small figure, its eyes sparkling, gazed enviously at its magnificent villa, growing more and more enamored with each look. Upon seeing this small figure, Long Zhuan chuckled. "Oh, isn't this Long Zhian's raincoat goo? You've already managed to seduce it? Well done." Long Zhuan grinned slyly. It seemed his raincoat goo had established a communication relationship with Long Zhian's raincoat goo. Both could freely appear in each other's houses, allowing them to exchange letters. Long Zhuan quickly wrote a letter and hung it around Long Ziyan's raincoat gooseneck. The letter mentioned tomorrow's Suogu Day and sincerely invited her to go shopping together. In Long Zhuan's view, this was a disguised date. After visiting the Suogu's house, Long Zhuan went to check on his other goo worms. The first one he looked at was naturally the heavenly dream dragon silkworm. It had already awakened and successfully completed its metamorphosis, becoming a spirit goo on par with the goo cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage. At this moment, the heavenly dream dragon silkworm was consciously spinning silk, producing dark energy form silk. So eager to get to work, Long Zhuan was pleased. Although the essence of the heavenly dream dragon silkworm's silk was an energy form, it could defend against physical attacks, so it could be easily held in his hand. Long Zhuan picked up the heavenly dream dragon silkworm, which felt weightless on the table, and examined it closely for a long time, his eyes widening. A faint smile slowly appeared on his face. The soul armor woven from this silkworm silk will be called the heavenly dream soul armor, he thought. However, I need to find time to learn this weaving technique. It seems I'll have to trouble my senior sister and ask her for advice from time to time. After studying it carefully for a while, Long Zhuan discovered that the heavenly dream dragon silkworm silk was indeed quite tough. This was second-tier heavenly dream dragon silkworm silk, and he had pulled on it with all his might for a long time without breaking it. He hadn't tested its other abilities yet, and only by weaving it into soul armor could he see its effects. He couldn't rush it. However, the heavenly dream dragon silkworm silk was clearly a high-grade silkworm silk, so its production was naturally scarce. The heavenly dream dragon silkworm ate a lot but excreted little, and Long Zhuan had waited for most of the day without seeing it produce much silk. He was getting increasingly anxious, wishing he could just pull it out with his bare hands. If he had to wait for it to produce enough silk for a set of clothes, how long would that take? Moreover, he needed far more than just one set of clothes. Shouldn't all his clones wear a set? Shouldn't all his goo worms wear a set? Even the ice bees, being so weak, should each of them wear a set? The heavenly dream dragon silkworm suddenly shivered. For some reason, it suddenly felt like it was about to collapse, as if it was about to be drained dry. Seeing the dragon silkworm's low efficiency, Long Zhuan finally lost patience and walked towards the nearby wine vat. Upon approaching, he found little white still soaking in the vat, like it was being soaked in snake wine. Long Zhuan couldn't help but frown, but quickly relaxed, revealing a cold smile. If he couldn't see the progress, he would have been fooled. Its transformation progress had disappeared, clearly indicating it had already successfully transformed. Now it was lying in the vat pretending to be dead, obviously trying to get him to refill its cup, tricking him into drinking. It actually wanted refills. It's really cunning, trying to fool him with such a small trick. It's still too green. Long Zhuan reached out and grabbed it from the vat, then shook it violently awake. The second team of goo worms couldn't find suitable pictures. Is there anyone who can sponsor illustrations? Chapter 120 House Exhibition. The next day, Long Zhuan got up early and headed to the Long family mansion with Long Ziyan. The mansion was brightly decorated and filled with the joyful sounds of children. Entering the street, rows of exquisite little houses came into view, each one more beautiful and creative than the last. The most beautiful houses were surrounded by crowds, pointing and discussing them, their laughter filling the air. Every now and then, someone would toss a wooden plaque into a box next to the house. This was a ballot box. At the end of the day, the house with the most votes would be the winner, receiving a huge contribution point reward. The higher the ranking, the greater the reward. Within the family, those of higher status held more votes. Long Zhuan and Long Ziyan each had 100 votes, which could be cast for anyone, but not for themselves. Long Zhuan glanced around and realized there were simply too many little houses. Many wide streets had display areas for them. Considering that the entire clan now possessed a suogu, one could easily imagine the sheer number of these little houses. Just looking at all the little houses would probably take you half a day. Long Zhuan, with his sharp eyes, spotted Long Ziyan's dragon silkworm house at a glance. He immediately ran over and, right in front of her, threw all his votes into the box next to it. This dragon silkworm house had the largest crowd, and the most people were voting for it. Rows and rows of wooden plaques were thrown into the box, which seemed like a bottomless pit, swallowing everyone's plaques. Long Zhuan couldn't help but sigh. This method of deciding the winner through a clan-wide vote seemed fair, yet also unfair. Long Xian's dragon silkworm house was probably the most practical, but the practicality of a house was determined by the clan's higher-ups. Ordinary clansmen didn't have that kind of discernment. So, this voting process was based solely on aesthetics. Frankly, Long Xian's dragon silkworm house wasn't the most beautiful, but she was undeniably the most beautiful, so the votes rained down on her. Although all the little houses were anonymously named, no one knew who owned each one. However, only one person in the entire clan possesses second-tier dragon silkworm silk. Anyone with eyes can tell whose little house it is. Therefore, it goes without saying who the final winner of this house exhibition will be. Long Xian has already secured victory. Seeing Long Xuan throw all his votes into his box, Long Xian smiled slightly and walked over, saying, "What kind of house did you use to pry open my ice house? Let me admire your masterpiece." Long Xuan chuckled dryly and said, "I didn't bring my house to the competition. I'll take you to my house to see it another day." His ice and fire house was entirely made of branches from a great earth spirit tree. Not only was it extremely beautiful, but its practicality far surpassed Long Xian's. Frankly speaking, his ice and fire house was more than capable of winning 2 championships. However, his ice and fire house was of such a high level that showing it off would be sensational, too high profile, and potentially risky. Besides, he didn't care about the contribution rewards. Lacking contributions, he could easily get away with a low-grade goo formula and get freebies anytime. So, he had no reason to participate in this competition. That's a pity. It seems I can't cast my 100 votes for you. Long Xian smiled and walked deeper into the street to admire the other people's houses. Long Xuan quickly followed behind. It has to be said that this newly researched festival was incredibly lively, far surpassing any traditional festival of the Long clan. All the clansmen, young and old, came out to admire the various little houses. Every street was packed with people, filled with laughter and joy. Long Xuan and Long Xian strolled around the streets all day, ate various snacks, and bought various exquisite little gifts. Finally, they reached the last part of the Suogu Day. It was already dark. This newly established festival, Suogu Day, is also known as Valentine's Day, and it's the most popular name for it. This is because all the Suogu houses are interconnected, and a Suogu can go to another Suogu's house. So on this day, men of the Long clan would write a love letter and hand it to their own gu, a type of magical creature, which would then deliver it to the woman they desired. Some already had someone in mind, while others left it to fate, letting heaven decide their destiny. Women of the Long clan would anxiously wait by the small house, eagerly awaiting their turn. Those who received more letters naturally attracted envious glances, while those who didn't receive any were teased, thus creating a competitive atmosphere. Because of this activity, many Long clan members found partners on this day, and the birth rate increased significantly. This was naturally a good thing for the clan. The Long clan's higher-ups were very satisfied with this custom, so this year they added another rule to Valentine's Day. All single male gu cultivators in the clan must participate in this activity on this day, without exception. It could be understood as a forced matchmaking, forcing many cultivation fanatics who didn't care about love to participate, blushing with embarrassment. At this moment, many people had already handed their envelopes to their gu, and countless gu were shuttling back and forth in the void carrying letters. Not only was it lively outside, but the void realm was also bustling with activity. Many people, fearing the embarrassment of failing to find a partner today, sent out countless letters, nearly exhausting the suogu, a type of insect-like creature. However, Long Xian, the most beautiful woman in the clan, found her small house unusually quiet, without a single letter. It wasn't that she lacked admirers, it was simply that her house was too luxurious for most suogu to enter. This served as a filter between the rich and poor, ensuring that those who found partners were generally well matched, avoiding the scenario of a rich heiress falling for a poor boy. This was a mandatory task, and Long Xuan had no choice but to write a love poem on a letter just before the event ended, handing it to the suogu in his breeding pouch before making an excuse to leave. Staying would be awkward, so why not leave now? Not long after he left, Long Xian's breeding pouch stirred. She reached inside and quickly pulled out a slip of paper, on which was written, "Having seen the vast ocean, other waters are insignificant. Having beheld the clouds of ocean, other clouds are not worth seeing. I'm too lazy to look back at the flowers, half for cultivating the Tao, half for you." The lively Valentine's Day finally ended, and unsurprisingly, Long Xian once again won both titles, crushing everyone. Long Killen gloriously became second place again, and although the second place reward was also substantial, his face showed no joy. It's said that he also failed to find a partner, but no one knows why. After one night, the Long family was not quiet the next day, because another traditional festival of the Long clan, the eye-washing day, was just around the corner. Although there were still 3 days until the eye-washing day, the venue needed to be set up in advance, and many things needed to be prepared. The eye-washing day was just as lively, no less so than the goo fighting day, because the goo fighting segment of the eye-washing day was simply too entertaining. In this world where entertainment is scarce, many people would come to such a grand event to watch others fight goo, cheering and shouting, with crowds of onlookers. How to coordinate so many people was a considerable problem, so the family's higher-ups hadn't even had half a day to rest before they were busy again. The last goo fighting tournament turned into a showcase for tomb raiders, a competition that should have been a grand affair but instead became a duel between tomb raiders. The power of these creatures was simply immense, even the slightest movement could utterly destroy the goo pits. Thus, the last tournament was a complete disaster, dragging on for countless days before it was finally completed. This time, the family finally learned its lesson and prepared to improve the goo pits. However, how to improve the pits has caused the higher-ups considerable headaches. This time, the tomb raiders are different from the last. Each tomb raider can fight carrying a cement array, unleashing various powerful elemental attacks and bombarding the arena with destructive power far exceeding that of a year ago, further ruining the goo pits. Ultimately, the newly discovered cement solved their immediate problem. While reinforcing arrays carved into the cement might not be able to completely prevent the goo king from attacking, it was certainly sufficient as a battleground for the goo worms. Although even with arrays carved into the cement, it might not be able to withstand 100% of the tomb raiders' impact. Cement was cheap, so even if it was damaged, it wouldn't be a big deal. Thus began another massive project. The entire Long family was filled with the festive atmosphere of the upcoming holiday. They had just celebrated for a day, their spirits still high, when another holiday arrived. 3 days passed in a flash, with figures constantly appearing on the various mountain peaks, gathering towards the family. Long Xuan was very interested in the family's sacred tree, the divine dragonwood, and naturally wanted to participate in the goo battle tournament. However, he had no intention of winning first place. He would simply send his flame avatar to make a show of it, aiming only for the top 20. As for his main body, he would simply disguise himself as an avatar and observe from the sidelines. As for the goo worms to fight for his flame avatar, he certainly wouldn't lend him top-grade goo worms. A second team would suffice, and if he lost, it would be considered a lack of ability. The goo battle tournament was held on an open area on the edge of the family compound, divided into 2 arenas. One arena was for goo cultivators in the spirit gathering stage, and the other for those in the marrow cleansing stage. There were no higher level participants. Spirit C stage goo cultivators did not participate. At the same time, only the top 20 in the marrow cleansing stage are eligible to watch the battles. Spirit gathering stage goo cultivators are excluded. Although over 90% of the clan's goo cultivators are spirit gathering stage, almost everyone goes to watch the battles between marrow cleansing stage goo cultivators. Naturally, the higher the level of the goo worms, the more exciting the battles. Marrow cleansing stage goo cultivators also possess more goo worms, making the chaotic battle scenes even more spectacular. Therefore, although the goo battle tournament is divided into 2 arenas, one is packed with people, while the other is extremely deserted. The spirit gathering stage arena has virtually no spectators besides the participants. However, this situation will improve by the second day. With fewer marrow cleansing stage goo cultivators, the marrow cleansing stage arena will only need 1 day. The spirit gathering stage arena, so the goo battle tournament for them will last for several days. Once the high-level matches are over, the audience will naturally return to the lower-level matches. Long Xuan headed directly towards the fighting arena for goo cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage. Upon arrival, instead of observing from the closest distance, he jumped onto a tree some distance away and used his heavenly eye to observe from afar. What he first saw were 10 large cement pits in the center of the crowd. These pits varied in shape, round, square, dodecagonal, but were roughly the same size. They were covered with dense array patterns, mostly reinforcement formations that made the cement more solid. Long Xuan knew these were the legendary goo pits. Human duels used arenas, which were convex. Goo pits, used for goo duels, were concave. Stepping outside the designated area resulted in a loss. The rules were relatively similar. Goo pits were a unique feature of this world, and Long Zhuan found them fascinating and observed them with great interest. Chapter 121 The Battle of Goo begins. At this moment, the area around each Goo pit was extremely lively, with numerous onlookers. The Goo Battle Tournament was one of the most exciting events in the family, and everyone came out to watch the spectacle. Before long, the family head, Long Wanli, stood up from a high cement platform and began his lengthy opening speech. Using some unknown method, although his voice wasn't loud, it carried clearly to everyone's ears, even those far from the platform. However, his speech was formulaic, full of meaningless drivel, utterly unappealing. Just as everyone below was starting to doze off, the Goo Battle Tournament officially began with his announcement. At this moment, the crowd finally opened their eyes and instantly perked up. Long Wanli then put down his long speech and produced a list containing the names of each participant. The Goo battles would take place simultaneously in 10 Goo pits, with each person's name called competing in their respective pit. Each Goo pit also had a referee. After determining the winner, the next group of participants would begin their battles. However, the order of the Goo battles and the selection of opponents didn't seem to be determined by drawing lots, but rather by direct assignment from the family. This gave Long Zhuan a bad feeling. Originally, he planned to use the slight clairvoyance of his heavenly eye to draw a good lot, always choosing the weakest opponent and going last. He didn't expect the family to be so unconventional, skipping the drawing of lots altogether. Wasn't this ridiculous? Shouldn't these things be done by drawing lots? Otherwise, how could it be fair and just? The family's unconventional approach disrupted all his plans, leaving him no way to cheat. Just as he was still bewildered, Long Wanli's voice suddenly rang out. Long Zhuan, Long Yi, proceed to Goo pit number 1 for the Goo battle. Long Zhuan froze. Good heavens, he was the first to go, and Goo pit number 1 was the closest and most conspicuous location to the family's higher-ranking members on the stage, attracting the most attention and the largest audience. Goo pit number 1 would draw half the attention of the entire audience, making it the most high-profile location. This was the consequence of not drawing lots. Long Zhuan sighed. Then, disregarding martial ethics, he sent his clone up, showing absolutely no intention of respecting his opponent. At this moment, the flame clone received the order from his soul, his lips twitching involuntarily. He could only bite the bullet and go up. His main body hadn't given him a single top-grade Goo worm, only throwing him a breeding bag containing 2 teams of Goo worms. The 2 teams of Goo worms were all low-grade Goo worms. What was he supposed to do with that? He was ordered to win, but not given any resources. He was really in a difficult position. He looked at his opponent, Long Yi, who had already reached the Goo pit. Long Yi was a mid-stage marrow-cleansing Goo cultivator. Although he was a level higher than him, in Goo fighting games, only Goo worms mattered, and the Goo cultivator's own realm didn't offer much of an advantage. But weren't these game rules also limiting his 10 absolute bodies? If he couldn't participate, how could he win with just a few low-grade Goo worms? How could he possibly win? You must know that the Long clan's marrow-cleansing Goo cultivators had high-grade or top-grade Goo worms. Seeing that Long Yi had already thrown his Goo worms one by one into the Goo pit, especially a huge earthworm that was particularly eye-catching, this had become the symbol of the Long clan Goo cultivators, and every Long clan Goo cultivator had one. Yan clone sighed helplessly and finally reached for the worm-rearing bag that his main body had just given him. After checking the Goo worms inside, his eyes suddenly lit up. He brought that guy along too? Wasn't that a bit bullying? At this moment, Yan clone finally calmed down, revealing a devilish smile, full of confidence for the upcoming battle. He patted his worm-rearing bag, and immediately a swarm of ice bees buzzed out of the bag, covering the sky in the blink of an eye. At this time, the number of ice bees had exceeded 10,000, and with many ice bee guards who had completed their first metamorphosis appearing in the swarm, the ice bees had fully formed a fighting force and could help Long Zhuan solve his problems. This was the ice bees' first battle, and all the ice bees were excited and eager to try. Ever since their stingers evolved into ice stingers that could be infinitely condensed, the ice bee seemed to have become warlike. The queen bee, the largest in the swarm, was the most excited, her fighting spirit soaring as she looked down. Suddenly, a massive swarm of bees appeared at the top, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Spectators from the other Goo pits all turned their gazes in this direction, their expressions filled with shock. At this moment, Goo pit number 1 had become the focus of everyone's attention. Spirit insects can reproduce on a large scale. Due to various limitations, very few goo cultivators prefer to fight using swarms of insects, but once a swarm of insects forms a fighting force, it is truly terrifying. Although spirit insects are weak, if there are enough of them, it is quite normal for them to overwhelm a top-grade goo insect. However, cultivating swarms of insects is extremely expensive, and it is difficult to find suitable insect species, so it is rare to see a goo fighting tournament featuring a swarm of insects. Such a rare battle scene naturally attracted everyone's interest, so the spectators from the other goo pits all rushed towards goo pit number 1, looking at the swarm of bees in the sky with curious and excited expressions. Some even took out their encyclopedias of spirit insects and hurriedly tried to find out what kind of bee the spirit bees in the sky were. However, the ice bees were a species created by Long Zhuan, so how could they possibly find any relevant records? The high-ranking members on the platform were all shocked. The eldest elder spoke first, saying, "He's actually taking the insect swarm route. While the insect swarm route is formidable in combat, it's incredibly expensive." Long Wanli laughed, "Not necessarily. Bees and insects eat honey. As long as the herb garden is filled with flowering spiritual herbs, their food supply will be sufficient. No wonder he needs such a large area of mountains for his cave dwelling. If he wants to cultivate spirit bees on a large scale, he needs ample space to grow spiritual flowers." The fourth female elder frowned and said, "Everyone knows that spirit bees are easy to feed, but these spiritual insects have a fatal flaw. Their tails have barbs. Once they pierce an enemy's body, they can't be pulled out. They're insects that kill with a single attack. No one likes these disposable spiritual insects." From ancient times to the present, there has never been a goo cultivator who raises bee colonies. He's the only one, a pioneer in history. This is a new path, an unknown path, one he must explore on his own. Unless he can solve the fatal flaw of the spirit bee's one-hit kill, his swarm will never amount to anything. The elders all nodded. The weakness of the bee insects was simply too fatal. Investing massive amounts of resources in the early stages, only to have them all wiped out in a single battle, the effort and reward were severely disproportionate. Even a fool wouldn't cultivate such insects. But Long Zhuan was clearly no fool. Since he dared to invest heavily in cultivating the bee insects and even achieve a certain scale, he must have already solved the problem. All the elders showed curiosity, wanting to know how Long Zhuan had so miraculously solved this problem. Meanwhile, in goo pit number 1, Long Yi saw his opponent release so many insects and his scalp tingled. Tens of thousands of insects attacking his single-digit number of goo insects, wasn't this bullying? And these insects could all fly. How was he supposed to fight them? Helpless, he could only send out his only flying creature, a giant butterfly, which flapped its wings fearlessly and flew into the sky. However, it was met with a barrage of stinging needles. After all the ice bees formed ranks in the air, rear-ended, they aimed at the goo pit and, at the command of the queen bee Bing Bing, unleashed a deluge of stings from their abdomens. The fearless large butterfly crashed headlong into the needle rain. Butterflies are incredibly fragile. How could they withstand the attack? It was instantly riddled with needles and fell from the sky like a hedgehog. At the same time, all the goo worms on the ground in Longai suffered the same fate. The goo pit was only so big, but the needle rain covered it completely. Moreover, the needle rain was so dense that there was no room to dodge. Under these circumstances, they had no escape and could only scatter in panic. Unfortunately, the ice bees could fire their stings indefinitely. After firing one, another would sprout from their tails. Wave after wave of needle rain bombarded the ground relentlessly. Before long, all the goo worms in Longai were riddled with needles, the bee venom entering their bodies, and soon all of them lay motionless. Only the Tomb Raider cheated, its body covered in a thick layer of iron armor, impenetrable to the bee stings. While it posed a threat to the ice bees, don't forget that Long Zhuan also possessed a Tomb Raider, which was now being thoroughly thrashed by Long Zhuan's larger one. Faced with this situation, Long Yi had no choice but to surrender. Thus, the first round of the goo fighting tournament ended in a swift victory, leaving everyone stunned. This attack method was incredibly brutal and simple, especially considering the restricted movement within the goo pit. All the goo worms became sitting ducks, unable to dodge the dense rain of needles. Such an attack method was truly unbeatable. It must be said that the competition rules were far too favorable to these bee worms. With limited movement, the lethality of the needle rain was multiplied several times over. At this moment, everyone showed expressions of apprehension, pondering how they would handle the situation if they were in their shoes. The high-ranking members on the stage exchanged bewildered glances. The four elders smiled first, praising, "I see. Replacing the barbed bee stings with regenerable ice needles is indeed a good method." Long Wanli turned to look at her and smiled. I spoke with him once. This boy's knowledge of insects is absolutely monstrous. It's not surprising that he could develop a method to improve the defects of bee insects. In terms of comprehension, I would say he is unparalleled throughout history. The elders were all taken aback by such high praise, and they all looked at Long Wanli. Unparalleled throughout history, this evaluation was far too high. How many millions of years had the history of this world? However, thinking of the goo formula that monstrous genius had developed, everyone shut their mouths and fell silent. They really had no way to refute it. Long Zhuan had no idea that Long Wanli had given him such high praise. After winning the first round, he threw a bottle of pills at Long Yi and left the goo pit. His bee venom was a new type of deadly poison in this world, with no antidote for the time being. If he hadn't intervened, all of Long Yi's goo worms, except for the Tomb Raider, would have been wiped out. Long Yi took the pill bottle, gave him a grateful look, and finally left the scene. The two of them came quickly and left quickly. The fight was over as soon as it started, leaving everyone wanting more. Chapter 122 Shocking Change. The number one goo pit was naturally not empty. After the two entered the arena, Long Wanli immediately shouted down, "Long Ziyan, Long, go to the number one goo pit." His words immediately piqued the interest of the crowd. Long Ziyan was the family's top genius and a favorite to win the goo battle tournament. Coupled with her striking beauty, her goo battle naturally attracted everyone's attention. Thus, everyone's gaze once again focused on the number one goo pit, eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. Long Zhuan also perked up, focusing his attention on the number one goo pit. He had long been curious about what kind of goo worms Long Ziyan possessed, and now was the perfect opportunity to find out. However, just as his interest was piqued, Long suddenly raised his hand and spinelessly shouted, "I concede." Long Zhuan was stunned. Such a coward? The others also felt a lump in their throats, looking at Long with disdain, secretly cursing him as a coward. Long saw the crowd's disdainful looks and sneered inwardly. He wasn't stupid. Why fight a battle he was destined to lose? It would be better to conserve energy for the next battle. It would be truly foolish to risk a serious injury from a goo worm clash with a top genius, resulting in defeat in the next fight. Finding this place uninteresting, Long Zhuan turned his attention to other battlefields. The other goo pits were already engulfed in battle, with various goo worms clashing and creating chaos within each pit, the fighting intense. Goo cultivators outside the pits loudly directed the battles, their emotions running high. This spectacle was indeed captivating, even for Long Zhuan. Each goo cultivator possessed goo worms of varying strengths and numbers, often resulting in situations where fewer goo cultivators fought against greater numbers, yet miraculously emerged victorious. Some were tactical masters. Despite their relatively weak goo worms, they skillfully combined their abilities with strategic maneuvering, achieving unexpected victories against much stronger opponents. Even Long Zhuan found this battle exhilarating. No wonder so many people enjoy watching others battle with goo worms. The chaotic battles between goo worms are visually stunning and require strategic thinking, making it a game that tests one's intelligence and keeps participants hooked, while onlookers are equally engrossed. At the same time, this game offers many learning opportunities. Participants can hone their combat experience, and onlookers can learn tactics to incorporate into their own goo worm systems. However, although he prides himself on his high intelligence and superior strategy, he actually dislikes using his brain. Thinking is too tiring. He prefers to unleash a swarm of top-tier goo worms, overwhelming his opponents with sheer power and ending the battle in a swift and decisive manner, simple and brutal. Before absolute power, tactics and strategies are useless. He's too lazy to rack his brains in battle. Cultivating his goo worms to their strongest form is the key. His clone then entered several more goo pits, but relying on the massive swarms in overwhelming numbers, he achieved victories almost always with overwhelming force. It's true that the Earth God can defend against the Ice Bee's ice needles, but don't forget that Long Zhuan also possesses an Earth God. Moreover, his Earth Hunting Beast was the first Earth Hunting Beast born in the world, the ancestor of all Earth Hunting Beasts in the Long clan, and the largest in size with the highest growth rate. Furthermore, his Earth Hunting Beast underwent a transformation by consuming top-grade spiritual soil, and the transformation effect was the strongest among all the Earth Hunting Beasts in the Long clan. In a one-on-one battle, who here could compare to him? It wasn't that no one had considered using the earth-hunting beast's defenses to withstand the ice beast's damage, but after being thoroughly beaten by Long Zhuan's earth-hunting ancestor, they all immediately became docile. Until finally, everyone who faced him simply raised their hands in surrender, no longer having the courage to challenge the earth-hunting ancestor. Of course, it was unrealistic to sweep the entire field with just the bee swarm and the earth-hunting beast. Many people could break through his bee swarm and earth-hunting beast, such as Long Ziyan, and those geniuses with top-grade goo worms. But such people were destined to be few and far between, and Long Zhuan would simply concede whenever he encountered a difficult opponent. He wasn't aiming for first place, only for the top 20, and he didn't care about losing a few matches occasionally. Time passed slowly, and more matches of the goo battle tournament ended. Before they knew it, it was noon. For all this time, Long Zhuan had been watching Long Ziyan intently, trying to see what kind of goo worms she used. But he never got a chance. Every single goo cultivator from the Long clan who faced her surrendered before the fight even began. Long Ziyan had simply stood there without moving, not fighting a single battle, and then effortlessly won and secured first place. This was outrageous. Was it really necessary to be so exaggerated? Was this senior sister truly that ruthless? Long Zhuan was stunned. In fact, most of Long Ziyan's opponents, like Long, dared not let their goo worms get injured. The goo battle tournament was a round-robin system. The more matches won, the higher the ranking. Therefore, countless matches were played each day. Once a goo worm was severely damaged, subsequent matches would be lost due to the loss of goo worms, a price too high for anyone to bear. So, let alone facing the clan's number one genius, Long Ziyan, most people would choose to surrender immediately against any seemingly invincible opponent. This result also made the goo battle tournament proceed quickly, and soon it was lunchtime, time for a break. At this moment, Long Zhuan finally faced another opponent, a man named Long Chen. However, upon seeing this opponent, Long Zhuan was suddenly stunned, genuinely startled. This person's progress wasn't displayed above his head, but rather in the center of his head, a situation he had never seen before, and for some reason, he felt a chill run down his spine. There must be a reason for this, it couldn't be without cause. Seeing that the progress in this person's brain was 4 decimal places, he was first taken aback, then quickly felt a chill run down his spine. This was definitely not the progress a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage should have. It resembled the progress of an insect. Had this person's brain already been eaten by an insect? Therefore, the progress was displayed by the insect, not the person. This person was dead, and an insect was controlling the corpse's actions. This person was neither a corpse nor anything else, therefore, the progress appeared in the center of the head, not above it. Long Zhuan's eyes widened, utterly startled by this conjecture, a chill running down his spine. What was this? Could it be a spy planted in the Long clan by a foreign race? But the method of planting a spy was far too horrifying. He immediately examined the person's face and eyes, finding a faint smile on their face and bright, piercing eyes. From their appearance, they were clearly a living person, their eyes not those of a corpse, yet this person was indeed dead. If it weren't for his special cheat ability, he wouldn't have dared to imagine this was a corpse. This insect was incredibly adept at disguise, not only possessing this person's memories but also likely inheriting all their abilities. No one could see through its disguise. If it weren't for his special cheat ability, he too would have been fooled. Long Zhuan felt a growing apprehension towards this insect. Who sent this insect? What were its intentions in infiltrating the Long family? What was its purpose in participating in this goo fighting tournament? It certainly couldn't be anything good. Long Zhuan's eyes darted around. The Long family's troubles would only harm him, not benefit him. He couldn't stand idly by. However, he couldn't think of a way to expose this person. He couldn't risk revealing his own secrets just to find this traitor. Just as he frowned and thought, the battle between his clone and him ended. Long Chen had conceded, preventing his clone from probing his strength. It seemed this person only wanted to secure a top 20 position in the goo tournament, like Long Zhuan, not caring about rankings. Watching the departing figure, Long Zhuan pondered for a while before heading towards Long Lai, who had been shouting the loudest. Long Lai was currently showing off his top-grade goo worm, the fierce goo, surrounded by a group of envious people. Long Lai laughed incessantly, feeling immensely satisfied. Long Zhuan walked over, patted him on the shoulder, gestured with his eyes, and then walked towards a secluded corner. Long Lai was startled, wondering why Long Zhuan had called him, but he followed anyway. After distancing themselves from the crowd, Long Zhuan looked at him and went straight to the point. I discovered a spy from another race planted within our clan. I overheard him plotting against our sacred tree, but I didn't hear the specifics of how, and I have no evidence of his treason. Can a clan forcibly investigate someone who reports you without any evidence? Although he didn't know what this insect was up to, since it risked exposure to participate in the Gu battle tournament without being obsessed with rankings, its purpose was most likely related to the sacred tree. Long Zhuan didn't think his fabricated lie would wrong him. Hearing this, Long Lai's expression instantly turned serious. He realized the gravity of the situation. No evidence? Doing anything without evidence is against the rules, especially with a skilled mole. You'll have a hard time uncovering anything. Don't end up being accused of false accusation yourself after failing to bring him down. That would only get you into trouble, Long Lai said solemnly. Of course I understand that, which is why I came to you. What I mean is, I won't take the risk. You go and expose him. Even if you, a powerful Gu cultivator at the Spirit Sea stage, are accused of falsely accusing someone, your family won't do anything to you, Long Zhuan said. Long Lai slowly turned his head towards him, his eyes widening in bewilderment. Good heavens, so that's why he called him here. He knew it, calling him so mysteriously meant nothing good. He's so cunning, hiding himself while making him the one to show himself. How could he be so cunning? He's got a whole host of tricks up his sleeve. Don't say I'm setting you up. If you really succeed in your report, that'll be a great achievement, and you can get a huge contribution. This might not be a bad thing for you, it could even be a good thing, Long Zhuan coaxed patiently. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Long Zhao. Good news? Why don't you do good news yourself? Long Lai gave him a disapproving look. He was also in a dilemma. This matter concerned the family's sacred tree and could not be taken lightly. He had to be on the safe side. If he knew something but didn't report it, causing a major incident to the family's sacred tree, he would truly become a sinner to the family. This was truly putting himself on the line. He had no choice but to go, even if he knew it was a trap. He could only hope that the family would be smart and, even if they didn't find anything, would be on the safe side and have an expert keep a close eye on him during the investigation. However, he figured the family's higher-ups weren't fools. With his warning, regardless of whether this person was a mole or not, they would definitely be more vigilant. Even if he was framed, protecting the family's sacred tree would be worth it. Besides, framing someone wasn't a life-threatening crime. Faced with the greater good of the family, he ultimately decided to step forward without hesitation. Who is that person? Long Lai asked Long Zhuan in a deep voice. It's Long Chen. I suspect he's been possessed. Examine his brain thoroughly, Long Zhuan whispered. Seeing that Long Lai had agreed, Long Zhuan knew he was safe and wouldn't face any risks. He decided to leave it alone. He was only helping this once. If the family lost the sacred tree despite his warning, he would truly be powerless. It's him? His personality doesn't seem like it. Long Lai frowned slightly, but remembering Long Zhuan's earlier comment about potential possession and the need for a thorough brain examination, he abandoned his hesitation and immediately headed towards the high platform of the Gu battle tournament. Just then, Long Wanli announced the intermission, and the family elders were preparing to leave. Suddenly, Long Lai walked onto the platform. Amidst the surprised gazes of the elders, he approached Long Wanli and whispered something in his ear. Long Wanli's expression quickly turned serious. Although his voice was soft, the family elders present were all Spirit Sea stage experts with keen hearing. They could all hear him clearly, and soon everyone's expression changed. The fourth elder frowned slightly and said, Long Chen? Doesn't seem like it. This person rendered meritorious service to the family 2 years ago. The 10th elder snorted and said, Long Lai has no grudge against him, and there's no reason to frame him. What traitor would have the word traitor written on their face? The less someone seems like a traitor, the more likely they are to be one. Although there's no evidence, I believe what Long Lai said. I think this matter is pretty much a done deal. Why don't we just arrest him and interrogate him myself? No. We can't alert them. The eldest elder raised his hand to stop him, saying, arresting someone without concrete evidence is a bad strategy. What if we don't get anything out of them? We'll only alert them. Since their target is the sacred tree, we might as well turn the tables on them and lay a trap around it, waiting for them to walk right into it. The eldest elder narrowed his eyes, revealing a cunning look. In a secluded room, Long Chen sat facing someone. After taking a sip of tea, he said, although I lost a match, I'm pretty sure I'll make it into the top 20. If I weren't so worried, I wouldn't have wanted to lose this match. HMPH. Do you really think I'm afraid of that swarm of bees? Long Zhao looked at him and said, anyway, your mission after entering the Holy Land is to kill everyone for me and then create the illusion that you took away the holy tree. Rankings aren't important to you, just getting into the top 20 is enough. Being too high profile will only cause trouble, of course. Long Chen laughed, but you're really ruthless. To obtain all the divine dragon milk, you do something so crazy. Your family has treated you very well. What you're doing will cause the Long clan to lose a lot of geniuses, and they'll never recover. This is your family, you really have the heart to do that. Long Zhao's eyes remained calm as he said, those who achieve great things don't concern themselves with trifles. I didn't want to do this either, but if I don't, there won't be enough divine dragon milk to go around. Without enough divine dragon milk, I can't achieve a perfect transformation of the evil dragon Emperor's eye. Don't even mention that I can't defeat Long Xian. Even if I could defeat her and win the first place in the Gu battle tournament, the divine dragon milk I get would still be far from enough. I have no choice but to resort to this. Long Zhao's expression suddenly turned somewhat ferocious. This is all because I was forced into this situation. My evil dragon Emperor's eye is a top-grade Gu worm, carrying the illusion technique of the soul seed. The soul seed is currently the strongest illusion technique in the far west, bar none. However, the evil dragon Emperor's eye can only make the soul seed's ability effective on everyone when it undergoes a perfect transformation. Such a powerful illusion technique, if it can't be used perfectly, it would be such a waste. How could I accept that? There's no other way. I can only borrow the power of external enemies to kill all the competitors and then monopolize the divine dragon wood. Long Zhao's emotion surged, and his voice suddenly grew louder. Indeed, he betrayed his family and slaughtered countless geniuses, all for the sole reason of obtaining more divine dragon milk. For such a small reason, he was driven to such depravity and depravity. He lured outsiders into the family's sacred ground, then had them kill all the geniuses, before feigning death to become the sole survivor and monopolize all the divine dragon milk. His family, however, believed the milk had already been taken by the outsiders and would never believe it was in his possession. This was his perfect plan. To become stronger, he was willing to severely damage his family to obtain all the divine dragon milk, utterly insane. Of course, the outsiders wouldn't help him for nothing. There were conditions. These conditions were naturally the formula for the Suogu. Anyone with a modicum of sense could see the immense benefits hidden within Suogu. However, the Suogu formula wasn't traded from Long Zhao. If it were that simple, wouldn't it have been easier to simply capture a spirit-gathering stage Gu cultivator from the Long clan and interrogate him severely? It's important to understand that the Suogu Gu technique was already widespread within the Long clan. In fact, all clans have methods to prevent their unique Gu formulas from leaking out. The Long clan's method was to place a restriction on the souls of other members, preventing any member from passing on the clan's secret Gu formula. Otherwise, the restriction would destroy their soul, leading to death. Therefore, neither offering huge rewards nor arbitrarily arresting and torturing someone would yield the Long clan's secret Gu formula. The only way was to forcibly break into the Long clan's library tower and seize it. This required an inside agent to sabotage the clan's protective array beforehand. This was the secret deal between Long Zhao and the Hun clan. Hearing Long Zhao's words, Long Chen didn't show any disdain. Instead, he nodded approvingly and said, "That's right. Those who achieve great things don't concern themselves with trifles. To accomplish great things, one must be ruthless. That's what a true hero is." You're absolutely right. However, you mustn't let us down. If something goes wrong here, causing heavy losses for my clan, don't blame us for exposing you. Long Chen's expression suddenly turned stern. HMPH. There's absolutely no way I could make a mistake here. If anything goes wrong, it can only be you. I'm warning you, the Long clan's ancestor went out a month ago to seek cooperation with the Western Dragon clan. While there's no Gu King here, you only have this one chance. You probably know how many Gu Kings the Western Dragon clan has. Once the two clans unite, you'll never have another chance to strike. This is your only chance, Long Zhao warned. Our clan is incapable of making mistakes. Our plan is to first send a large number of experts to plunder the various peaks of the Long clan. This will inevitably draw out a large number of Long clan experts to provide support. At this time, I will create chaos in the Holy Land. They will think they have fallen for a diversionary tactic and will transfer all of their few remaining experts to the Holy Land. However, they will not know that our real target is not the sacred tree, but the library tower. After the Long clan has used two diversionary tactics, their rear will inevitably be weak. With the formation having a hole, the loss of the library tower is a foregone conclusion, and there is absolutely no possibility of any accidents. What about the Holy Land? There are at least 20 goo cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage, and at least one goo cultivator in the spirit sea stage there. Are you sure you can take care of so many people by yourself? Long Zhao asked doubtfully. HMPH. Don't underestimate the power of my brain goo family. The strength of us brain goo depends entirely on the strength of our bodies. Don't underestimate this body of mine. It's only the strength of a marrow cleansing stage goo cultivator, but my breeding pouch contains the corpses of 4 spirit sea stage goo cultivators, and 4 brothers and sisters controlling them. When my soul clan raids the outer perimeter of the Long clan, they will inevitably transfer a large number of spirit sea stage goo cultivators. Our 4 spirit sea stage goo cultivators are enough to massacre the Holy Land. Then I'll pierce your heart with one sword, and you can simply use your little strong goo to feign death. No one else will survive, the brain goo within Long Chen said confidently. Hearing its plan, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that such a perfect plan would be foolproof. That's good. Remember, the goo formula for the SUO goo is the Long clan's most important secret. It must be kept on the 9th floor of the top floor of the library tower. Go directly to the 9th floor to find the formula. Once you find it, leave immediately. Don't be greedy, and don't waste time on the lower floors. The library tower isn't far from the Holy Land. Time flew by, and it was already afternoon. The second half of the goo battle tournament officially began. Long Zhuan arrived late, jumping back onto the tree and gazing into the distance. He was anxious to know the outcome of that matter, whether Long Lai had successfully reported him or been given a major demerit for false accusation. When he saw Long Chen appear here unharmed, his heart sank. Had the family not taken his words to heart? He frowned. However, when he saw the family's higher-ups glance at Long Chen with barely perceptible eyes, he knew the matter was settled, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the family had focused their attention on him and had become wary, then he didn't need to worry about this matter. He could eat and drink as usual. He focused his attention on the upcoming goo fighting tournament, completely putting the matter out of his mind. The second half would involve countless more goo fighting matches, continuing until sunset. After so much time, he finally understood the rules of the tournament. Yes, he had been too carefree to even look at the rules now, otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such surprise at the lack of a draw. The rules of this goo fighting tournament were simple: a win earned 10 points, a draw 5 points, and a loss 0 points. The ranking was based on the highest score. Whoever had the most points was the champion and would receive the most divine dragon milk. However, there was no limit to the total number of matches. The tournament was based solely on time, ending at sunset. This meant that the faster the battles, the more matches were played, and the higher the total score. If there were too many prolonged battles, many players might not be able to fight many matches, resulting in a lower champion score. As for who'd fight whom, that was completely random, but the family would handle the randomization. He couldn't interfere personally. If you're unlucky, you might keep running into the top 10 favorites, and then you can only accept your bad luck. Every goo battle tournament has many unlucky people who are clearly very strong, but fail to make it into the top 20. Long Zhuan had a record of 7 wins and 3 losses in the first half, for a total score of 70 points. Those 3 losses were because he felt they were too difficult to win and voluntarily conceded, but it was definitely not because he couldn't win. If you released all his top-grade goo worms, how many people in the entire arena could be his match? But doing so was pointless. Besides revealing his trump cards, he wouldn't gain any benefit. He wasn't the only one who liked to concede. It was precisely because many people directly conceded when facing opponents they had a high probability of not being able to win that the competition progressed very quickly, and the number of goo battles became very large. Long Zhuan alone had 10 rounds, and that was only in half a day. Long Zhuan estimated that he could still have 10 more rounds in the second half. He wasn't confident he could win with the 70 points he won in the first half alone. He would probably need to win 7 more rounds in the second half to be secure. Chapter 124 Unintentionally creates a new profession. Just as he was deep in thought, a familiar name suddenly entered his ears from Long Wanli's mouth, interrupting his thoughts and instantly bringing him to his senses. Now, Long Zhuan, Long Panpin, go to Gu Pit number 1. Hearing this familiar name, Long Zhuan was slightly taken aback. What a coincidence, he was the first to go again. Being the first to go was too eye-catching, and he really didn't like being the center of attention. He slowly walked to the Gu Pit and saw that his opponent was actually a sweet and lovely female Gu cultivator named Long Panpin. He had indeed heard of her. After all, she was the second most beautiful woman in the Long clan, second only to Long Ziyan in looks. One was aloof, the other cute, and both were extremely popular in the Long clan, being prominent figures among the younger generation. It was hard for him not to notice her name. At the same time, it was precisely because she was the second most beautiful woman in the clan that all the onlookers rushed to Gu Pit number 1, which once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Long Zhuan's face was also being stared at by everyone, making him, who preferred to keep a low profile, feel extremely uncomfortable. Panpin. Go. Kill him. Hearing the cheers of the entire arena for Long Panpin, Long Zhuan's face darkened. When he saw Long Panpin remove the insect armor from the Tomb Raider and put on insect armor engraved with an anti-air formation, and then give him a sweet smile, Long Zhuan's face darkened even more. Good heavens, it's an anti-air formation. This thing is the natural counter to his bee swarm. It seems that after the halftime break, many people have already found something to counter them. In such a short time, it's impossible to instantly create an insect armor to counter them. But now, a new profession has emerged in the Long clan called Insect Armor Master. Insect Armor Master is a very lucrative special profession, even more so than alchemist. This profession makes a living by crafting various insect armors for insects. Powerful insect armor masters can use a combination of artifact patterns and array patterns to craft extremely powerful insect armor, which is highly sought after. But don't think that insect armor masters only serve Tomb Raiders. The reason why Tomb Raiders can fight wearing insect armor is because they satisfy the two characteristics of large surface area and great strength. It can be said that any insect that meets both of these conditions can wear insect armor. While large-sized goo insects are rare, they do exist in this world. It's not just the Tomb Raider goo insects suitable for armor. Many other goo species meet the requirements, though their strength, size, and cost-effectiveness are far inferior to the Tomb Raider, but they certainly meet the criteria for armor. Long Zhuan's idea of armoring goo insects couldn't be kept secret, others could easily copy it with a single glance. Therefore, the practice of armoring goo insects began to become popular in this region, and it's showing a growing trend. This trend is spreading to surrounding areas at an alarming rate, becoming the most popular combat method among all goo cultivators. It can be said that this combat method is now widespread. Insect armor is a new thing, but since there is demand, it naturally gives rise to a group of professionals specializing in making insect armor, even using it as a means of livelihood. Under this trend, insect armor masters have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, becoming increasingly popular. Centered on the Long family, insect armor masters are spreading like a malignant tumor at an alarming rate, infecting various regions. Insect armor mastery has become the most popular special profession, poised to sweep the world and become one of the most lucrative, attracting many goo cultivators with a talent for crafting insect armor. Many are eager to switch professions, catching this new wave and seizing this opportunity for meteoric rise. Long Zhuan is truly amazing. He actually created a new special profession in this world, becoming the founder and progenitor of the Insect Armor Mastery School. However, he will ultimately suffer the consequences of his own actions. Now, someone is using insect armor against him. Insect armor has limited surface area and can only carry one type of formation, so most people choose to inscribe offensive formations on it. He didn't encounter any insect armor with anti-air formations in the first half of the match. But during the halftime break, Long Panpin could easily purchase an insect armor with an anti-air formation from a Long clan insect armor master to use against him. Each insect armor master has a bunch of insect armors for sale, all readily available. She can just buy them directly, without needing to spend time making them herself. Since she can buy insect armor that counters her from insect armor masters, others can too. Therefore, Long Panpin won't be the only one with anti-air insect armor in the second half. His later opponents might each have an anti-air formation. After all, cement is just too cheap. Long Zhuan's scalp tingled, feeling immense pressure. He was counting on his bee swarm to survive. If his bee swarm were destroyed, what would be the point of his fight? There was no other way. Given the abundance of anti-air insect armor, he couldn't admit defeat in this difficult battle. He had to overcome it, otherwise, he might as well keep giving up. There would be no point in fighting at all. Seeing Long Panpin looking at him with a mocking smile, Long Zhuan also lost his temper. How dare she bully the ancestor of insect armor masters? He had to make her cry. Originally, he was too lazy to plan tactics and didn't want to use his brain during the Gu battle, but he was forced to. In this situation, he obviously couldn't afford not to use his brain. The game of Gu fighting is inherently half about the strength of the Gu worms and half about the Gu cultivator's strategy. Now it seems he must also abide by the rules and use his high intelligence to devise a tactic for the swarm. Long Zhuan frantically racked his brains, and with his intellect, he devised a tactic to ignore the anti-air formation in just a few seconds. After Long Zhuan transmitted his idea to the queen bee, Bingbing, through his soul, Bingbing stared wide-eyed at him, thinking, how can he be so clever? How come I didn't think of such a shameless plan? Absolutely brilliant. She glanced at Long Zhuan with astonishment before leading the swarm towards the sky above Gu pit number 1. Long Panpin looked at the sky filled with bees and smiled beautifully. However, just as she was about to activate the Tomb Raider's anti-air formation, something astonishing happened. The swarm scattered and fled, flying over the other Gu pits. Long Panpin froze, her mouth slowly agape. Not only was Long Panpin dumbfounded, but everyone watching was stunned. Frozen in place, staring at the sky with strange expressions. The entire arena fell silent. Long Zhuan sneered. Trying to play tricks on her? She was too naive. He was the master of intrigue. This brought up a rule of the Gu fighting tournament. Gu worms leaving their Gu pits were considered out of bounds and were penalized with a loss. But while the ground could be demarcated by the Gu pits, how could flying Gu worms be considered out of bounds? There was no way around it. Flying Gu worms had no boundaries. Only landing on the ground outside the Gu pits was considered out of bounds. So, Long Zhuan hatched a wicked plan. Since there were no boundaries in the sky, could he fly over other Gu pits? Sure, he could continue using the anti-flying formation, but doing so would only pull down the flying Gu worms of the other participants, creating a 2-on-1 situation, which was definitely not allowed. Therefore, Long Panpin was dumbfounded. She clearly had an anti-flying formation, but activating it was problematic, as was not activating it. If she didn't activate it, she'd get beaten up. If she did, it would interfere with the other contestants, and wouldn't they come after her? She was completely bewildered, her mouth agape for a long time. Despicable. You're so despicable, you've got the guts to make them fly over here. Long Panpin was furious, pointing at Long Zhuan and shouting in despair. How? Why don't you activate your anti-flight formation? Why aren't you? Long Zhuan revealed a smug smile. What the hell? This is too unfair. Despicable, so despicable. Is it really okay to bully a beautiful woman like this? Great tactic. How come I never thought of using this method to break the anti-flight formation? What a brilliant plan, what a strategy. At this moment, all the Gu cultivators in the arena were in an uproar, a cacophony of voices. Some smiled with amusement, while others cursed her despicable behavior, defending Long Panpin. The crowd was in chaos. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members on the platform were also twitching their lips, exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions incredibly complex, completely losing control of their emotions. That's a bit cheating. Is this really allowed? The fourth elder twitched his lips. At least the rules clearly state that flying Gu worms are only considered out of bounds if they land on the ground outside the Gu pit. His tactics comply with the competition rules, the first elder said with a wry smile. He's picking on loopholes in the rules. He's really something. He can come up with all sorts of dirty tricks. I like this kid, the second elder said with an approving smile. Using the rules wisely is also a kind of wisdom. The fun of Gu fighting is using strategy to defeat stronger opponents. Since he hasn't violated the competition rules, we naturally have no reason to stop him. However, The next Gu fighting tournament will definitely have to draw boundary in the sky. Long Wanli looked up at the sky, revealing a helpless bitter expression. How should the sky be drawn? This kid has really given himself a huge problem. Seeing that the higher up sitting on the high platform did not stop him, Long Zhuan no longer hesitated and immediately ordered Bingbing to launch an attack. In an instant, at the command of Queen Bee Bingbing, all the ice bees aimed at Gu Pit number 1 and unleashed a barrage of fire. A rain of needles fell like raindrops, covering the entire pit, leaving no room to dodge. Everyone watching felt their scalps tingle. At the same time, Long Zhuan's Tomb Raider ancestor, braving the needle rain, charged into the pit and began to brutally beat the unworthy descendants of the Tomb Raiders inside. Long Panpin's face instantly turned pale, and she frantically waved her hands, shouting, "Stop shooting! Stop shooting! I surrender!" She looked like she was about to cry. Seeing her tearful appearance, Long Zhuan could only order the attack to stop, tossing her a pill bottle before turning and walking away with a flourish. At this moment, not only her, but everyone who had purchased the anti-flying insect armor looked like they were about to cry. It was all over. They had bought the anti-flying insect armor for nothing. Not only is this anti-air insect armor ineffective against bee swarms, but this tactic can also be learned by others, rendering the anti-air formation useless in all battles. The anti-air insect armor is now completely a liability. Chapter 125 Meeting the Sacred Tree. The following matches were much easier. Perhaps everyone was intimidated, as every opponent he faced chose to concede immediately, saving him a lot of trouble. However, even with his ease, it wasn't nearly as easy as Long Xian's. She simply stood there in the first half and effortlessly secured first place. Unexpectedly, she continued standing in the second half, not even moving a finger, and remained firmly in first place. Everyone who faced her would curse their bad luck and immediately concede. Her first place finish was incredibly easy, but despite its apparent ease, it was actually quite tiring. They were exhausted from standing. The Gu fighting tournament proceeded quickly. Before they knew it, dusk was falling, and the sun was about to set. By this time, the tournament was nearing its end. At this point, Long Zhuan was still winning 7 out of 10 matches in the second half, with a total score of 140 points, more than enough to secure a place in the top 20. As for the matches he lost, he had voluntarily conceded. Without using top-grade Gu worms, he couldn't possibly sweep all his opponents. For example, Long Xian, who was still standing there motionless, was someone Long Zhuan conceded defeat to immediately, just like everyone else. Without using top-grade Gu worms, he had no chance against her. It was a given. Who knew how many top-grade Gu worms this rich girl actually possessed? Throughout the entire Gu fighting tournament, she never made a move. No one could force her to reveal her trump cards. All her Gu worms remained unknown, and Long Zhuan dared not open that blind box. As expected, by the end of the tournament, Long Xian, with 200 points and a perfect record of 20 wins, firmly held the top spot on the leaderboard, becoming the champion of this Gu fighting tournament. As for who came in second, Long Zhuan didn't even need to think about it. It was naturally the perennial runner-up, Long Qilin. He only lost one match to Long Xian, winning 19 in total, for a total score of 190 points, placing him second. He was born at the wrong time. Meeting Long Xian was truly a tragedy. He was always one step behind, and he would never be able to shake off the label of perennial runner-up. However, he was already used to setbacks, standing there calmly without changing his expression or showing any emotional fluctuation. 16th place went to Long Panpin, who had left a deep impression on him. As for the others, he didn't pay much attention. They were just extras, and he couldn't be bothered to know their names. As for himself, because he had deliberately lost several matches to hide his strength, he ranked 11th, a neither high nor low position. After the Gu fighting tournament ended, to save time, there weren't many formalities or award ceremonies. Long Wanli called the top 20 winners to the high platform and then led them towards the sacred ground where the sacred tree grew. All the winners were excited, following closely behind him, their backs straight as they passed through the crowd, their faces showing pride. The Gu fighting tournament was quite prestigious. Although there was an element of luck, those who made it into the top 20 were basically among the strongest geniuses in their families, and they had reason to be proud. Long Zhuan didn't go to Long Xian's side, nor to Long Qilin's side, but stayed at the very back of the crowd, deep in thought. Even now, he still hadn't figured out a way to secretly take the divine dragon wood branch away. He was completely helpless. He knew nothing about the Holy Land and had no intelligence whatsoever. How could he come up with any good ideas when he knew nothing? At this point, he could only play it by ear and see what kind of chaos Long Chen would create. If the Long family was thrown into disarray, he might have a chance. Not long after, led by Long Wanli, the group arrived at the area with the most abundant spiritual energy in the family's territory. The area with the most abundant spiritual energy was naturally the very center of the family compound. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air decreased as one moved further away from the Long family compound. The concentration of spiritual energy in this world was never uniform. Some places had high concentrations, while others had low concentrations. This mountain region had a very high concentration of spiritual energy, far surpassing the other mountain ranges. It was said that this area used to be the territory of demonic cultivators, a large group of whom firmly occupied this precious land. However, after the Long family migrated to the far west, they had no place to settle. After scouting potential locations for a long time, they finally set their sights on this place. Using the pretext of a missing child, they launched a war against the demonic cultivators residing there. Although the Long family were outsiders, their strength was not to be underestimated. The demonic cultivators on the mountain fought the Long family's Gu cultivators for 3 days and 3 nights. Ultimately, the Long family's strength was insufficient, and the Long family's Gu cultivators broke through the formation, slaughtering all the demonic cultivators residing there. Then, the Long family Gu cultivators usurped the land, completely occupying this precious place, settling down and building extensively, eventually becoming one of the 7 great clans. This is the history of the Long family's rise to power. It is said that their missing child has never been found. The Long family built their residence in the area with the highest concentration of spiritual energy in this mountain region, and at the very center of this highest concentration, they planted their family's sacred tree, the Divine Dragon Tree. The Divine Dragon Tree holds significant symbolic and spiritual importance for the Long clan. Every year on the eye-cleansing day, the entire clan gathers here to kneel and kowtow before the sacred tree. The clan also offers numerous sacrifices to the tree in a grand sacrificial ceremony, the entire process complex. However, this custom occurs after the eye-cleansing ritual, which takes place in the evening. This demonstrates the immense importance of the sacred tree to the Long clan. Such an important object is naturally heavily guarded, with resident experts protecting it, making it far from easy to obtain. Long Xuan glanced at the high walls surrounding the sacred tree, once again marveling at the difficulty of this mission. He had absolutely no confidence in his ability to succeed. Listen carefully. I will personally prepare the dragon tears. The longer the dragon tears are stored, the weaker their effects become. The faster they are used, the better. Everyone with the evil dragon emperor's eye must cleanse their eyes on the spot. Those without the evil dragon emperor's eye may not be able to withstand the potency of the dragon tears. They can take them back and use them slowly. Upon hearing this, Long Xuan's expression suddenly changed. He knew Long Wanli's words were directed at him. Everyone present possessed the evil dragon emperor's eye except him. He was the sole exception. Those without the evil dragon emperor's eye wouldn't even participate in this Gu fighting tournament. In previous years, everyone participating had it. Although his heavenly eye resembled the evil dragon emperor's eye, it clearly couldn't fool Long Wanli. Long Wanli wouldn't have said this in previous years, but because of the newcomer, Long Xuan, he mentioned it. Then, amidst the questioning gazes of some, walked towards the gate of the wall. 2 Gu cultivators at the peak of the marrow cleansing stage stood on either side of the gate. Seeing the patriarch arrive with his entourage, they respectfully bowed and opened the gate, allowing everyone to enter. Once inside, Long Xuan was immediately confronted by a strangely shaped, towering tree. This tree was entirely deep red, with sparse leaves, but its trunk was crooked and twisted, like a coiled dragon, completely unlike the straight and upright trees of other species. Perhaps it was precisely because of its strange appearance that it was named the Divine Dragon Tree? Such a name is truly fitting. If one ignores the details, this tree really does resemble a dragon from a distance. A tree with such a peculiar appearance must be extraordinary. Just from its appearance alone, one can tell its grade is not low, undoubtedly a rare and peerless spiritual herb. Long Xuan subconsciously used his cheat ability, looking up at the sky above the tree. Soon, a striking number appeared in his vision. Seeing this strange number, Long Xuan immediately gasped, his teeth grinding. Good heavens, the progress was infinite. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. He knew all too well what this number represented. It meant this tree was immortal, possessing an endless lifespan. And in this world, there are only two kinds of spiritual herbs that can break the lifespan limit, either earth-grade spiritual herbs or the legendary heaven-grade spiritual herbs. Long Xuan's heart pounded. No wonder this tree held such a high position in the Long family, was so heavily protected, and even became a sacred tree guarded by the family for generations, treasured beyond measure. Now he finally understood, the tree's grade was terrifyingly high, enough for any family to keep as a family heirloom, passed down through generations. At this moment, an old man sat under the tree, his clothes somewhat shabby, with a long beard, but his eyes were piercing. This man made no attempt to conceal his aura. His peak spirit sea realm was undisguisedly exposed, inspiring awe in all who beheld him. Good heavens, there were two peak marrow cleansing experts guarding outside, and inside sat a peak spirit sea realm expert. Just how important was this tree to the Long family that they would expend so many powerful resources to protect it? Long Xuan was shocked. Seeing someone enter, the old man immediately stopped meditating, looked up at the newcomer, and slowly stood up. Senior brother, it must have been so hard for you to be trapped in this place all these years. Long Wanli spoke first, looking at the old man with apologetic eyes. What's so bitter about it? Aren't we all meditating and cultivating? Is cultivation really bitter? I think this place is great. The spiritual energy is abundant, and no one bothers us. I can cultivate here without distractions, without being bothered by anything outside. That's why my progress is so rapid. I've already reached the threshold of Guqing, and you? As the head of the family, you're bothered by too many trivial matters, wasting a lot of your cultivation time. Among us fellow disciples, you clearly have the best talent and should have been the first to break through to Guqing. But after becoming the head of the family, you have less and less time to cultivate, while I, the worst aptitude slowpoke, have already reached the bottleneck of Guqing. I'm very happy now. It seems like this place is a cage, but in reality, you're the one trapped in the cage. You just don't realize it. I've seen through the truth now, and I'm too lazy to compete with you for the position of head of the family anymore. Whoever becomes the head of the family is a fool, working themselves to the bone every day, dealing with a bunch of trivial matters. I wouldn't even be a dog. Speaking of which, I should thank you. If you hadn't tampered with the lottery, I wouldn't have had the chance to live in this cultivation paradise, nor would I have had the opportunity to reach the bottleneck of the Guqing so quickly. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.